Chapter 23:11. Ning Shuima's story in the underworld had spread all over the Six Realms. Her reputation could not be any more well-known. Many people came to visit and congratulate her. Mo Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. The news of the Divine Lord's resurrection had also spread all over the world. Those who came to congratulate her naturally asked about the whereabouts of the Divine Lord. General Manager Heimu received Ning Shuima's order and rejected all the questions with the excuse that the Divine Lord had returned to Fanteon Palace. Everyone knew that the Divine Lord had always been indifferent and low-key. He did not like to socialize. It was reasonable for him to return to Fanteon Palace to recuperate after his resurrection, so no one asked anymore. The hustle and bustle lasted for 2 days before it finally quieted down. Ning Shuima finally had some free time to stroll around the garden and drink tea. At this moment, she was a little lost in her thoughts as she looked at the petals. Was the great deity really back? Everything was not a dream, was it? She rubbed her eyebrows and felt that she was beginning to worry about her gains and losses again. She looked at the lawn not far away. When she and little Nianma were sent out by the Heavenly Lost Stone, they emerged from there. The Heavenly Lost Stone should still be in that position, right? She had used the ground drilling spell to search the place more than 10 times, but she still could not find the shadow of the stone. The more she could not find it, the more uncertain she felt. There was always a sense of emptiness in her heart. Part of little Nianma's memory had been wiped away by Shun Jiuli. He could not remember anything about his father in the Heavenly Lost Stone. This made Ning Shuima feel that she was still dreaming. The air was filled with the fragrance of the plants. Ning Shuima slowly walked down and circled around the lawn. She was wondering if she should go down to look for it again. She did not want to disturb Shinjiuli. She just wanted to make sure that she could find the stone. Mother! Little Nianma rushed to her and threw himself into her arms. Ning Shuima picked up her son and pinched his arms and legs. She was pleased to find that the little guy had grown a little chubbier. Now it looked white and tender like a pink, glutinous rice ball. Strangely enough, little Nianma was very clingy on the first day when she came back. He followed her around like a little tail. He would look for her whenever she was not around. Even when Ning Shuima met with the leaders of the Six Realms, he followed her everywhere as if he had been abandoned. But the next day, it was as if he had suddenly grown up. He told her that he wanted to concentrate on his cultivation. He wanted to practice his martial arts to be very powerful so that he could protect his mother. Ning Shuima was naturally gratified by her son's ambition, so she stopped caring about him. He only wanted Bai Zhe to follow him. She hadn't seen her son for 2 days. Now that she saw him running over, she was naturally happy. She picked her son up and kissed him on the cheek. At the same time, she asked her son about his homework and what he had learned in the past 2 days. Little Nianma pondered for a moment and took out 2 drawings from his pocket. He handed them to Ning Shuima and asked, "Mother, what do you think of my drawing skills?" Ning Shuima raised her eyebrows. She hadn't forgotten the small figure drawn by her son, so she just casually glanced at it. Her eyes widened at what she saw. There were 2 sets of wedding clothes in the drawing. Although the style of the drawing was still immature, the characteristics of the wedding clothes could be clearly drawn. It was very much like a modern design of clothing drawings. She hadn't seen her son for a few days, but his drawing skills had improved by leaps and bounds. It seemed that he had inherited it from his father. Ning Shuima was very pleased to see it. She gave her son a thumbs up and praised him generously. Chapter 23:12. Little Nianma smiled and shook her arm. He asked her which of the 2 sets of wedding dresses was the most beautiful, and the one she liked the most. Ning Shuima looked at it carefully and pointed at one of the sets. Mother likes this one. She liked the style and the cloud pattern of the wedding dress. She had never seen this wedding dress before, but it was the style she liked. However, she was still a little puzzled. Her son was so young. Why did he want to draw such a wedding dress? Did he want to get married? Isn't this a little too precocious? Also, the design of the wedding dress was very beautiful. It did not seem like it was designed by little Nianma himself. She asked her son in a joking tone, "Nianma, did you think of the wedding dress by yourself?" Little Nianma paused and immediately shook his head. No, Baise gave me a picture book. I thought it looked good, so I copied 2 sets. So that was it. The little guy's taste was good. It actually overlapped with hers. Actually, she liked the 2 sets of wedding clothes on the top. Mother, I have to go and practice. Goodbye, Mother. Little Nianma kissed her face and then jumped down from the ground and ran away. Ning Xuema was speechless. The little guy was running a little too fast. She had not had enough affection with her son. Her son did not seem to be clingy with her at all. Sigh, she seemed to be a little disappointed. It was said that boys would not be clingy with adults until they were 12 or 13 years old. Was it too early for Nianma? The boy was only 6 months old. He even drew the wedding dress and came to ask her if it looked good. Did he really have a crush on a little girl? Thinking up to this point, Ning Xuema felt that it was a bit funny, so she tossed this question aside. She circled around the grassland, but in the end, she didn't give up. She once again burrowed into the ground and carefully searched for a long time, but she still couldn't find the white stone shadow. At night, when Ning Xuema was about to go to bed, little Nianma appeared at her door with a pillow and looked at her eagerly. Mother, can I sleep with you tonight? Ning Xuema naturally won't object. She nodded. Okay. She hasn't slept with her son in her arms for a long time. She misses it. Little Nianma cheered and immediately climbed onto her bed. He lay down obediently on the bed. Ning Xuema also got on the bed and held her son in her arms. The little guy was chubby and warm, and it felt very comfortable to hold him in her arms. Mother, can Nianma sleep with you often in the future? Sure. Ning Xuema answered casually. She was quite willing to sleep with her son in her arms. It was like hugging a warm pillow. Yay! The little fellow cheered and snuggled deeper into her embrace. He was still a child and liked to sleep in his mother's arms. That way, he would feel more secure. However, someone said that he was not allowed to sleep with his mother in the future. Now that he had gotten his mother's approval, he immediately smiled. As long as his mother agreed, other people's opinions could be ignored. Little Nianma was very satisfied with the answer that he wanted. Then, he thought of something else. Mother, tomorrow is your birthday. What do you want as a gift? Her son was so filial. He actually thought of her birthday gift. If her son did not mention it, she would have almost forgotten about it. In fact, what she wanted was very simple. She wanted Shunjuli to come back so that the family of 3 could reunite and never be separated again. Chapter 23:13. Tomorrow was her birthday, but there was no news from Shunjuli. She was afraid that he could not remember her birthday. After all, they had been apart for a long time, and they had been through so many life and death situations. How could he remember her birthday? If it was not a dream, he should still be practicing. He would only appear when he fully recovered. She did not know when he would recover. She was a little distracted. Shinyama waited for a while, but she did not answer. He could not help but ask her again. Ning Xuema lowered her head to look at her son's big eyes. She lowered her head and kissed his forehead. No matter what gift Nianma prepares for you, you will like it. Shinyama was full of confidence. I will give you an unforgettable birthday present. Both of them were chatting while lying on the bed. Little Nianma was still a child after all. He could not bear it any longer. When he was about to fall asleep, he was still worried about Ning Xuema. Mother, you have to hug Nianma more often in the future. Don't fool a child. Ning Xuema remembered that she and her son had been apart for a long time. The little guy had gone through so many hardships at such a young age. She felt guilty and promised, okay, I won't fool you. Nianma can sleep with Mother whenever he wants to. With this promise, Shin Nianma was finally able to sleep without any worries. Ning Xuema had a habit of waking up early every day. She would wake up at 6 o'clock every day. Shin Nianma was still a child, so he was not willing to wake up early. It was not easy to wake him up. Today, Ning Xuema opened her eyes on time, but she found that her son, who had been sleeping next to her, was gone. She was shocked and quickly contacted her son with a directed audio spell. The little guy's voice was heard. Mother, I want to prepare a birthday present for you. See you later. Ning Xuema couldn't help but laugh. The little guy was really cute. In order to prepare a birthday present for her, he unexpectedly woke up early for the first time. She washed up a little. She did not care much about her birthday. She opened the door and was about to go to the study room to deal with the backlog of work. However, she saw General Manager Heimu standing outside the door. Behind him was a string of maids from Mo Palace. Today, Head Steward Heimu was wearing a new robe. His face was glowing, and there was a smile on his face. He looked as spirited as a bridegroom. The maids behind him were also dressed in new clothes, and they were even holding trays in their hands. Ning Shuama raised an eyebrow. Steward Heimu usually only came here when he had something urgent to report. What was going on today? And he even brought so many people with him. Before she could ask, Head Steward Heimu took a step forward and said, "Congratulations, Devil Master." "Congratulations." The maids behind him followed suit and bowed. "Congratulations, Devil Lord." "Congratulations." Ning Shuama, was Chief Steward Heimu putting on a show? This line was a good play. She almost followed the script and asked him, where did the joy come from? Fortunately, she stopped herself and only looked at him. "Heimu, are you all right?" She felt that he was a little strange today. Head Steward Heimu smiled. "Devil Master, listen. What's that noise outside?" Ning Shuama. She listened carefully and faintly heard the sound of music from the front. The music sounded very festive, as if there was a happy occasion. She suddenly realized that Steward Heimu was going to celebrate her birthday, right? Chapter 23:14. She looked at the 2 rows of people behind Heimu and shook her head. "You're making it too grand." She wasn't an old lady in her 70s or 80s. Today is such a joyous day. It's not too much to make it as grand as possible. Head Steward Heimu bowed again, then waved at the 2 rows of maids behind him. "Help the Devil Master get dressed." Ning Shuama was speechless. All right, it was rare for them to make it so grand. She couldn't reject their enthusiasm. So be it. She was going to be the birthday girl for once. "Devil Master, may this subordinate be so bold as to ask you something?" Head Steward Heimu bowed again. "What is it?" "Devil Master, when the maids dress you up later, can you close your eyes and not look at them? This subordinate wants you to open your eyes again. This subordinate wants to give you a big surprise." Head Steward Heimu was getting more and more mysterious today. Ning Shuama was very confident in Head Steward Heimu. Since he wanted to give her a surprise, she would wait for it. She had been a little bored these past 2 days, so it was fun to look forward to it. She would just treat it as sharing the joy with the people. Ning Shuama was a woman of her word. When the maids helped her get dressed, she didn't peek at them at all. She only felt that the clothes she was wearing today were especially complicated, and her hair was combed especially tightly. She even seemed to be wearing a veil. Ning Shuama knew how to dress up. She didn't even need to open her eyes. Just by looking at their actions on her face, she could tell what kind of makeup they put on her face. It wasn't a prank. If she wasn't mistaken, it should be extremely exquisite. Outside, the sound of a string instrument was melodious, cheerful, and pleasant to the ear. Ning Shuama sat there and listened, feeling very comfortable. It seemed that Head Steward Heimu had put in a lot of effort today. The song he chose was also one she liked, so she liked it very much. After the maids finished helping her get dressed, they helped her up. She didn't know what material the clothes were made of. Although it was complicated, it was strangely smooth on her body. It didn't feel cumbersome at all. The music outside suddenly stopped, and another piece of heavenly music descended from the sky. It sounded as if countless heavenly flowers were falling from the sky. The music was also joyous and festive. It was composed of guqin, pipa, flute, xiao, kongho, suona, and so on. The music played by so many musical instruments was unusually harmonious and pleasing to the ears. This piece of music was well arranged. Every single instrument was played to its best standard. Ning Shuama gave the composer a thumbs up in her heart. The maids clustered around her as they walked out of the hall. The music outside was even louder and clearer. In the midst of the music, her hand was suddenly held by someone. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but it was held tightly by that hand. That hand was warm and familiar. Ning Shuama's heart was beating wildly. Before she opened her eyes, she could smell a faintly discernible cold fragrance. At this moment, Head Steward Heimu's voice sounded at the right time. "Devil Master, please open your eyes." Ning Shuama opened her eyes. Her gaze collided with a pair of deep blue eyes. That pair of eyes was slightly curved, and they were filled with a warm smile. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. Shun Julie. He finally came. He finally appeared in front of her again. At this moment, he was holding her hand, and their fingers were intertwined. Did he come to celebrate her birthday? Ning Xuema's gaze shifted from his face to their intertwined hands, and then back to his body. Then, her small mouth opened slightly. You? Chapter 23:15. Shun Julie's outfit today was very different from the usual. His white robe was now red like fire. She knew better than anyone else that Shun Julie was obsessed with the color of his clothes. Shun Julie did not like red. At least, he did not like to wear red. She had known him for so long, but she had never seen him wear red. The most he would wear was a red plum embroidered on his white robe. Today, he was wearing a red robe. Judging from the style, it was the splendid red robe worn by the bridegrooms. Of course, the red robe he wore was much better than the other bridegrooms in terms of style and quality. It looked simple, but the tailoring was very fitting. It made his body look taller and taller. Ning Xuema had always thought that Shun Julie was not suited to wear red. She did not expect him to look so elegant in it. His face was undoubtedly very handsome. When he looked at her with a smile, he was like a shining body that attracted everyone's attention, especially the women around him. They could not help but gasp. They could not take their eyes off him. When Ning Xuema saw him appear in front of her wearing a red robe, her heart skipped a beat. In a split second, she knew what was going on. She subconsciously looked at herself. Indeed, she was wearing a red wedding dress. The wedding dress looked like... Ning Xuema's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The wedding dress looked like the one that little Nianma asked her to choose for herself. She was wearing a wedding dress? Was she finally going to marry him? Although they even had a child, they did not officially hold any ceremony. He also did not give her any official status. And after so many life and death separations, she had completely forgotten about this. She thought that as long as the three of them were reunited, it would be the greatest happiness. She did not expect that he would give her such a big surprise. On her birthday, he came to marry her. Xuema, will you marry me? Shun Julie's voice was heard. It was as magnetic and cold as the spring in the forest. His deep eyes looked at her, as if he wanted to suck her soul in. How could she not be willing? She did not know how long she had been looking forward to this day. Was this considered a marriage proposal? Although this proposal was made during the wedding ceremony, it wasn't too late. Ning Xuema's nose suddenly felt a little sour, but she tilted her head and looked at him with a faint smile. You didn't tell me in advance about such a big thing. Did you want to give me a surprise? Shun Julie smiled and held her even tighter. Yes. Do you like it? I like it. She loved it so much. She was about to go crazy with love. The bubbles of joy in his heart were already bubbling. Ning Xuema finally understood what it meant to have a heart full of blooming flowers. This was it. She really felt the flowers in her heart blossoming one by one. Each blossoming with joy. She didn't say anything for a while. Shun Julie thought she was blaming him for arranging the wedding without discussing it with her. He said in a low voice, Xuema, it's my fault for not discussing it with you in advance. If I like it. Ning Xuema suddenly opened her mouth and interrupted him. Her eyes were bright, and her voice was clear and loud. Everyone present could hear her. I do. Thunderous applause rang out from all around. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and cheers rang out. Ning Xuema looked around and realized that the outside of her bedroom was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was splendid and splendid, with red silk ribbons fluttering in the wind. Chapter 23:16. Obviously, these were all arranged in the middle of the night to give her a surprise. Every arrangement was ingenious. It seemed that everyone in the Mo Palace knew about this wedding. Except for her, the most important person involved. They must have put in a lot of effort to create this surprise for her, right? Manager Himu, who was standing not far away, also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This idea was proposed by Shun Julie. He was the one who arranged everything in the Mo Palace secretly. He was afraid that the Devil Master would blame him at this moment, but now he was finally relieved. The Devil Master was a generous and straightforward woman. If she liked something, she would like it. She would not be bashful. Shun Julie also smiled, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He lifted her up and said, "Xiuema, come home with me." He walked towards the gorgeous wedding car not far away. Ning Xiuema felt that everything that happened next was like a beautiful dream. The wedding car sent by Shun Julie was a wedding car woven with fresh flowers. There were clusters of red flowers that looked like peonies blooming on the car. The flowers were sparkling and translucent like dewdrops. There were sharp pearl tassels hanging around the wedding car. When they swayed slightly, they flashed with a dreamy luster. The interior of the car was also covered with flower petals. Ning Xiuema sat in the car and felt like she was sitting in a sea of flowers. She was sitting on soft petals, which was more comfortable than clouds. Shun Julie sat behind her. She leaned in his arms and looked at the floating white clouds outside the car. The car was pulled by a red phoenix. It flew quickly and steadily in the air. There were various musicians playing in front of the wedding car. Every tune was beautiful and moving. Among the musicians, there was one person who attracted the most attention. That person was dressed in green. He was tall and straight. Looking at his back, one would think that he was very handsome. Ning Xiuema's gaze fell on that person's back. She felt that that person was very familiar. That person seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and nodded at her, who had just stuck her head out of the car window. Ning Xiuema's eyes widened. That person was Yi Tianli. So he really was still alive. He really wasn't dead. The videos Luo Jiuchen showed her that day were all lies. She did not kill her friend by mistake. Ning Xiuema heaved a long sigh of relief, and the last bit of gloominess in her heart disappeared. But this fellow was really something else. He said he'd come down to the mortal world to help her find medicine, but he never turned back. No one had seen him since, causing her to think that he'd really fallen into Luo Jiuchen's hands. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Shun Julie hugged her from behind and seemed to sense her emotions. He smiled and tightened his arms around her waist. He was indeed captured by Luo Jiuchen that day and was indeed trapped on the totem pole. However, he was trapped in the Western Array Core. I had already rescued him before I broke the array. It turned out that Luo Jiuchen was not completely lying. There was indeed a sacrifice trapped on the totem pole, but he also sensed that Yi Tianli had escaped at the first moment, so he mistakenly thought that it was Yi Tianli who had broken the West Formation Eye. He was resentful that he did not kill him in time. Ning Xiuema suddenly seemed to think of something. Then, who was trapped on the totem pole in the Northern Array Core? In other words, who did she accidentally kill? Shun Julie said lazily in her ear, "Not every totem pole can trap people." Ning Xiuema's eyes lit up. Did that mean that there was no one on the North Totem Pole? She breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "That's good." Shun Julie's eyes flashed slightly. He smiled and said nothing. Indeed, not every totem pole could trap people. For example, the totem pole in the south was empty, but the one in the north that Ning Xiuema had broken originally trapped people. Chapter 23:17. The one who was trapped was the former heavenly emperor, Yun Lang. However, Shun Julie did not intend to let Ning Xiuema know the truth, lest she felt guilty again. He did not want her to have any psychological burden. At this moment, he was very close to her, and there was almost no gap between them. His warm breath blew directly into her ear, making her ear itchy and warm. The atmosphere in the car was faintly ambiguous. Shun Julie hugged her in his arms and smelled the faint fragrance on her body. His heartbeat gradually quickened, but he restrained himself and did not let himself take the next step. Everything would be left in that moment. She would completely become his, from her body to her heart. They would have a lot of time to spend with each other, to make love. However, it was a little difficult to restrain himself at this moment. Shun Julie's body was slightly stiff. Of course, Ning Xiuema did not know that he was in a dilemma at this moment. Her body leaned against his broad chest, as if she was leaning against the whole world, and her heart was bubbling with warmth. She had never thought that a person could be so happy to this extent. This kind of happiness seemed to overflow from her chest, and it made her eyebrows curl and the corners of her lips curl up. She felt that it was not enough, and she wanted to be more intimate with him. She turned around and hugged his waist, leaning her head on his chest to listen to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Then she realized that his heartbeat seemed to be a little fast, and it seemed to be getting faster and faster. Almighty, your heartbeat is so fast. Dong, dong, dong. It vibrated her eardrums, making her heartbeat faster for no reason. Shun Julie. He was trying hard to restrain himself, but this girl still teased him. He did not say anything, but he did not hug her back. Ning Shumo looked up and met his deep eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. He clearly didn't do anything, but Ning Shumo had an inexplicable feeling of being swallowed by him. She coughed and looked down, past his tall nose, and landed on his beautiful light red lips. His lips were light, but there was a kind of captivating charm, which made Ning Shumo want to kiss him again. At this time, she would naturally do whatever she wanted to do, so she kissed him directly. Shun Julie's body stiffened slightly, and his fingers clenched by his side. Ning Shumo licked his lips, and his lips were slightly pursed, and he did not respond to her. Ning Shumo did not give up, and used the tip of her tongue to trace his lips, but she still did not get a response. He lost interest in her so quickly. They had met after such a long separation. He did not even give her a proper kiss. Ning Shumo felt a little wronged, pursed her lips, and wanted to take a step back. Her waist was suddenly hugged tightly by him. Then the world spun around her. When she opened her eyes, she was already pinned down by his body. His breath was scorching hot, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Shuemo, do you want me to take you here? Their bodies were pressed together without any gap, and she could clearly feel the change in his body. A certain part of him was as hard as iron. Her face suddenly turned red. Although the inside of the car was magnificent, there was a wedding procession outside the car, and there were people all around. Although she had always been open-minded, she did not want to do it in this place. Moreover, she was wearing a bridal gown. Although the gown was very beautiful, it had a very bad problem. It was not easy to put it on or take it off, and it could only be used once. Once it was taken off, it would not be able to return to its original state. Chapter 23:18. She did not want to be disheveled when she got out of the car. She coughed and pushed him away. No, I don't want to. Well, get up. Let's talk. Shinjuli took a deep breath and lay down beside her. He calmed his breath and asked her lazily, what do you want to talk to me about? There were too many things that she wanted to talk to him about. She thought of the most important one. Where is Nianma? Shinjuli traced her mouth with his finger. Can you guess where he is? Ning Xiuma had a sudden idea. Is he in the Fanteon Palace? Smart. Shinjili praised her. Ning Xiuma turned over and held his restless hand. Little Nianma should know about the wedding today, right? Have you discussed it with him? When did you crawl out of the heavenly lost stone? The first thing you did after crawling out was not to see me. She asked a series of questions. Shinjili laughed. How can I surprise you if I see you in advance? As for the recovery, I only fully recovered in the early hours of this morning. In other words, he only came out of the heavenly lost stone today. Ning Xiumal was bewildered. But from what I see, this formation of yours doesn't seem to be something you came up with on the spot. The wedding seemed simple, but it was complicated. Moreover, he had made it so grand that it had never been before. Shun Jili played the flute between his fingers. Haven't you heard of the word strategizing? Even if he was in the heavenly lost stone, he could still command people to do those complicated things. Well, what you said makes sense. However, the two wedding pictures that Nianma made were drawn by you, right? Did you ask him to copy them? So, you have met him before yesterday. Since he did not come out in advance, how did you meet him? Shun Jili raised his hand and touched her head. Then, he told her more exciting news. Nianma can go in and out of the heavenly lost stone at will these 2 days. Some of my orders were sent out by him. It turned out that the little guy had actually done so many things behind the scenes. She looked at him. The 8 great divine beasts also knew about in advance, right? Over the past 3 days, she hadn't seen the shadows of the 8 divine beasts at all. At that time, head steward He Mu had said that the 8 divine beasts, aside from Bai Zhe, were all in closed-door cultivation. She had believed it to be true, but this time there were 8 mythological beasts in the wedding procession brought by Shun Juli. The one pulling the carriage was the fire phoenix, while the ones clearing the way were the soaring serpent and Xiongqi. Bai Zhe was holding the line, and there were a few other divine beasts on both sides and at the back. Not one of the 8 divine beasts was missing. All of them were in high spirits, beaming with joy. The 8 mythological beasts became the main force and auspicious beasts of the wedding procession. Who in the 6 realms would be so generous? Moreover, judging from their formation, it was obvious that they were well-trained and had rehearsed in advance. Ning Xuema's question hit the nail on the head. Shun Juli smiled and said nothing. It turned out that the whole world knew about it, and she was the only one who was kept in the dark. She was such a smart person, but she was actually kept in the dark. They had made such a big scene, but they did not give themselves away in advance. Needless to say, Shun Juli was secretly directing all of this. The Almighty was indeed a black-bellied master. Ning Xuema looked at his eyebrows and asked, "Almighty, how many lives of memory do you have? Do you have 3 lives?" Shun Juli looked at her quietly. After a moment, he smiled and said, "For lives." Chapter 23:19. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. For lifetimes? Which 4 lifetimes? She had only experienced 3 lifetimes with him. Where did the 4th life come from? Shun Juli lay down again and answered her lazily, "Think about it yourself." When Ning Xuema was about to think about it, there was a sudden explosion of fireworks outside. Shun Juli sat up with her in his arms and snuggled with her in front of the window. "Come, look at the birthday present I have prepared for you." Flames rose into the sky one after another, exploding in the deep blue sky. Then they scattered into tens of thousands of flowers that drifted with the wind. Those flowers were as red as the red spider lily, but the outer circle was inlaid with silver edges. Each flower was dazzling and beautiful, falling like rain. The scenery was so dreamy that it almost made people feel like they were in a dream. Ning Xuema opened her eyes wide and murmured, "Am I still dreaming?" Shun Juli's fingers were still intertwined with hers. He did not say anything, but he held her hand tightly and hugged her even tighter. If this was a dream, he would continue to have this dream with her until the end of time. The journey was dreamy, accompanied by the accompaniment of the heavenly music. Finally, the flower car, filled with happiness, slowly landed in front of the Fantion Palace. The auspicious air in front of the Fantion Palace was steaming, and it was filled with various guests who came to congratulate them. At the moment when the flower car landed, not only were there 2 colored flowers falling to greet them, but there was also a thunderous applause. Ning Xuema was held by Shun Juli as they walked out of the flower car. Then, Ning Xuema finally saw her son. Little Nianma was wearing a handsome and beautiful bright golden robe today. He was carrying a flower basket in his small hand, and there were 2 groups of children behind him. One group was a group of maidens, and the other group was a group of boys. The maidens were wearing snow-white fairy dresses, and the boys were wearing sky-blue robes. Every child was as beautiful as an angel in a painting. When little Nianma led them to walk over, they were particularly eye-catching. The flower boys were led by little Nianma. Little Nianma was holding a big bouquet of flowers in his hands. The bouquet was made of rare moonflowers. It was as if he was holding a big bouquet of the moon in his hands. There were even star grass as embellishments. It was beautiful beyond words. Little Nianma handed the bouquet of flowers to Ning Xuema. His eyes were as big as the moon. "Mother, happy marriage and happy birthday." It turned out that this was the gift that little Nianma prepared for her. It was indeed special. Ning Xuema took the bouquet and looked at her son's fair and tender face. She had the urge to hug him and take a bite. Standing next to little Nianma was a beautiful little girl. She had a pair of big eyes that were so bright that they looked like they were carved from jade. Whose child was this? She would be a good wife for little Nianma. Ning Xuema pondered. Shun Juli held her hand and said to her with a smile, "Children and grandchildren will have their own fate. Don't try to match them up." Ning Xuema glanced at him. Was this guy a roundworm in her stomach? He actually guessed what she was thinking about so quickly. All right, she was just thinking about it. She looked up at the Fanteon Palace and was moved. The layout of the Fanteon Palace had completely changed. Whether it was the gate or the courtyard walls, they had all changed. Although the original style was grand enough, it always gave a cold feeling and lacked the warmth of a home. The current style was a combination of both, and even had a dreamy color. Ning Xuema liked it at first sight. Chapter 23:20. At this moment, the gate of the Fanteon Palace was wide open. In order to accommodate the guests, all the restrictions were removed. The people who came to congratulate the wedding could enter and leave freely. Of course, only a part of the entrance was allowed to enter and exit freely. It was the part that led to the main hall of the Fanteon Palace. The Divine Lord liked to be quiet and clean, so the other parts of the Fanteon Palace were not open to the public. The wedding officially began. The music began to play. Little Nianma and the little girl who was walking beside him flew together. A pair of snow-white wings even spread out on the back of the little girl. The two of them flew forward in the air and sprinkled fragrant petals along the way. The other children followed behind them and sprinkled flowers in the air. It was a beautiful scene. Shun Jiuli held Ning Xuema's hand as they walked on the road. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. The entire wedding scene was perfect. When the two of them walked on the platform that was specially built for the wedding, the atmosphere of the whole scene was pushed to the peak. The Divine Lord and the Great Devil were already at the top of the continent. Naturally, they did not bow to the heavens and the earth like ordinary couples. Shun Jiuli and Ning Xuema only symbolically bowed to the heavens. They did not kneel, but only bowed. Then, the couple bowed to each other. There was nothing wrong with this bow. Ning Xuema followed Shun Jiuli's path. After symbolically bowing to the heavens and the earth, Ning Xuema straightened up. Suddenly, a line of words appeared in her mind. I think when you bow to your parents, you can bow to me. Ning Xuema was stunned. She glanced at the corner of the high platform and saw a white stone that was squatting there. At the moment, it was shining with resentment. Ning Xuema was speechless. The high platform was decorated splendidly with many things. She directly ignored this inconspicuous stone just now. Shun Jiuli naturally also received the resentment of the heavenly law stone, but he was too lazy to care about it and directly ignored it. The heavenly law stone's heart was a little hurt. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly. It almost blinded the eyes of the audience below the stage. Then, in the white light, it flew up with a swoosh and circled above everyone's heads like a small mountain, causing the people below to cry out in alarm. Then, as if it had found a feeling, it flew away proudly with a swoosh. Before it left, Shun Jiuli and Ning Xuema each had a line of words in their minds. You will regret this. Ning Xuema. She found it a little funny. The heavenly Tao stone was behaving like a child throwing a tantrum. She transmitted her voice to Shun Jiuli. Where did it fly to? Should he go and coax it later? After all, it represents the heavenly Tao, and it even allowed you to be reborn. Shun Jiuli didn't take it to heart. Don't worry about it. It often has this kind of temper. The heavenly Tao stone conveyed the will of the heavenly Tao, and he was the guardian of the heavenly Tao. The two of them were actually equal, so he naturally didn't need to worship it. Besides, this arrogant stone was often angered by him. Usually, it would be fine after 3 to 5 days. The people below the stage looked at each other. No one thought that a stone could grow legs and fly away with a swoosh, of course. This was just a small episode. Shun Jiuli didn't take it to heart. The guests were surprised for a while, but they also forgot about it. After the ceremony, it was time to throw the bouquet. According to the saying of the celestial demons continent, whoever caught the bouquet thrown by the bride would be able to find a good partner. Therefore, when Bai Zhe, who was acting as the MC, shouted, "Bride, please throw the bouquet to spread your good fortune," then the unmarried men and women below rushed to the front of the stage. They all wanted to catch the bouquet and be tainted by the Devil Lord's happiness. Chapter 23:21. The crowd below the stage was bustling with noise and excitement. Ning Xuema glanced down and saw Yi Tianli standing far away from the crowd. His figure looked a little bleak. She was tempted and wanted to throw the bouquet to him, hoping that his red wand star would move and find the woman he was destined to. She turned around according to the rules, with her back facing the crowd. She took a deep breath and threw the bouquet high up in the air. With her ability, she could naturally throw the bouquet to whoever she wanted. However, there were too many people below the stage, and there were too many masters. If she threw the bouquet too low, it was possible that someone would use a spell to intercept the bouquet midway. So, she threw it very high. However, it was too high. The bouquet flew directly into the sky and into the clouds. Thousands of pairs of eyes were looking up at the sky. Everyone was ready to catch the bouquet when it fell. Then, the crowd waited for a while, but the bouquet did not fall. Ning Xuema was also somewhat puzzled. She couldn't have thrown it too far and ended up in outer space, right? She didn't seem to have used that much strength. At most, she could only fly up into the clouds and land on Yi Tianli's head. Shen Jiuli's expression changed. He waved his sleeve to the sky, and the floating clouds in the sky disappeared instantly. A person appeared in midair. He was dressed in a loose, light purple robe that concealed his figure. A ghost mask covered his face, and he was holding the bouquet of flowers that everyone had been waiting for. Everyone was angry. They were waiting on the ground obediently. They did not expect that there would be someone in the sky who bought a ticket. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. This was the mysterious person who was elusive. He actually appeared here. The mysterious person looked a little innocent. He looked at the bouquet in his hand, and then looked at the two people who had just finished bowing on the stage. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm just passing by. I have no intention of snatching this bouquet. May I know who you want to throw this bouquet to? I can throw it to you on your behalf." Ning Xuema was speechless. Naturally, she couldn't say that she wanted to throw the flower to Yi Tianli, so she just vaguely replied, "I'm just throwing it for good luck. It belongs to whoever gets it. Since Your Excellency has received it, it proves that this flower is fated with Your Excellency. Now that this flower is Your Excellency's, you can do whatever you want with it." This was originally just a prize, so it didn't matter who it was given to. I don't know how to move the red wand star, so I'll just throw it to the person who knows how to move the red wand star. This humble one will toss it again to see who this flower is truly fated with. After the mysterious man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the bouquet of flowers spun in the air and fell into the crowd. Countless hands in the crowd reached out desperately. But unexpectedly, just as the bouquet was about to fall into the crowd, a sudden gust of wind blew. The gust of wind blew the bouquet in one direction like a whirlwind. Then, with a bang, it hit a person's head. Shen Yima was standing outside the field to watch the show. He was blinded by the gust of wind and was rubbing his eyes. He did not expect that a flower would fall from the sky and hit his head. He hurriedly grabbed it, but when he saw the bouquet in his hand, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he angrily looked at the sky. It was very immoral to throw things from the sky. The mysterious man seemed to have not expected that the flower that he casually threw would hit a little kid. For a moment, he was also stunned. When Shen Yima looked up and stared at him, he was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air. Chapter 23-22. Shen Yima suddenly felt that he was being penetrated by the mysterious person's gaze. He could even feel that the mysterious person was looking at him with a very complicated gaze. It was so complicated that he could not understand it. However, this could also be his illusion. After all, the mysterious person was wearing a mask. His facial features were all covered, and his eyes were also behind the mask. Shen Yima could not see his eyes at all. "I am sorry." The mysterious person finally moved his gaze away and said so casually. He turned around and disappeared. He came quickly and left quickly as well. Initially, everyone wanted to congratulate the lucky man who got the flower. However, they could not bring themselves to congratulate him when they saw the adorable face of little Nianma. The bride's bouquet could only be exchanged twice. If it was exchanged more than twice, it would lose its auspicious effect. Yi Tianli was not a person who cared about trifles. He waved the fan in his hand and congratulated little Nianma. Nianma, Congratulations on receiving this flower. Congratulations on your red lawn star. Little Nianma looked at the flower in his hand and then looked at Yi Qianli. He was quite puzzled and asked, "What is a red lawn star? Can it help me improve my kung fu?" Yi Qianli was speechless. Ning Xiuma looked at her son, who was holding the flower. She also felt a deep pain in her stomach. Little Nianma was only 6 months old. How could he already have a red lawn star? It was too early. Shinjuli's gaze also fell on his son. His eyes were slightly deep, as if he was speculating about something. Ning Xiuma seemed to have thought of something. She whispered to Shun Juli, who was next to her, "What is the meaning of this moonflower?" "Reunion." Shun Juli spat out 2 words. Ning Xiuma was relieved. "The meaning of this flower is good. Aren't we reunited as a family?" Shun Juli glanced at the direction where the mysterious person went. There was a flash of deep thought in his eyes, but then he smiled and said softly, "You are right. Our family is reunited." The red cloud-like wedding canopy hung down quietly. The wedding room was decorated beautifully and stylishly. Ning Xiuma curiously looked at everything in the room. This should be Shun Juli's former bedroom, but the original bedroom was gone. This bedroom was obviously newly built. Not only was this palace newly built, but all the buildings in the Fantion Palace were also newly built. Although the style had changed greatly, it was still very ingenious. As Ning Xiuma walked along the way, she only felt that the layout of every place was very much to her liking. "Guru, why did you change all the buildings in Fantion Palace?" Ning Xiuma asked Shunjuli, who had just finished drinking wine with her. The wine was very strong, and her snow-white face was flushed red because of the alcohol. Shunjuli looked at her with deep eyes and raised his arms to hold her in his arms. "The original one is dirty and doesn't meet your aesthetic standards." Ning Xiuma's heart moved. She naturally understood what Shunjuli meant by dirty. Luo Jiuqin had lived here for a period of time. Although there were many places he couldn't enter, he still lived in Fantion Palace and even regarded himself as the owner. With Shunjuli's misophobia, he naturally couldn't tolerate this. He simply destroyed and rebuilt Fantion Palace according to her preferences. With such a husband, what more could a woman ask for? Ning Xiuma couldn't help but raise her head and kiss him on the cheek. "Guru, thank you." Before she could finish her sentence, his lips kissed hers. His voice was hoarse but full of temptation. "I don't accept other forms of thanks. Give me a real one." Chapter 23:23. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room gradually increased. In the deep kiss, the corolla on Ning Xiuma's head was removed by Shunjuli. Her long hair flowed like water and fell on her gradually bare shoulders. In the midst of an intense and deep kiss, he carried her. When Ning Xiuma regained her senses, she had already landed on the big, warm, and soft bed. The wedding dress that was so difficult to take off unexpectedly left her body and flew out of the bed curtain in an instant, leaving only a thin set of underwear on her body. Her heart was beating like thunder. Although Ning Xiuma had been entangled with him for 3 lifetimes and had rolled in the bed a few times, as Ning Xiuma, the chances of rolling in the bed with the great god in this lifetime were pitifully few. Other than that time, when they used force, the two of them had never been officially intimate. The few times that Ning Xiuma had left a deep impression on her were after she transmigrated and the great god from 50,000 years ago. Those few times were like a dream to her. Only this moment was the most real. Although his kiss was restrained, it was like a violent storm that wanted to completely engulf her. It made it hard for her to breathe. After being tossed around for 3 lives, his skill in this aspect was extremely high. Very quickly, Ning Xiuma was completely defeated by his teasing. The blood in her body boiled, and her originally snow-white skin turned a light pink. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes seemed to be watery. Finally, the last piece of cloth was removed from her body. Her black hair was spread out below her, and her sparkling and translucent jade-like body was pressed against the fiery red bedding. White on white, red on red, contrasting with a kind of soul-stirring beauty. Shinjili took a deep breath. His eyes were as deep as the unfathomable sea. There were waves surging in his eyes, wanting to completely sweep her away. The blood in his body was surging. His blood was like boiling lava that was screaming to erupt. In an instant, it ignited each other's passion. Shuama, his voice was low and hoarse like the waves rolling in from afar. He lifted one of her legs. "Call me husband." Ning Shuama looked at him with her watery eyes. She naturally knew what was waiting for her. Even she herself was looking forward to this moment. After reuniting with him for such a long time, she was also eager to feel each other's true feelings. But she seemed to be a virgin again, seeing that he was about to bring the storm over. She couldn't help but push his chest with her hand and said in a trembling voice, You have to be gentler." Shunjili hugged her and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, Shuama, I will give you a wedding night that you will never forget." It was a stormy night. Ning Shuama felt that this was indeed an unforgettable wedding night. But the most unforgettable thing was not how many times they went to the mountains together, but the shock of the next morning. Initially, Shunjili had been tormenting her until dawn. Before she could fall asleep, she was awakened by the sound of the door being slammed open. Before she could react, the door was slammed open by someone. A small figure rushed indirectly. Fortunately, Shunjili reacted quickly. He wrapped Ning Shuama in his arms tightly with a quilt and put a set of clothes on his body automatically. "Mother, Lord, Father." The little one rushed towards the bed curtains. Shunjili waved his sleeve, and the little one stopped moving. "Father." The little one's face was red, and his eyes were full of confusion. "Get out." Shunjili spat out 2 words. With another wave of his sleeve, little Nyenma was directly teleported out of the bedroom. Chapter 23-24. Shunjili turned around and patted the blanket that was wrapped around Ning Shuama. "Don't be afraid. Wait for me here. I want to see what is wrong with this boy." He turned around and walked out of the room. Ning Shuama's face was burning under the blanket. Her son had almost seen her parents' private moment. It was strange. The boy usually woke up late. Why did he wake up so early today? She even had tears in her eyes, as if she had been frightened by something. She wanted to put on her clothes and go out to sea, but her body was so sore that she did not even want to move her fingers. He struggled in his blanket for a while, but he didn't manage to get up. He simply lay back down and listened to the movements outside. After a while, she could not help but laugh. It turned out that little Nyenma had a nightmare. He actually dreamed that the mysterious man with the ghost face was looking at him from outside his bed. The deep gaze made his hair stand on end. He opened his eyes and found that he was still in his own Qingshao palace. He was the only one in the palace. He remembered the gaze of the mysterious man in the dream and felt a chill in his heart. He could no longer stay calm and ran to his parents' room to seek protection. Shunjili listened to him quietly. He directly took the little boy out and said calmly, "It is just a nightmare. Is it worth making a fuss? If you are a man, you should stay calm." Little Nyenma was a little embarrassed by his father's scolding, but he was not convinced. "I'm a boy now, not a man. A man should be trained from a young age." Shunjili took him back. "Well, I will be a good man in the future. Father, I am still sleepy." Little Nyenma's voice was still full of sleepiness. "Go back to your Qingshao palace if you're sleepy. But I am scared. I always feel that there's a pair of eyes staring at me." Little Nyenma was still afraid. "It is just a psychological effect. Let's go. I will send you back." "No, father. Can you let Nyenma sleep with both of you? Nyenma does not take up much space. A small bed is enough." Little Nyenma still wanted to fight for his rights. "No, you've grown up and can no longer sleep with your parents." Shunjili sternly refused. "But mother has promised me yesterday." Little Nyenma was not convinced. "I have the final say in this matter." Shunjili only replied with a few words before he took the boy out. The conversation between the father and son gradually faded away. Ning Shuama couldn't help but rub her forehead. She didn't expect to get married so soon, so she casually agreed to her son's request. Speaking of which, why did his son have nightmares? The Fantion Palace was always shrouded in a divine aura, and there were also 8 divine beasts guarding it. No evil beings could enter, so it shouldn't be the work of any evil beings. Could it be that he was startled by the bouquet of flowers that the mysterious man threw on his head yesterday? It should be. While she was lost in thought, a gentle breeze blew through the hall. Shun Julie had returned and appeared directly in the inner hall. He lifted the bed curtain and got on the bed. He directly hugged Ning Xuema in his arms. "Why don't you sleep more?" Ning Xuema shook her head. "I can't sleep." She was still worried about the mysterious man. "Great Master, have you checked the Nyima Palace? Is there anything wrong?" Shun Julie shook his head slightly. "There is nothing wrong. There is only Nyinma's aura in the palace." Ning Xuema breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the little guy really had an unintentional dream. However, when she thought of the bouquet of flowers, she still felt a little uneasy. The bouquet of flowers that the mysterious man threw just happened to hit her son's head. Could it mean that her son and the mysterious man were fated? Chapter 23-25. Don't. Although she had read a few novels and did not look down on the protagonists, she still did not want her son to have any relationship with a man. Who was the mysterious man with a ghost face? Ning Xuema was still very curious. She did not have all the memories of Xuema in her previous life, so she did not know much about the people in this continent. She only occasionally heard about this mysterious man from General Manager Himu. No one really knew the background of this mysterious man. They only knew that he was very powerful and was very mysterious. He was also very low-key and never fought for power. He was really a mysterious man. Because this man did not care about fame and fortune, no one really investigated him. Even General Manager Himu, who was always very well informed, did not find out anything about him. Originally, Ning Xuema did not care about this mysterious man. However, this mysterious man had passed by her twice and scared little Nyinma once. This time, she could not ignore it even if she wanted to. Shinjili pondered for a moment and did not care. Don't care who he is. As long as he is harmless to us, it is fine. Ning Xuema was once bitten, twice shy. It is hard to say that he is not malicious to us. I always feel that he is not as simple as he seems. Little Nyinma's nightmare is also a little strange. Shun Julie kissed her lips. Don't worry. I know what to do. Her lips were like the most delicate petals. Shun Julie only wanted to kiss her gently, but he did not expect that he could not let go after the touch. Early in the morning was the time when men were most easily excited. At this moment, he was holding the person he had been thinking about day and night. Even Shun Julie was a little bit unable to control himself. Of course, he did not want to control himself. After a deep kiss, both of them were panting. Ning Xuema's beautiful face was bright red. Her eyes were watery, as if there was a pool of autumn water in them. His eyes were also full of water, like the turbulent sea. Xuema, since you're not sleepy yet, let's do something more meaningful. Shinjili propped himself up and looked down at her. His eyes were filled with surging waves. Ning Xuema wanted to protest, but he sealed her lips with a kiss. The bed curtains were pulled down again, covering the entire room. If Ning Xuema was asked to describe the days after their marriage, she could only describe them with 8 words, sweet and sweet, and her waist hurt a little. It wasn't easy for the two of them to be together. Naturally, they were together day and night, and couldn't bear to be apart for even a moment. As for little Nyinma, who was finally reunited with his family, he was a little miserable. His father probably wanted to make up for the fatherly love that he had missed out on for the past 6 months. His schedule was packed to the brim with training, martial arts, and studying. Aside from sleeping at night, there was no time for him to rest. Little Nyinma was about to cry because of his fatherly love. Moreover, when he slept at night, he could no longer get into his mother's arms because there was a new wizardry barrier in his father's bedroom. He could no longer break indirectly. Not only could the wizardry barrier prevent him from entering, but it could also block his voice. One night, he was so angry that he simply scratched the door for the whole night. However, there was no movement inside at all. He felt wronged and angry at the same time. He felt that his parents did not love him anymore and allowed him to cry outside. He simply fell asleep outside the door. He wanted to see if his mother would feel sorry for him when she saw him sleeping outside the door the next day. Then, if his mother felt sorry for him, He could openly sleep with his mother at night. His little abacus was crackling and rattling, but Chapter 23-26. His little abacus crackled loudly, but when he woke up, he found that he was not sleeping outside his parents' bedroom, but on a big rock. The breeze was rather chilly. He sneezed and looked around. Then he realized that there were a lot of rocks around him. All kinds of big stones were arranged high and low under the moonlight. They looked like giants looking down at him. Where was this? He did not remember that there was such a stone slope in the Fanteon Palace. Little Nyema jumped up. He was short, and the stones were too tall. They blocked his view. He looked at the tallest stone not far away and decided to jump on it to have a better look. With his Qin Gong, it was easy for him to jump on a big stone. However, he did not expect that he would hit a wizardry barrier when he jumped less than 10 feet high. He was bounced back and fell on his butt. Shinyama was speechless. He seemed to have suddenly understood something. He clenched his little fists tightly. This must be his father's masterpiece. His father must have heard him scratching the door and crying. He must have thought that he was too noisy. In order to punish him, he locked him in the array. Fortunately, he had seen this array before. In order to train him, his father had taught him how to break the array. He also locked him in several arrays to train him. This array was one of them. Although this array was complicated, since he had broken it once, he could naturally break a second time. Little Nyenma clenched his fists. However, after he broke out of the array this time, he must complain to his mother during lunch. With this thought in mind, little Nyenma began to break the array. He was a genius with memory. He would not forget any array that he had broken. He would not make any mistakes. He could break out of this array in less than 2 hours. He looked up at the moon above his head and calculated the time. He estimated that when he broke out of the array, the sky would be slightly brighter. Perhaps he could still make it in time to greet his mother. 2 hours later, Shun Yima squatted under a stone. He looked around in disbelief. There seemed to be more stones around, and there was even fog in the array. Ning Xiuma had practiced kung fu to this level. In fact, she could already abstain from eating, but she liked the feeling of eating together with her family. Therefore, she had to eat a meal every day for the past few days. What's more, those dishes were all prepared by Shanjuli. Every dish was delicious, and she wanted to have a second bite after the first. The Almighty's delicious food was a temptation that she couldn't resist. In the past few days, Shun Yinma, who was exhausted by his homework, would always come to her and have a meal with her. He would always talk about things that interested him. However, this time, the dishes were served neatly, and the aroma of the food lingered in the air, but little Nyenma was still nowhere to be seen. Ning Xiumal was puzzled. She asked the Almighty who was sitting beside her, "Where is Nyenma? Why don't I see him today?" Shun Jili peeled a prawn for her and put it on her plate. Calmly, he said, "Nyenma is practicing the art of breaking the array. He has forgotten to eat and sleep. I don't think he will come for dinner today." Ning Xiuma was pleased. Her son was actually so hardworking. She was also a secret agent. She knew that strict requirements were the only way to train a real talent. Of course, she would not object to her son being so hardworking. She nodded and did not ask anymore. However, she still cared about her son. She saved a good fruit for her son. She was going to wait for her son to come out of the array. Chapter 23-27. In fact, 3 days had passed. Ning Xiuma had left 3 peaches of immortality for her son, but her son was still nowhere to be seen. She was a little worried, so she asked Shunjili. Shunjili was drinking tea. He poured her a cup of tea and then turned the teacup for her to speculate. This time, in order to train his observation and distinguishing ability, I deliberately changed the array that he had been through. Perhaps he did not notice the subtle difference between the 2 arrays and went to the fork. Ning Xiuma was speechless. She drank the tea and asked him curiously, "What do you mean by subtle difference? What is the difference?" Shunjili thought for a moment and said, "For example, there is a small crack in the hexagonal stone where the eye of the array was, and there is a 2-inch tall grass at the original life gate." Ning Xiuma was speechless. She knew about Shunjili's array. When she was Shunjili's disciple, he had locked her in there. There were piles of irregular stones, hexagonal stones, octagonal stones, oval stones, and pentagonal stones. All of them were natural stones. The wrinkles on the stones were finer than chrysanthemum petals. It was comparable to the wrinkles on an 80-year-old woman's face. If there was a small crack on the stones, no one would notice it. As for the grass, it was everywhere. If there were hundreds of grass at the life gate, and there was one more, even she would not notice it, let alone Shen Yinma. Poor son. If he relied on his old experience to break through the array, he would be dragged into the ditch. No wonder he could not get out after so long. Yinma was still so young. Was it really good to let him break through such a complicated array? Did the master really want to train his son's ability to break through the array? Or did he think that the boy was a third wheel and sent him away? Is there any food in the array? Ning Shuima was a little worried when she thought of her son who had not eaten for 3 days. Don't worry. In the array, he will be fine even if he does not eat for half a month. Moreover, he has practiced the Anidia technique. It will not be a problem for him to last for a month. Shen Yinma had spent 3 days and 3 nights in this godforsaken stone array. He did not have the fragrant food that his father cooked. There was no mother's warm embrace and caress. He was the only one who stayed in the stone formation, guarding a pile of broken stones and studying them. When he was tired, he would fall asleep on the big stone and continue studying when he woke up. In the past few days, he had cried and rolled on the ground. Since there was no one around, he did not have to worry about his image as the Son of God. But no matter how much he cried or threw a tantrum, it was to no avail. Instead, there were more and more stones around him, and the fog was getting thicker and thicker. He finally understood that the ruse of self-injury was useless against his father. If he wanted to get out, he could only rely on himself. He didn't know why, but he always felt that someone was watching him, but he couldn't find that person even after using his telekinesis for a long time. He rolled his eyes and instantly understood. It must be his father watching him from outside the array. He couldn't give up like this. He had to get out. He couldn't let his father look down on him. Therefore, he wiped his tears, patted his little robe, and stood up. He continued to stare bitterly at the pile of broken stones, trying to figure out how to break the formation. In fact, Shen Yinma thought too much. His father could not wait to stick to his mother every day. So how could he have the time to visit him? Someone else was looking at him. On the big stone outside the stone formation stood a man in black. His face was covered by a pitch-black ghost mask. Chapter 23-28. He was wearing a black mask with a grimace on it. His pure black robe was embroidered with dark patterns with golden threads, which made him look luxurious and domineering. There was a strange jade pendant hanging on his waist, which shone with unpredictable light under the sunlight. At this moment, he stood still on the big rock and looked at the giant stone array not far away. He also looked at the little kid who was running around in the array. The jade pendant on his waist flashed. The man in black looked at the jade pendant with a complicated expression. Poof! The wizardry barrier was broken, and a little kid with a face like a little cat came out. He stood like a little teapot with his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. Ha ha! I'm out. The kid was Shen Yinma. It took him 3 days to finally get out of the stone array. How could he not be happy? Shen Yinma was laughing without caring about his image. Suddenly, he felt someone quietly looking at him. He was shocked and immediately looked over. A pitch-black ghostly face, a pitch-black outer robe, and that eternally complicated gaze. It was the person who hit his head with a flower. It was the person who stood in front of his bed and scared him in the middle of the night. It was the person who gave him nightmares for several days. Run. When Shen Yinma saw the person, this was the only thought in his mind. He was so scared that he took a step back. However, he stepped on a small stone and slipped, falling back into the array. The man in black was speechless. Shen Yinma was speechless, looking at the familiar crumpled stones around him and looking at the gradually gathering thick fog. Shen Yinma wanted to cry, but had no tears. He swore that he would never forgive that person. The moon was shining brightly. Shen Yinma broke out of the array again. This time, he was not so arrogant. He carefully poked his little head out of the wizardry barrier and looked around. After making sure that the man in black was not around, he was relieved and jumped out boldly. After jumping out, he seemed to be a little worried. He used his telekinesis to check the surroundings again to make sure that there was no aura of the man in black. He then sighed with relief and made a peace sign with his hand. He ran back to the Fanteon Palace with a smile. Above the clouds, the black-clothed man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the cautious figure below and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he flew up to the clouds in time. Otherwise, he would have scared the little kid back to the array. He lowered his head and looked at the shining jade pendant on his waist. The jade pendant was actually engraved with 8 mythological beasts: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise. The 8 mythological beasts were all facing the center. In the center, there was a sparkling and translucent ball. It was that ball that had been flashing recently. It was not until little Nianma was far away that the jade returned to its normal color. He simply sat down on the big rock. His hand, which had been hidden in his sleeve, finally stretched out. He took the jade pendant from his waist and held it between his 2 fingers. His fingers looked as if they were carved from jade. The shape of his hand was extremely beautiful, making people want to touch it. That jade was sparkling and translucent, and that hand was white and translucent. Under the contrast of the two, it seemed as if they were both transparent. He looked at the jade for a moment and suddenly sighed softly. He raised his hand as if he was going to rub his eyebrows, but the moment he touched the mask, he stopped. Was it him? Let's observe for a while longer. Little Nianma was smart enough to realize that as long as he did not stick to his mother at night, his father would be very nice to him. The homework that he assigned during the day was also not too much. Chapter 23-29. Little Nianma was smart enough to realize that as long as he did not stick to his mother at night, his father would be very kind to him. The homework assigned to him during the day was not too much, and he even had time to swim in the lake for half a day. Even his father's gaze towards him was filled with love and affection. Once he threw a tantrum, he would definitely sleep with his mother, and his father would be unhappy. Of course, his father had always been a man of few words. Even if he was unhappy, he would not show it. He just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile for a long time, and then quietly increased the intensity of the training. If the original amount of practice was the wool of a sheep, then the increased amount of practice was the hair of a fat cow. It was a few times. Little Nianma could not finish it, so he was thrown into a certain array as a punishment. It was only natural that he would be thrown into a certain array to revise. Little Nianma had experienced it twice and summed it up. Once, he was so angry that he ran to his mother to complain. He said that his father was using his position to avenge a private grudge by depriving him of the opportunity to enjoy his mother's love. He even shook his mother's sleeve and said that his mother had promised him that she would sleep with him, so she couldn't go back on her words. What his father was doing now was framing his mother. Little Nianma had read a lot of books, so he could talk a lot. Ning Shuima felt that her son was right. Since she had promised her child, she could not go back on her words. Therefore, that night, she deliberately brought Nianma to Shun Juli's study to tell him about her son's thoughts. Then, she discussed with Shun Juli that she would sleep with her son every other day. Her son was still so young, so he could not be deprived of maternal love. When the child was 1 year old, she would let her son sleep alone. Little Nianma thought that his mother's suggestion was a good one and also a very normal one. The children in the Celestial Kingdom would only be separated from their mothers after they were 1 year old. Some spoiled children would be separated even later and even slept together until they were 2 years old. At that time, Shun Juli was helping Ning Shuima to review the documents in Mo Palace in the study room. When he heard what Ning Shuima said, he smiled and looked at Shun Yima. Shun Yima felt a chill down his spine as if he was being stared at by a lion. It turned out that Shun Yinma's intuition was very accurate. He only slept comfortably with his mother for 1 night, but the next day, the difficulty of his homework suddenly doubled. Not only that, but his father had also developed a new array formation. Using the excuse of letting him test the array formation, he directly threw him into the array formation and couldn't come out for a few days and nights. Breaking formations was the best way to improve one's abilities. Not only did he have to identify the path of the array, but he also had to fight with the monsters that appeared out of nowhere. The level of the monsters would also increase along with Little Nianma's power. Little Nianma's kung fu would improve significantly after he broke the array. Although his mother loved him, she did not spoil him. Perhaps it was because both of them had suffered too much during those days, so his mother also wanted to train him to be a talent. Therefore, she turned a blind eye to the training that his father gave him, as long as he did not lose his life and did not really hurt him. In this way, although Little Nianma fought for the benefit of letting his mother sleep with him every other day, the opportunity to really enjoy this benefit was very rare. It could be said that it was only once in a while. Little Nianma sat on a big branch of a big tree and looked up at the moon in the sky. He always felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 23:30. This time, the array formation was an endless tropical rainforest. The rainforest was full of swamps, and there was no place to stand. There were all kinds of monsters in the rainforest, including crocodiles, poisonous snakes, and lizards. There was also a big poisonous mosquito that gave Little Nianma a headache. It kept buzzing in his ears, and if he was not careful, it would bite him and leave a few red marks on his tender skin. The weather in the rainforest was very strange. One moment, the sun was hot on his head, and the next moment, it was cloudy with heavy rain. This time, the array formation that his father set for him was particularly bad. He could not use any spells in it, and could only rely on his physical strength. Whether it was killing monsters or walking, he had to rely on his real kung fu. Once they had gotten used to using spells, they would no longer pay attention to their physical training. Little Nianma was a genius in spells, but he was lazy when it came to physical training. After being thrown into the array, Little Nianma suffered a lot. He was often chased by all kinds of monsters. If he did not pay attention, he would be drenched by the rain. The air in the rainforest was humid. After being wet, without the support of spells, it was difficult for his clothes to dry. Just like now, he was riding on a branch and relying on the wind blowing through the forest to dry his clothes. A breeze blew past, causing him to sneeze. He hugged his arms and felt that the wind was a little gloomy. He looked down again and tapped his temples with his small hand. He had already been trapped in this lousy array for 7 days. However, he still had no clue. I'm going to get out. Rumble. His stomach was growling again. In this crazy forest, not only could he not use any spells, but even the fasting spell did not work here. He was easily hungry, and he did not have any dry food with him. If he wanted to fill his stomach, he could only rely on himself to hunt. The animals in the forest were more agile than monkeys. It was not easy to hunt, and it took him a long time to hunt one. A pair of small green eyes flashed under the tree. Little Nianma rushed down like a little wolf. A moment later, he caught a small wild boar that was also hungry. Although it was called a small wild boar, it was not small. It was about 50 kilograms. Little Nianma swung his sword and killed the little boar. Wild boar meat wasn't tasty, but the baby boar tasted better. The meat from this wild boar was enough for him to eat for 2 days. His technique was very fast. A moment later, he cut off the good meat from the wild boar and threw the skeleton on the spot to attract other carnivores. He brought the meat to another place. This was the standard way to survive in the wild. There were many carnivores in the forest, including leopards, tigers, wolves, and other large animals. If he didn't dispose of the food he hunted quickly, the smell of blood would attract other carnivores and snatch the fruits of his labor. Therefore, Little Nianma finally learned his lesson after a few failures. As long as he could hunt for food, he would run away after slicing the meat and find a safe place to roast it. Not only was hunting difficult, but the most difficult thing was making a fire. The wood here was so damp that water could drip out, and he didn't have any spells to use, so he could only use the most stupid method to make a fire. Little Nianma was hitting the 2 stones with all his might. He used the sparks to ignite the half-dry firewood that he had spent a lot of effort to dry with his internal power. The process was very difficult. Little Nianma was busy for a long time, but he still could not ignite the fire. Instead, he was so hungry that his legs were weak and his vision was blacked out. No wonder his mother said that survival in the wild was a test of one's ability. It was true. If only the fire could be preserved, I will help you ignite the fire, and you can share half of your meat with me. How about that? Suddenly, a voice came from above little Nianma. Chapter 23:31. Little Nianma raised his head. When he saw who it was, he was so shocked that his fingers trembled. The small flame that he had tried so hard to ignite was extinguished by the man's stone. The man was dressed in black, almost the same color as the night sky. Only the mask on his face was red. It was still the same ghost mask, but this time, the ghost face looked particularly gloomy. It was the mysterious ghost face man. Although he often changed his appearance, little Nianma could still recognize him at a glance. Who was this man? Why did he always appear in his territory? Who are you? Why do you keep following me? Shin Nianma took a step back and looked at the man with vigilance. These days, he often felt that someone was watching him in the dark. Now, it seemed that it was not an illusion. The man folded his arms and only said 2 words, "I am just passing by." Passing by? Who was he kidding? He came to the Fanteon Palace and was just passing by? Strange. How did this man enter the Fanteon Palace? The prohibition of the Fanteon Palace had been activated. Without the guidance of the family of 3, outsiders could not enter at all. How did this ghost face man come in? Could it be that his parents invited him to pass by? Since it was not invited, there was only one possibility. This man sneaked into the Fanteon Palace. In this world, there was only one person who could sneak into the Fanteon Palace, and that was Luo Jiuqin. Was this man Luo Jiuqin? Did he not die and came to the Fanteon Palace to seek revenge? At this moment, many speculations flashed through little Nianma's mind. The man did not seem to notice little Nianma's increasing vigilance. He took out a piece of wood that looked like a big mushroom and waved it in front of little Nianma. This is the firewood. It is good at preserving the fire. If you have it, you don't have to break stones to start a fire. While he was talking, the man blew at the wood, and a flame came out of the wood. This was really a good thing. Little Nianma thought about it and decided to make an exchange with the mysterious man. A moment later, a fire was finally built. Little Nianma gave half of the wild boar meat to the man and let him roast it himself. The man did not seem to have any intention to cook the meat. Instead, he kept the meat and sat on a branch nearby to watch little Nianma roast the meat. Little Nianma had just finished grilling a skewer. He brought it to his nose and smelled it. His culinary skills were good, and the barbecued meat was fragrant. He breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. When he was about to take a bite to soothe his empty stomach, he did not expect to bite on a branch. The dry and hard branch almost pricked his little mouth. He opened his eyes, and then he realized that all the flesh on his branch had disappeared. Only an empty branch was left in his hand. Little Nianma remained silent. He immediately looked at the mysterious man, only to find him sitting sideways on a tree branch, his black robe hanging down like tassels. The skewers of meat that he had roasted flew diagonally above the mysterious man as if they had grown legs. Piece by piece, they fell towards the mysterious man's mouth. The mask on the mysterious man's face had been taken off, but it still covered his face so that little Nianma could not see his face. All he could see was the meat that he had grilled disappearing. Little Nianma was furious and rushed to the mysterious man. "Give me back my meat." He had already given half of it to the mysterious man, but he still wanted to snatch it from him. The mysterious man did not move, but his body moved like a stream of water and moved to another branch. Little Nianma missed. Chapter 23:32. You didn't keep your promise. Little Nianma glared at the mysterious man and wanted to kick him away. "I only promised to give you the fire seed in exchange for half of your meat. I didn't say that I can't take the meat away from you." The man answered casually, "You can take it back if you want." "Take it back?" Nonsense. That skewer of meat had already entered his stomach, so he couldn't kick it out again, right? Little Nianma looked at the man angrily for a long time. Then his stomach growled again. "You can still roast it again," the man kindly suggested. "You can't take it anymore," Little Nianma warned. The man seemed to smile and looked at little Nianma with a sharp gaze. "You can think of a way to prevent me from taking your meat." Little Nianma was speechless. The man's kung fu was not ordinary. It could be described as unfathomable. Little Nianma's kung fu could not be compared to his. He could probably kill him with just a little finger. In this array, little Nianma could not even find helper. It seemed that there was no other way to deal with such a strong man except to surrender. Little Nianma's face turned pale and red. Finally, he gave in. "How about this? I will roast 2 portions each time. One for you and the other for me. How about that? If you don't agree, then I will not roast it. Neither of us can eat it." The man seemed to be moved. He nodded slightly and finally agreed. Therefore, little Nianma began to roast the meat again. He roasted 2 skewers in one go. After roasting, he gave one to the mysterious man. The man looked at the skewer in his hand and said, "I want yours." Little Nianma was too lazy to argue with him and gave his skewer to him. Just like that, little Nianma roasted the meat 4 or 5 times in a row. Each time, he let the mysterious man choose whatever he wanted. The man did not hesitate and chose the biggest one each time. Little Nianma was finally full, but there was not much left of the wild boar meat in his body after that. After he was full, he patted his little robe and stood up. The man sat on the tree and looked at him. "I have eaten so much of your meat. Logically speaking, I can help you a little. What do you need me to help you with?" Little Nianma glanced at him and shook his head. "No need." That person was a little surprised and continued to tempt him. "I might be able to help you find the array, to break the array." Little Nianma shook his head again. "No, let's go our separate ways." He even waved his hand at that person to say goodbye. Then, he turned around and strode away. A moment later, his small figure had already disappeared into the dense forest. That person sat there and looked at the place where his figure disappeared. He muttered to himself for a moment. Then his figure rose, as if he was about to leap onto the treetops. However, he suddenly staggered and almost fell down from the tree branch. He placed his hand on his stomach, where he suddenly felt a burning pain. He was poisoned. He was poisoned. He slowly sat down with disbelief in his eyes. Needless to say, this poison was placed by the little fellow. The question was, when had he drugged him? It was obvious that he had chosen the roasted meat on the spot every time. Could it be that the little fellow had drugged every skewer of meat? Did he just take the antidote in advance? He briefly sensed his body, and his fingers tightened. The poison in his body was very strong. It was a strange poison that he had never seen before. In just a moment, he could already feel that the toxicity of the poison had begun to rush crazily in his blood. If he did not find a way to cure it, he was afraid that his vitality would be damaged. Chapter 23:33. He meditated on the spot and began to exercise to expel the poison. With his kung fu, no matter how powerful the poison was, it was easy for him to expel it. He concentrated on expelling the poison. Halfway through, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He did not see anything unusual. The trees around him were tall and small, and there was a faint fragrance in the air that made one's mind ripple no. The fragrance was strange. It was poisonous. It seemed that the little guy was determined to kill him. He was trying to poison him with all kinds of tricks. He only took a few pieces of meat from the little guy. Why would he risk his life for this? The little guy was ruthless enough. The mysterious man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He held the jade pendant in his hand and flicked it. He flicked it with his finger and said in a doubtful tone, "You didn't get the wrong person, did you?" Of course, the jade pendant would not answer him. He did not dare to stay there for too long. He endured the pain in his stomach and disappeared from the spot. A moment later, little Nianma's small figure appeared from behind a big tree. He looked at the direction where the man disappeared and pursed his lips with a proud smile. His mother was an expert in poisoning. Naturally, she passed on her poison skills to her son. Therefore, little Nianma's poison skills were superb. Few people could compare with him. Because he was often thrown into the wizardry barrier by his father, and there were all kinds of monsters in the wizardry barrier, little Nianma had a habit of carrying some poison with him, just in case. He did not expect to use it this time. He did put the poison in the meat, but not in all the skewers. He only put it in one of the skewers after he understood the man's pattern of picking the meat skewers. The man picked it. Of course, he still brought the antidote with him, just in case. The poison he put in was enough to kill an elephant. Moreover, the poison had a special characteristic. It would only be effective when it was activated. When little Nyenmal waved goodbye before he left, it was actually a way to activate the poison. That was the only way he could have a chance to escape in time. Little Nyenma's mind was still very meticulous. Even the mysterious man would not be able to escape from his trap. However, the man's kung fu was too high. He did not fall under such a strong poison. Therefore, little Nyenmal released a second type of poison in the air. He did not expect that before the poisonous air drifted to the mysterious man. The man noticed it and ran away in time. What a pity! The man was too fast. Even if little Nyenmal wanted to catch up with him and give him another stab, he could not. Forget it. In any case, he had forced this person to retreat. It was more important for him to quickly find a way out. When he got out of here, he would report to his father and have him investigate this person's background. If only it wasn't Luo Jiochen's resurrection, little Nyenma began to look for a way out again. He had been trapped here for 7 days, and he had almost figured out the layout of the rainforest. As long as he continued to calculate, he should be able to find a way out. He sat in a clearing and wrote and drew pictures with a twig. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked around, but he didn't find anything. Frowning, he faintly felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him from the dark. Could it be that the mysterious man had returned? Little Nyenma stood up and was about to search the place. Suddenly, he heard a gust of wind beside him. He subconsciously moved forward and dodged to the side to avoid the sudden attack from behind. Only then did he turn around to take a look, and abruptly took a step back. Not far from him, a huge black python appeared. Chapter 23:34. Divine Master, is Nyenma okay in the array? Ning Xiuma looked up at the array that Shun Juli had set up and was worried. Shun Juli had been holding her waist. He looked up at the array and shook his head slightly. He is fine, but he has been trapped in there for 7 days. I am worried that he will be hungry. There is enough food in there. He will not be hungry as long as he is careful. Shinjili did not care. Although there were many beasts in the array, they could not really hurt people. Once little Nyenma's life was threatened, the beasts would automatically disappear. Therefore, little Nyenma should be safe in there. That was the only way to train his self-protection ability. Shinjili hugged her and walked away. Didn't you want to go out with me? Let's go. Ning Xiuma was still worried. Are we going to leave the child alone here? He will cry if he can't find us. Shinjili squinted his eyes and looked at the array again. He then shook his head. Don't worry. You'll have to stay in there for 3 or 4 days. We'll be back in 3 or 4 days. But, Xiuma, a loving mother will spoil her son. Shinjili smiled and rubbed her hair. Don't worry. He will be fine. Ning Xiuma thought about it and felt that she was worrying too much. The Fantian Palace was now their territory. Even a fly could not enter without their permission. Even if little Nyenma was trapped in the array, he would be fine. She sighed. After all, he is still young. Shinjili did not think much of it. Young? He is now 10 months old. When I was his age, I could already take charge and be famous in the 6 realms. That was true. The Divine Master seemed to have become the master of heaven and earth when he was 1 year old. Ning Xiuma suddenly had a thought. When little Nyenma was 3 months old, he looked like a 3 or 4-year-old baby. Now that he was 10 months old, he still looked like a 3 or 4-year-old baby. It seemed that he did not grow at all. He wouldn't grow abnormally slowly like her when she was young, right? However, when she was 10 months old, she looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Was little Nyenma's growth slower than hers? Ning Xiuma voiced her concerns. Shunjuli's eyes flashed slightly, and he touched her head. Don't worry. When he should grow up, he will naturally grow up. Ning Xiuma, what did he mean by it was time to grow up? Perhaps her Nyenma was like an ordinary child who grew up according to the rules of a normal person. After all, she was still an ordinary human when she was pregnant with Nyenma. It did not seem right. Little Nyenma could run and jump as soon as he was born, just like Neza. However, it hasn't been growing for some reason recently, forget it. As long as the child could grow up normally, it would be fine. She did not have to ask for too much. Besides, although Nianma's height was like that of a 3 or 4-year-old, his intelligence was far beyond his peers. He had even cultivated to such a high level of kung fu. Thinking of this, she put the question aside and let Shun Julie walk with her. When she was about to leave, she looked back at the array that was suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and pulled Shun Julie's sleeve. "Divine Master, I always feel that there are outsiders in our Fanteon Palace. Do you have the same feeling?" Shun Julie glanced at the array, and his eyes were faintly complicated. "Those who can come in are not outsiders." Ning Xuema looked up at him. Chapter 2335. Shun Julie looked at her big clear eyes and could not help but kiss her forehead. He slowly changed the topic. "Xuema, I remember you said that you wanted to go to the Monster Kingdom." Ning Xuema finally remembered the important matter. She hugged Shun Julie's arm. "You are right. Let's go to the Monster Kingdom now. Aren't you afraid that you will leave your son alone at home?" Shun Julie was very satisfied with her action. He took the opportunity to hug her waist again. "Aren't there 8 mythological beasts guarding here? Even if little Nianma comes out, he will not be too lonely. Well, let's go." Without any explanation, she pulled Shun Julie and flew straight away. Shun Julie chuckled in his heart. Even without the 8 mythological beasts, his son would not be lonely. The wheel of fate that belonged to little Nianma had begun to turn. It all depended on when the kid would awaken. The sky in the Monster Kingdom was always covered with dark clouds. From time to time, it would rain heavily. When Ning Xuema and Shun Julie arrived, there was not a single raindrop in the sky. However, after a few miles, the rain poured like a torrential downpour. Since both of them had practiced kung fu to such a level, they were naturally not afraid of heavy rain. Ning Xuema floated on the ground. The curtain of rain split behind her, and not a single drop fell on her body. She could not help but turn in a circle. Her red dress spread out in the wind like a flaming red butterfly. An umbrella appeared on top of her head. Shun Julie hugged her slender waist. "You don't have to use spells. Sometimes it is not bad to taste the normal rain in the world." To her, his embrace was always the warmest. Ning Xuema comfortably snuggled into his embrace. "You're right." The two of them snuggled up against each other, sharing the same umbrella as they walked forward. The raindrops fell all around. Only under the umbrella was the peace and warmth. Ning Xuema snuggled in his arms and felt that he was quietly taking care of her. The umbrella in his hand was slightly tilted to her so that she would not be touched by the rain. The warmth came unexpectedly. It turned out that happiness was so simple. Even walking in the rain with your sweetheart could fill your heart with happiness. She had been married to him for 3 months, and it could be said that the two of them were inseparable. For the first month, she stayed in the Fanteon Palace with him. He handled the official documents of the Fanteon Palace for her, while she sat beside him, eating melon seeds and reading books. The books in this era were naturally not as complicated as the books in the modern era, nor were they as melodramatic and interesting as the novels in the modern era. Most of them were plays between scholars and beauties. Generally, Ning Xuema would doze off and fall asleep after reading them. And every time she woke up, she would be in his arms. He was half-hugging her, and that warm embrace made her sleep exceptionally comfortable. In the next 2 months, Shun Julie often took her out to travel the 6 realms. The two of them climbed mountains together, swam across the sea together, and walked around the world together as ordinary people. His days were rather carefree. In these 3 months, some changes had quietly occurred in the 6 realms. The celestial ruler of the celestial world had disappeared for a long time and did not appear again. Some fortune-tellers said that the celestial ruler was most likely dead. The celestial world could not be without a leader, so a new celestial ruler had to be appointed. With the secret help of Ning Xuema and Shun Julie, the candidate for the new celestial ruler fell on Yi Tianli's head. As for the emperor of the mortal world, the golden throne was also changed. The original emperor of the mortal world became the retired emperor with no real power and retired to enjoy the rest of his life. Only the demon world had been in chaos since Shui Ilan's death. Chapter 23:36. Mo Palace's general manager, Himu, often sent letters up, saying that the demon world was starting to fight for the throne again. He begged Devil Master to appoint a king for the demon world to change the chaotic situation of the demon world. Ning Xuema didn't comment, and only told him to wait. This wait had lasted until now. Ning Xuema raised her head to look at Shun Jili. His complexion was very good, and he looked like he had completely recovered. Maybe she could beg him to do something, but would he agree? After all, he had a knot in his heart towards that person. Shun Jili suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at her. Xuema, do you have something to say to me? Ning Xuema paused for a moment and finally nodded. Great God, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Look at how chaotic the demon world is now. Fighting here and there, it's not good. Shun Juli's gaze moved, and he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, so? Ning Xuema sighed. So it's time to appoint a king for the demon world. Furthermore, it has to be a king that can suppress the demon world with one move. It's best if this person is very experienced. Shun Jili was still indifferent. In that case, who does Xuema think is more suitable? Ning Xuema raised her eyes to look at Shun Jili and said sincerely, Great God, I feel that Shui Lan is very experienced in being a demon king and is very suitable. Shun Jili's gaze turned to her face. Isn't Shui Lan's soul already scattered? Ning Xuema took in a light breath and looked at him with hope. Great God has a way to revive him, right? Back then, Mother Earth had said that only a god could revive Shui Lan. Now that the god had returned, Shui Lan should be saved, right? Although she didn't have any feelings for Shui Lan, he had died for her. How could she bear to let his soul dissipate? Shun Jili looked at her for a moment. Ning Xuema knew that he had a knot in his heart about Shui Lan. She was afraid that he would not agree. So she hugged his arm and explained, Guru, I know you have a knot in your heart about Shui Lan, but he died for you, didn't he? Shun Jili cut her off. The Almighty was so smart. Ning Xuema nodded. He died too tragically. Every time I think about it, I feel that I have let him down. Shun Jili looked at her and slowly opened his mouth. Xuema, if there was a woman who once stood between you and me, and she let you down but saved my life, if she died to save me, and only you have the ability to save her, would you save her? Ning Xuema. Did she have the magnanimity to do so? She thought of Lu Ziyin. Lu Ziyin had indeed harmed her and even formed a huge obstacle between her and Shun Jili. However, Lu Ziyin had indeed treated Shun Jili well and saved his life. If Lu Ziyin died to save Shun Jili, and Shun Jili begged her to save her, would she have a knot in her heart? Would she make a move? Probably not, right? The situation had been reversed. Now that she had asked Shun Jili to save Shui Lan, Shun Jili would probably be unwilling to do so. To Shun Jili, it was true that Shun Jili had forced him to do this. Don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. She looked at Shun Jili's eyes that were gradually dimming. She forced a smile. If that's the case, then, just as she was about to say, then forget it, Shun Jili cut her off. I will save him. Ning Xuema's eyes immediately lit up. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Xuema, other than me, I don't want you to owe anyone. Ning Xuema's heart was filled with warmth. The Almighty had really thought of everything for her. Chapter 23:37. Ning Xuema's heart warmed slightly. The great deity really thought of everything for her. He was afraid that she would have a knot in her heart. Even if she hated that person, he would still save them. She really liked the great deity who had such noble character and unquestionable integrity. She couldn't help but kiss him on the lips. Thank you, Almighty. Shun Jili hugged her tightly and deepened the kiss. Xuema, I've told you before that you don't have to be polite with me. The rainstorm hit the umbrella and made a crackling sound. Under the umbrella, the two of them were completely lost in their kiss. So what if the storm was heavy? As long as the two of them could be together, they could face the storm together. Ning Xuema was grateful to the Almighty, so she was particularly engrossed in the kiss. Shun Jili hugged his passionate wife with a smile in his eyes. If one owed someone, they would remember that person forever. He didn't want his wife to think about another man forever. The two of them were newlyweds, so such a passionate kiss could easily ignite a certain passion. His hands began to move around her body restlessly. When Ning Xiuma realized it, her belt had already been untied by him. God, they were in the wild. Small monsters could pass by at any time. Ning Xiuma hurriedly grabbed his messy hand. Don't do it here. After she finished speaking, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned her eyes to look and discovered that they were already inside a milky white barrier. Shun Juli pushed her down on a soft blanket. If you want to thank me, use this. I won't accept anything else. Having a man who could set up a wizardry barrier and build a love nest at what was really too shameless. She panted and resisted him. You haven't put into action yet. Wasn't it too early to ask for compensation? Shun Juli easily removed her resistance and pinned her down. Aren't we putting it into action? He asked. Ning Xiuma was speechless. He deliberately misunderstood her. The dark underground, the swaying forest of thorns, everything seemed to have happened yesterday. That day, Shuilan was dragged into the ground here. Not even a bone was left behind. Ning Xiuma stood on the shore, slightly lost in thought. She had been to this place before and had tried to summon Shui Ilan's soul using the soul summoning technique, but to no avail. Now, her only hope was Shun Juli. When she came here that day, she was all alone and her heart was filled with despair. Now, Shun Juli was by her side. Although it was still a dark place, her heart was filled with warmth. Xiuma, his soul has been scattered. Even if I manage to gather his soul with my divine power, he may not be in perfect condition. He may not be able to remember what happened in the past. Shun Juli said bluntly. Ning Xiuma nodded. I understand. She only wanted Shui Ilan to be resurrected. It was a good thing that he could not remember what happened in the past. She hoped that he could have a life that belonged to him, a love that truly belonged to him. Shun Juli glanced at Ning Xiuma and knew what she was thinking from her expression. He was relieved. He knew that Ning Xiuma did not have any feelings for Shui Ilan. However, if Shui Ilan was resurrected and still had his memories, it would not be a good thing for either of them. So, Shun Juli began to cast the spell. 2 hours later, a faint red soul condensed at the tip of his finger. One could barely make out the appearance of the soul when it was alive. At this moment, its eyes were closed and it swayed at the tip of his finger, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Chapter 23:38. Ning Xiuma looked at the familiar soul from the side, and her heart skipped a beat. It was Shui Ilan. It was his soul. However, his soul looked very fragile, as if it could be blown away with a single breath. Ning Xiuma's tone was a little worried. His soul has been gone for too long. Although I've gathered most of it for him, a part of it has disappeared forever. I can't gather it back together again. Shun Juli explained to her in a low voice. Then what's the consequence? He won't become a fool, right? Shun Juli shook his head slightly. His soul is incomplete. The part of his soul that is responsible for his memories has disappeared forever. If you want to revive him, you have to mend his soul. However what? After all, the soul that you mend is not his original body. Even if he wakes up in the future, I'm afraid he will be like a newborn baby. He won't remember anything of the past, like a piece of white paper. That would be a complete rebirth, right? It's good that he doesn't have all his memories. Even if he doesn't have any memories, with his intelligence and wisdom, he will still be able to accomplish something in the future. In a crystal coffin. Inside the coffin, there was a man in a green robe. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was sleeping. There were countless strange charms drawn on the coffin. Those charms were circulating inside the coffin, reflecting his beautiful face like a painting. Ning Xiuma looked at the man in the coffin, and then looked at Shun Juli beside her. Great God, why did you let him wear this set of clothes? Shui Ilan had always been wearing red robes. Now, Shun Juli had let him wear a normal green robe. It looked a little strange. Shun Juli glanced at her. Ning Xiuma was still wearing red. Did he have to give his rival matching outfits? It was already good enough that he gave his rival a set of clothes to cover his body. At least he didn't let this guy enter the coffin naked. He was already merciful. Shun Juli raised his hand and closed the lid of the coffin. He didn't answer Ning Shuima's question. Instead, he used his hands to draw a series of characters in the air. A moment later, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. Then, the crystal coffin containing Shui Ilan flew straight into the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Ning Shuima didn't know what he was trying to do. What are you doing? His soul is incomplete, so he needs to enter a different world to repair it. I've already sent him to a different world, where he will be resurrected at an appropriate time and begin his life. Shun Jili explained to her. Afraid that she would be worried, he casually created a spatial mirror, which clearly showed the coffin's whereabouts. What was shown in the mirror was an island, a lonely island. The island was covered in lush trees, and the crystal coffin fell on the highest open space on the island. There were countless tombs on this open space, but the tombstones were very old and weathered. The crystal coffin fell among such tombs. The tombs were overgrown with weeds. After the crystal coffin fell, perhaps it was attracted by the spiritual power on the crystal coffin, but the weeds automatically grew in the direction of the crystal coffin. Countless vines slowly climbed up the coffin and gradually covered the entire crystal coffin. From afar, it looked like a small emerald greenhouse, but the doors and windows couldn't be seen. What was this place? What world was it? Ning Shuima was about to take a closer look at the words on the tombstones when a spatial mirror suddenly shook and disappeared. Ning Shuima was shocked. She was about to ask something, but Shun Juli had already put his arm on her shoulder and leaned on her. Chapter 23:39. Ning Shuima originally wanted to ask where it was, but she was shocked to see Shun Juli like this. She quickly held him and asked, Almighty, what happened to you? Shun Juli's face was slightly pale. He closed his eyes and said, Shuima, I'm a little tired. Let me rest. Ning Shuima thought of his hard work in the past 2 days to revive Shui Ilan. First, he condensed his soul, then shaped his body. Then, he made a crystal coffin full of spiritual power and sent the crystal coffin to the strange world. The Almighty had worked too hard. No wonder he was so tired. Looking at his pale appearance, Ning Shuima's heart felt both sour and soft. After thinking for a bit, she straightforwardly hugged him. Great God, let's go back. You need to rest. The best place in the world for the Almighty to rest was the Fanteon Palace. Ning Shuima immediately carried him and ran back. She was now a devil master, and her psychokinesis was amazing. Not to mention carrying a person, she could even carry a mountain. She actually carried him like a princess. Shun Juli laughed in his heart. If anyone saw a divine god being carried by a lady, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets. However, he didn't care about this. He was very satisfied that Ning Shuima was so worried about him. He thought of the graveyard shown in the space mirror and coughed softly. He actually didn't expect to throw Shui Ilan there. Originally, he just wanted to throw him to a strange world mountain full of spiritual power to recuperate. He didn't expect to throw him to the abandoned land of gods. It was far away from the mainland and was a place abandoned by gods. There was no one in a radius of thousands of miles. Well, the road to Shui Ilan's resurrection would be very, very long. He had set a spell on Shui Ilan's coffin. The person who opened his coffin would be the person who could wake him up and was also his fated person. In such a desolate place, it was harder to find a fated person than to win the lottery. Of course, he would not explain this to his wife. In any case, what he had done had indeed gathered Shui Ilan's soul, giving him a chance to be reborn. Now, it all depended on whether he had the fortune to do so. He lay comfortably in Ning Shuima's arms. In order to make it easier for Ning Shuima to hug him, he deliberately made himself smaller. Tired, of course, she was a little tired, but it was far from the point where she needed someone to carry her. However, since it was rare for him to enjoy such benefits, he might as well enjoy it for a while longer. He raised his hand and quietly placed an invisibility talisman on the two of them. This way, no one would see them. By the time he returned to Fanteon Palace, it was already evening. The sky was dyed red by the rosy clouds, and the barrier in the air seemed to be covered in a layer of rainbow light. Ning Xiuma stopped in front of the barrier. Looking at the color of the wizardry barrier, it seemed that her son had not broken out yet. Master, Nima has not broken out yet. Don't you think the array you set this time is too difficult? Ning Xiuma was a little worried. Shun Jili also stared at the array for a while. It was as if he could see the scenery inside through the rolling clouds outside the array. That brat was about to break out. He had a bright future. He thought that the boy would have to explore in the array for a month. He did not expect that the boy had already found the way out after only 10 days. He will be out soon. Don't worry. In less than 3 days, he will appear in front of you alive and well. Shun Jili comforted his wife. Ning Xiuma knew that he could see the situation inside the array. When she heard what he said, she was finally relieved. She carried Shun Jili and rushed to the quiet room. Go to the quiet room and meditate to recover. Chapter 2340. Shun Juli's quiet room was the place with the most spiritual aura in the entire Fanteon Palace. He had consumed a lot of energy, so it was best for him to meditate there. Shun Juli did not object. In order to save Shuelon, he had used up a quarter of his divine power. He really needed to recover. 3 days, just 3 days. The water was clear and bright, but the mountain was empty and the rain was wonderful. It was a metaphor for the West Lake, but it was also very appropriate to use it to describe the misty lake in the Fanteon Palace. Ning Xiuma was sitting by the lake and fishing. She wanted to wait for Shun Juli and her son to come out so that she could nourish their bodies. The fish in the lake were not easy to catch. It required a person's concentration. Ning Xiuma was a little restless today. In the bucket next to her, there was only a fish blowing bubbles. Before the Almighty went into isolation, he said that he would only need 3 days to come out. However, 5 days had passed, and he did not seem to want to come out at all. The door of the quiet room was always closed. Shun Jili hated to be disturbed when he was in isolation. Therefore, Ning Xiuma did not dare to break the door to see him. She did not want to cause him to go crazy. As for little Nianma, he was still in the array and did not show any signs of coming out. Fortunately, she had put a spell on her son. If her son was really in danger, she would be able to immediately sense it. Although she could not see what danger her son was in, she could feel that he was not uncomfortable except for a little tiredness. If that was the case, there was no need for her to break the array to save him. As for her son, it was better for him to exercise more. Ning Xiuma felt a little lonely in the Fanteon Palace when her husband and son were not around. Fortunately, she had a lot of interests. She did not feel that the time was very long. The first 3 days were relatively easy because she was mentally prepared to wait for 3 days. After 3 days, she was a little anxious and felt that the time was extraordinarily long. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the Almighty still did not show any signs of movement. She absent-mindedly fished for another 2 hours, but still did not find anything. She sighed. Forget it. His mind was restless today, and he was afraid that he would not be able to catch any fish. It would be the same even if he tried again tomorrow. Just as she was about to put away the fishing rod, the hook suddenly sank. A big fish had taken a bait. Ning Xiuma was overjoyed and hurriedly reeled in the fishing line. Ning Xiuma did not know the size of the fish that had bitten the hook. She only felt that the hook was very heavy. Even the fishing rod was bent like a bow. Looking at the weight, it was probably a few dozen caddies. It was enough for the father and son to eat. Ning Xiuma neatly retracted the hook. A moment later, she fished something out of the water. When Ning Xiuma saw the appearance of the thing, her hands trembled and she almost shook it into the water again. It was a shiny white stone with runes flashing on it. Heavenly Tao Stone. Ning Xiuma had not seen it since it ran away from her on Shun Juli's wedding. She did not expect that she would be able to fish it out of the lake. The Heavenly Tao Stone turned slightly on her hook and flew straight up. It landed neatly in front of Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma looked at it and guessed, "Did you accidentally fall into the water?" The Heavenly Tao Stone was speechless. "I'm the Heavenly Tao Stone. How could I accidentally fall into the water?" I automatically entered the water to hide from you. Don't make wild guesses. The heavenly Tao stone angrily replied. Ning Xiuema smiled. She had been a little bored these days and had not bickered with the stone for a long time. Now that she saw it, she felt a little familiar with it and chatted with it for a while. This time, the heavenly Tao stone's words were unfathomable. Every word seemed to carry a Zen meaning. What did it mean by defying nature and changing one's fate? What did it mean by going against nature? Ning Xiuema was confused. Chapter 23:41. She faintly felt that something was amiss. Just as she was about to ask for more details, the heavenly lost stone spiraled up, and a line of words appeared in Ning Xiuema's mind. If you are in a difficult situation, you can come and find me. After saying that, it disappeared. Ning Xiuema was speechless. The heavenly path stone would not speak without reason. Ning Xiuema could not hold it in any longer. She threw the fishing rod and flew directly to the quiet room where Shunjuli was. There was still no movement in the quiet room. Even the wizardry barrier outside the quiet room was still there. Although the wizardry barrier was very powerful, it was not difficult for Ning Xiuema, who was used to breaking wizardry barriers. When she broke the wizardry barrier, the Almighty in the quiet room would feel it. However, the feeling was not strong, so it should not have a big impact on him. Ning Xiuema tried to knock on the wizardry barrier to give some movement inside. After waiting for a while, she started to break the barrier. After a while, the wizardry barrier disappeared. She pushed the door open and walked in slowly. Then, she stood there in a daze. In the quiet room, Shunjuli was meditating on a cattail hassock. She could not see his figure. However, there was a huge white jade lotus bud. The flower bud was layered and shone with a 7-colored luster. Ning Xiuema stood there in a daze for a while. Then, she slowly walked forward and touched the flower bud with her fingers. She called out softly, "Almighty." The flower bud trembled slightly. It did not bloom. Instead, the petals moved closer to the center. This scene was incomparably strange. Ning Xiuema sighed. Her fingers didn't leave the flower bud as she once again spoke in a low voice. Great God, you and I are husband and wife. No matter what you become, I can accept it. What is there that you can't let go of? If there is a problem, we can solve it together, okay? Although her voice was low, it was very clear. Naturally, it was transmitted to the flower bud. After a while, a young voice came from the flower bud. Xiuema, send me to the misty lake. Although the voice was young, there was a kind of hoarseness in it. Ning Xiuema's heart ached. Needless to say, the Almighty had turned into a baby again. Lotuses needed to be nourished by water, yet they were growing on this praying mat. No wonder the petals looked so weak. Okay. Ning Xiuema picked it up from the futon. Don't let anyone see. The tender voice warned again. I understand, don't worry. Ning Xiuema simply put it into the storage space, then left the quiet room and went straight to the misty lake. The misty lake was vast and incomparably vast. One couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. The lake was rich in spiritual qi, and even the fish in the lake were more intelligent than the fish outside. Xiongqi and Tung, she were bathing in the lake in their original forms. They were swimming around in the lake, looking very comfortable. Suddenly, they saw Ning Xiuema flying over and standing by the lakeside. The two mythological beasts thought that she wanted to fish again, so they immediately jumped into the water and drove the fish from the bottom of the lake to her side. This was what they often did. Ning Xiuema was fishing, and they were playing in the water. They didn't interfere with each other. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiuema didn't come to fish this time. Instead, she directly jumped into the lake. The two mythological beasts were shocked. They didn't dare to bathe with her. If the Divine Lord knew, he would directly turn them into stone statues. The two mythological beasts hurriedly swam to the shore. Then, they looked at Ning Xiuema, who was in the water, in surprise. Devil Lord. Ning Xiuema smiled at them and said leisurely, I want to take a good bath. Do you want to take a look? As she spoke, she slowly took off her coat. Chapter 23:42. The two mythical beasts were so scared that they almost fell back into the water. Devil Master, please bathe, please bathe. We will clear the area for you. The two mythical beasts ran away like lightning. Not only did they run away, but they also warned other mythical beasts that wanted to bathe in the lake not to disturb them. The two mythical beasts were afraid that their divine madam's body would be seen by others, so they automatically took up the task of guarding the lake and chased away all creatures that might come close to the misty lake. Almighty God, I have cleared the area for you. You can come out and recover. Ning Shuama took out the huge flower bud from the storage space and placed it on the water surface. An hour later, the originally withered and somewhat dim flower bud finally became sparkling and translucent, as if it had absorbed enough water. The petals opened up slightly. Ning Shuama had been guarding it by its side. Seeing that, she was slightly relieved. She touched the flower bud with her finger and asked, Almighty God, are you feeling better? I'm feeling better. A young voice came from the flower bud. Even the voice was not as hoarse as before. It was much clearer. Almighty God, what is going on? Can you tell me now? Ning Shuama was full of curiosity. When she carried the Almighty God into the quiet room, he was just a little weak and did not look like he was going to turn into a flower bud. Why did he go back after cultivating for 6 days? There was no response from the flower bud for a while. After a while, the young voice finally said, I don't know. Originally, I could recover after cultivating for 3 days. But on the 3rd day, my body became weak, and I became like this. Could it be that he went crazy after cultivating for 3 days? Or did he use too much of his divine power to revive Shue Ilan and became exhausted? Ning Shuama felt a little guilty. If she did not let the Almighty revive Shue Ilan, perhaps this would not have happened to him. She looked at the flower bud and could not help but sigh. Almighty God, why didn't you call me when something like this happened? Also, you should be able to recover faster in the water. Why are you cooped up in the quiet room and not coming out? If he came out earlier and soaked in the misty lake, the Almighty would be able to recover faster. I thought I would be able to recover after cultivating for a few more days. I didn't want you to worry about me. The voice in the bud sounded a little muffled. As for why he didn't come out earlier to soak in a misty lake, it was because he knew that the 8 mythological beasts were bathing in the lake almost every day. If he were to come out as a lotus flower, he might be eaten by the 8 mythological beasts. Of course, he could open his mouth inside the flower bud, but that would expose his real body. Moreover, he really didn't want to expose his childish appearance in front of the 8 divine beasts. Therefore, he had been enduring in the quiet room and cultivating. The more he cultivated, the more shriveled the flower bud became. Until the moment Ning Shuama barged in, Ning Shuama was a little angry. Guru, we agreed that we'd share blessings and hardships together. You can't not tell me when you're in trouble. Whenever she was in trouble, the first person she thought of was the Almighty God. He had also saved her countless times and helped her solve countless problems. Now that he was in trouble, how could he not tell her? How could he bear it alone? Husband and wife were of the same mind. Did he really see her as a wife that he could rely on? If he could shelter her from the wind and rain, she could also shelter him from the wind and rain. The flower bud flickered with a faint light. Yes, Shuama, I was wrong. Chapter 23:43. The great god actually apologized to her. Ning Shuama's heart softened, and all her anger disappeared. She looked at the flower bud, and a ball of curiosity rose in her heart. What did the great god look like now? Did he still look like the ginseng child when they met at Heavenly Book Mountain? She was actually quite cute when he looked like that. Great God, can you let me see you? Ning Shuama saw that the flower bud was becoming more and more translucent, and knew that he was showing signs of improvement. Her curiosity was piqued. There was no movement from the flower bud. Ning Shuama looked at it for a while, and finally gave up. Forget it if you don't want to. The great god was used to being high and mighty, and he was used to being dignified and domineering. It was indeed a challenge for him to show his adorable baby face in front of others. But she really wanted to see him again. The little Nine Zune from back then, the little Nine Zune that she had treated as a ginseng child and had gone through some trials with her. She really wanted to see him again. But since the great god was not willing, she did not want to force him. Just as she finished speaking, the flower bud actually opened slightly, and then a hand stretched out from inside. It was a small hand with 4 little dimples on the back of it. The hand was indeed small, about the size of a 4 to 5-month-old child, and it looked like it was carved out of white jade. Ning Xiuma stared blankly. The hand was so small, like a lotus root melon, making her want to pick it up and take a bite. Disaster. The great god was really a disaster. He had become small, and even his hand could grow so alluring. What was he if not a disaster? Ning Xiuma could not help but reach out and poke the small hand with a finger. The small hand immediately held her finger. That scene was exceptionally comical and harmonious. Even Ning Xiuma herself was about to be melted by this scene. She really wanted to grab the hand and pull the child out and then hug him in her arms and give him a few kisses. Ning Xiuma only felt a surge of motherly love in her heart. Xiuma, a young voice came from the flower bud. Ning Xiuma subconsciously softened her voice. If you see my original body, you'll have to pay a real price. Do you want to see the whole thing? The voice of the boy in the bud was as tender as the sound of nature, but the words he said made Ning Xiuma shiver uncontrollably. She thought of the price she had paid in those days. She was kneaded into all kinds of shapes by him, as if he was kneading dough. His endurance, his transformation. What's the real price? Ning Xiuma asked fearlessly. Xiuma, I've been married to you for a few months, but I haven't really enjoyed myself to the fullest. It was obviously a child's voice, but the words he spoke carried a hint of the evilness of an adult. I'll let you see it all once, and you'll let me really enjoy myself once in the future. How about that? Ning Xiuma, she laughed dryly and decisively withdrew her hand. She said firmly, Great God, I think I should give you some face. I won't look at your original body. Come, you can continue to cultivate. I'll be your guard. The small hand in the bud had no intention of withdrawing. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'm absolutely certain. Ning Xiuma patted the little hand. Be good. Go and properly cultivate. He had not enjoyed himself to the fullest, but her back was already aching. If he enjoyed himself to the fullest, she would probably be unable to get out of bed for a few days. There was a chuckle from the flower bud, and it finally stopped talking. Because the area had already been cleared and Ning Xiuma was standing guard at the side, the lotus bud was able to focus on cultivating in the water without any misgivings. Chapter 2344. 2 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed. Half a day had passed. A day had passed. Then, another night had passed. Ning Xiuma had been guarding him in the water and did not step on the shore. Shun Juli tried to persuade her to go back to the room to rest, but Ning Xiuma shook her head and refused. She wanted to protect him until he recovered. Of course, she did not stay idle in the water. The big lotus that Shun Juli was in was full of spiritual power. It attracted the fishes and prawns in the lake who wanted to suck the spiritual power from the lotus. However, Ning Xiuma managed to drive him away in time. In fact, Shun Juli could also set up a wizardry barrier, but if he did so, his recovery speed would be a few times slower. Now that he had Ning Xiuma by his side, he only needed to focus on his practice. While Ning Xiuma was guarding him, she also paid attention to her son's condition. The little thing did not break out of the barrier, but his life was not in danger. She guessed that he was still fighting inside. Little Nianma had already fought 2 battles in the barrier. He knew that the barrier was set up by his father. Although the beasts looked fierce, they would not really kill him. At most, they would hurt him and make him roll a few times. Therefore, when little Nianma encountered the beasts in the rainforest, he was not really afraid. He only needed to use his sword skills. He thought that this situation would continue until the day he broke out of the barrier. However, he did not expect to encounter a tough opponent. For example, the black python that suddenly appeared. The black python seemed to be living a good life in the rainforest. Its scales were round and crystal like jade. It was not the biggest, but once it curled up, it was enough to wrap around little Nianma twice. However, little Nianma fell hard when he was wrapped around by it. The black python was as fast as lightning. It could even spit out poisonous fog. Little Nianma was a little slow in fighting with it, so it wrapped around him. The black python wrapped around his body twice and then tightened its grip in the middle. As everyone knew, Once a python wrapped around its prey, it would desperately squeeze the prey's heart until it stopped beating or burst. Once little Nianma was entangled by it, he was immediately suffocated by its enormous strength. His little face turned red. He struggled with all his might, but his hands were also entangled by the black python, so he couldn't break free. The snake was getting tighter and tighter. Little Nianma felt dizzy, and his heart was about to explode. His vision turned black, and his face gradually turned pale. However, the snake still did not intend to let him go. It was serious. Little Nianma immediately realized that if he did not think of a way to escape, he would really be entangled by the black python. If the son of a god and a devil were to die in the hands of a black python, that would be too shameful. Once a person's life was threatened, he would be able to unleash his full potential. Little Nianma was no exception. In his panic, he actually learned the bone shrinking technique without anyone teaching him. His body instantly shrunk to half its original size. Taking advantage of the fact that the black python had yet to react, he tapped the tip of his foot and soared into the sky. Little Nianma had never suffered such a big loss before. Once he was free, his eyes turned red. At the same time, the black python was enraged when the food that it was about to eat suddenly flew away. It stretched its body and chased after little Nianma. Obviously, it did not want to let him go. Although little Nianma did not understand why such a ferocious creature appeared in his father's array, he knew that he had to die. Now, he knew that it was time for him to die. He could not afford to have a glimmer of hope. He also risked his life. Chapter 2345. He was a genius in spells, so he did not pay much attention to physical training. He had only learned a few of the special footwork that his mother had taught him before. Now that he was in a life-or-death situation, the footwork that his mother had taught him was particularly clear in his mind. He immediately performed according to it. At first, he was not very familiar with it, but after a while, he finally became more flexible and faster. Ning Xuema's footwork was originally a set of footwork for escaping. Once she performed it, even the gods could not catch her. Now, little Nianma was performing the footwork on the black python. He was swimming around the black python. It looked very dangerous, but the black python could not even touch a corner of his clothes. After a while, little Nianma finally figured out the black python's movements. Finally, he changed from defense to offense and began to attack the black python's weak spot. After an hour, the black python's weak spot had been stabbed several times. Blood was flowing out, and its movement was getting slower and slower. Finally, he cut off the python's head, and it died on the ground. Little Nianma was so tired that he panted. He sat on the ground and stared at the black python's body in a daze. Once he killed the ferocious beasts in the jungle, they would disappear instantly. Only the harmless animals were real. Now, such a fierce and poisonous black python was also real. This time, he was afraid that he would have become the black python's food if he was a little slower. More importantly, the black python was highly poisonous. If he did not have the antidote with him, he would be dead this time. Such a dangerous thing could not be released by his father, could it? Who could it be? Little Nianma finally remembered the mysterious man with the ghost face. He clenched his little fists. Needless to say, this black python should be released by that guy. That guy must not be dead. Now, he was hiding in a corner and watching him fight for his life. Was that guy Luo Jiuchen? He could not defeat the Divine Lord and the Great Devil, so he secretly came in to plot against him. That guy knew how to possess a body. Could it be that he wanted to kill him and then possess him to plot against his parents? The more little Nianma thought about it, the more likely it was. His whole body was alert. He must not let this person's conspiracy succeed. He had to escape from here and report this matter to his parents. He kicked the black python that couldn't be any more dead, then rubbed his rumbling belly. He steeled his heart and killed the snake. The snake's skin was pitch black, but its flesh was milky white. It was as translucent as the finest cheese. Little Nianma cut off the most delicious part of the python and started a fire to roast it. This time, no one fought with him for food. The snake meat was fresh and delicious, and it was unprecedentedly delicious. He happily ate until he was full. After eating, he only felt that his body's strength had doubled, and his fighting spirit was high. Then he strode away. Not long after he left, the mysterious man with the ghost face appeared. He bent down to check the pile of snake meat and skin. He shook his head slightly and looked at the direction where little Nianma left. The little guy was smart enough, and his ability to react on the spot was also very strong. However, it was still not enough. He closed his eyes and waved his hand in the air. A moment later, there was a buzzing sound in the air, and a large black thing rushed into the rainforest. It had a human face, cat ears, and a black bat body. When it spread its wings, it was as big as a basketball. This was the second wave of monsters that little Nianma encountered. Chapter 2346. The monster looked ferocious, and the fangs in its mouth were like 2 rows of sawtooth. Little Nianma saw with his own eyes that the strange bat bit a big blue stone and directly chewed the big blue stone into powder. He had no doubt that if he was bitten by this thing, it would definitely tear off a piece of flesh. What was worse was that this monster was not just one, but a group of this kind of monster. Little Nianma was surrounded by a dense swarm of hornets, and he felt as if he had poked a bat's nest. Looking at the dense green eyes around him, little Nianma had goosebumps all over his arms. He had slight trypophobia. With so many bats surrounding him, not to mention attacking him, he felt his scalp go numb. Little Nianma looked at the group of strange bats, and for a moment, he could not figure out whether they were real or simulated by the array formation. He could not run away, so he could only fight. The sword in his hand was swinging like a wheel, and he looked for a place where there were fewer bats and rushed over. The sword in his hand was a magical weapon. Even if the ferocious beast had copper skin and iron bones, it would still be cut by his sword. However, when his sword cut the body of the bats, it was as if he was cutting the body of the bats in the water. The body of the bats was so flexible that even if he cut it, there was no wound. There were too many bats, and they attacked from all directions. There was a slight flaw in little Nianma's sword, and a bat took advantage of it and bit on the clothes on his chest. The clothes melted quickly as if it was corroded by sulfuric acid. Little Nianma was shocked and did not have time to think. He swung his hand and threw away the clothes on his body. In this way, he only had a doo-doo and a pair of underwear on his body, revealing his white little arms. He looked like a boy in a painting. During the fight, little Nianma's arm was bitten by a bat. Although he was able to slap the bat away in time, a little bit of flesh was still torn and green blood flowed out. The wound was even more painful, and it made little Nianma cry out in a low voice. He almost wanted to stomp his feet. If his parents or someone to protect him were around, little Nianma was afraid that he would scream. But now, no matter how serious the injury was, he could only rely on himself. He didn't even have the time to shout. He swallowed an antidote pill and continued to fight. He was already in the middle of the formation and surrounded by the rainforest. No matter where he ran, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of these bats. And in this damned array, he couldn't use his telekinesis. Obviously, these bats were not prepared by his father, but by the mysterious ghost-faced person. Shin Nianma hated the mysterious person to the core. He had been fighting with the bats for a while, but none of them were missing. Instead, he was panting from exhaustion. This won't do. If this went on, once his strength was exhausted, he would become a delicious meal for these bats. During the fight, Shin Nianma realized that these bats were not afraid of the sword, but they seemed to be afraid of fire. Once a bat got close to the kindling wood, it would immediately fly away. If only he could use his telekinesis, he could use fire attacks. In such a fight, he could hardly see any hope. There were too many bats, and soon there were new wounds on his body. There were a few more bloody wounds on both of his arms, and even his underwear was torn into a beggar's pants. It was almost exposed. Chapter 2347. Fortunately, the bats that tore off his underwear were using their wings. Otherwise, little Nianma would have had to take off his underwear to prevent his skin from being corroded. On the trunk of a large tree, the black-clothed, devil-faced man was sitting there, watching the great battle below. This should be considered as pushing him to the extreme, right? If he was really that person, he should have awakened long ago instead of using such a stupid method to fight. He raised his hand and knocked on the jade on his waist. Actually, you have mistaken him for someone else. How could that person be such a child? He sighed softly and looked at the child who was fighting desperately. Forget it. He did not want to play with him anymore. If he really played with the child's life, the couple would definitely come after him. He raised his hand and was about to do something when he suddenly saw a ray of golden light burst out from little Nyenma's body. Although the golden light was very weak, it was still seen by the mysterious man. He was suddenly stunned and withdrew his hand. He looked at the child who was fighting desperately with a complicated expression. The golden light on little Nyenma's body also frightened the strange bats. A few of them even screamed and fell to the ground. They twitched a few times and died. Little Nyenma felt that there was an inexplicable force in his body when he was fighting desperately. That was why the golden light flashed. When he saw that the golden light was effective, he immediately tried to sense the inexplicable force again. However, he did not expect that the inexplicable force would disappear as well. When he wanted to use it, he could not find it. He occasionally glanced at it during the fight and suddenly saw the man in black sitting on the treetop not far away. He immediately clenched his fists. Sure enough, it was this person who was playing tricks. Seeing that the man curled his fingers and seemed to be about to do something, little Nyenma turned his body and suddenly broke through the circle of bats. Like a bullet fired from a gun, he collided with the mysterious man with the ghost face. He used all his strength in this collision, and his speed was very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the man with the ghost face. Although the man with the ghost face was not prepared, after all, he was very skilled in kung fu. He slightly moved his body and dodged. However, he also realized that there was a big tree behind him. As he dodged, little Nyenma's head flew toward the big tree and collided with it. If little Nyenma was hit, he would be half dead even if his soul was not destroyed. With a wave of her hand, the ghostly face wrapped around little Nyenma's waist and dragged him back. Unexpectedly, the child seemed to be waiting for him to make this move and actually borrowed the force to crash into his arms. This time, he could no longer dodge and was hit in the chest by the little fellow's fire arrow mallet. This time, it was as if he had been hit by a hammer. His chest felt heavy, and he almost fell from the treetop. With a flick of his hand, he pulled little Nyenma's leg and threw him out. Little Nyenma reacted quickly. He spun in the air and stabilized his body. He landed on the top of a tree and stared at the mysterious person with a grimace. He blurted out, "You are a woman." When he bumped in her chest just now, he felt something soft under his scalp, as if he had bumped into a soft mountain. The mysterious person with a grimace was speechless. She looked at the little guy coldly and finally said, "You are naked." Little Nyenma was speechless. He subconsciously looked down and saw that his pants were completely gone. Chapter 23:48. Little Nyenma was speechless. He subconsciously looked down and realized that his pants were gone. He was only left with a rolled-up doo-doo on his body. His body was completely exposed in front of the person. Although little Nyenma was still young, he already knew how to behave. His little face blushed, and he quickly covered his private parts with his hands. When he looked up again, the person was gone. There was only a piece of cloth left on the spot. Little Nyenma quickly took the cloth and shook it to make sure that it was not poisonous. He then wrapped it around his waist. At this time, the bats were also gone. Little Nyenma was relieved. The mysterious person with the ghost face was actually a woman. This was truly beyond his expectations. Since it was a woman, it was not Luo Jiochin. Then who could it be? Why did she come in and make things difficult for him? And it almost took his life. Little Nyenma could not figure it out, but he was sure of one thing. This woman did not have good intentions toward him. He did not know what she was planning to do, and he did not have a good impression of this woman. A woman dressed as a man and covered her face with such a scary mask. Her real face must be very ugly, so she was psychopathic and came to bully a child like him. Little Nianma could not help but curse when he recalled the dirty tricks that this woman had used on him. Ugly monster, female pervert, why do you always follow me around? There was only the sound of the wind in the rainforest. There was no other movement. The mysterious person with the ghost face did not show up, so it seemed that she had really left. Little Nianma was relieved and did not care about this matter anymore. He continued to look for the way. However, when he looked around, his mind was blown. He had just found the way out, but he didn't expect that in such a short time, the surrounding environment would actually change so drastically. It seemed that someone had added something to the original foundation of the array to make the array more complicated. Now, little Nianma could not find a way out again. He had to start from the beginning. Needless to say, all of this was the credit of the mysterious person with the ghost face. Little Nianma almost cursed the person's ancestors in his heart. Helplessly, he had to look for a way out again. On a big rock at the entrance of the array, the mysterious person in black stood facing the wind. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. Her fingers gently touched the mask on her face. After a moment, she gently smiled. Ugly freak? Female pervert? This was the first time in the world that someone dared to scold her like this. She glanced at the array again. Suddenly, she raised her hand and rubbed her temples. She sighed. It's actually him. It seems that this mission is a little tricky. Her figure flashed and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shun Julie soaked in the lake for a full 5 days before returning to normal. During these 5 days, Ning Shuima kept him company. Of course, she also told him some things, such as fishing and fishing for the heavenly Tao stone. Ning Shuima had a feeling that Shun Julie's transformation into a boy had something to do with the Zen words spoken by the heavenly stone. She shared her doubts with Shun Julie, but Shun Julie just hugged her and said, "You've worked hard these days. Let's go back and reward you." He casually caught a few fish and left with Ning Shuima. After the two of them left, the surface of the lake rippled again, and the head of the heavenly Tao stone emerged. There was a row of question marks on its body. Logically speaking, Shun Julie could not wait to find it and asked for the reason. Why did he not seem to be interested at all? Chapter 2349. Logically speaking, shouldn't Shun Julie be eager to find out the reason? Why didn't he seem to be interested at all? This was illogical. This person liked to play hard to get. Maybe he was playing hard to get this time. It wouldn't be fooled by him. If he didn't come to find it and say a lot of good things, it wouldn't reveal the secret to him. In less than 3 days, Shun Julie would definitely find its whereabouts. The heavenly lost stone bubbled in the water and sank to the bottom of the lake. It found that the spiritual power at the bottom of the lake was the thickest. It was very comfortable there. More importantly, the lake could block its breath. If Shun Julie wanted to find it, it would take a few days, but the heavenly lost stone obviously miscalculated. 3 days had passed, and Shun Julie still didn't have the intention to find it. It didn't know what he was thinking. The heavenly lost stone couldn't hold it anymore. It thought that it was hiding too well, so Shun Julie couldn't find it for a while. Then it wouldn't hide anymore. The heavenly lost stone was the highest existence, and it wouldn't lower itself to the guardian's level. So, the heavenly lost stone jumped out of the misty lake and returned to the lonely peak where it used to live. There, it waited for Shun Julie's arrival. It stood on the lonely peak for 3 days in the cold wind, but Shun Julie still didn't show up. Could it be that he had found this place before, so he didn't come again? It was dark under the light. The more the heavenly lost stone thought about it, the more it thought about it. So, it moved in the night and landed directly in front of Shun Julie's bedroom. Now, he couldn't possibly not see it, right? Of course, it didn't want him to laugh at it for sending itself to the door. So, it landed behind a rock on the left side of the door of the bedroom. It squeezed among several rocks, indicating that it was here to enjoy the scenery. It listened carefully. The bedroom was quiet, which meant that the couple hadn't returned yet. These few days, the couple lived very comfortably. They traveled together and stayed together, almost inseparable. Probably because the child was still in the array, the two of them didn't leave the Fanteon Palace and stayed at home. But even if they didn't go out, the two of them still lived happily. They played chess, played the zither, fished, and he even taught her how to draw. The love between the two of them simply made the eyes of the 8 mythological beasts blue with envy. It was a pity that the 8 mythological beasts were all male beasts. Otherwise, they would also want to form a pair and live a happy life. The heavenly lost stone stood among a pile of rocks. Occasionally, it would hear the gossip of the 8 divine beasts as it passed by. It sneered in its heart. A supreme god and a devil lord had so many responsibilities on their shoulders. How could they live such an ordinary life? They were going to be busy soon. That night, the wizardry barrier in midair finally opened, and little Nianma fell straight to the ground. When he landed, it was around midnight, and the Fanteon Palace was quiet. He thought that his parents were already asleep and heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to run towards his Qingxiao Hall. Just as he turned around, he was stunned again. His parents were sitting in an octagonal pavilion not far away. There was a luminous pearl in the pavilion that reflected the soft light on the chessboard on the stone table. The black and white chess pieces on the board were fighting fiercely. At this moment, his father was holding a black chess piece in his hand and looking at him with a faint smile. His mother was holding her chin with her hand and waving at him lovingly. Nianma, congratulations. You have finally passed the test. Come to mother. In the past, little Nianma couldn't wait to hear this. He was afraid that his mother would only need to beckon with her finger and directly rush over to her to ask for kisses and hugs. Chapter 2350. But now, little Nianma could not help but shrink back into the shadow. He even pulled down the piece of cloth that was wrapped around his waist. Little Nianma was actually very embarrassed at the moment. His upper body was wearing a small doudou that was badly worn and could not cover his belly. His lower body was wrapped tightly with a piece of cloth, revealing his white arms and legs. His little face was also covered with gray and white streaks. He looked like a little kitten. Little Nianma had his father's mysophobia genes in his bones. Usually, he would always be clean. His little robe was smooth on his body, and there would not be a single wrinkle on it. It was the first time for him to be as messy as a little beggar today. He felt a little embarrassed and did not want his parents to see him like this. When he was breaking the array, he was full of anger. He wanted to appear in front of his parents proudly after breaking the array. However, he did not expect that. Thus, he shrank back into the shadows again. Just as he was about to go back to his room, there was a gentle breeze in front of his eyes. His mother had already appeared in front of him. She picked him up and quickly looked him up and down. Then, she checked the injuries on his body. Her brows immediately furrowed. Why are you in such a sorry state? Did the ferocious beasts really hurt you? As she spoke, she glanced at her husband who was next to her. Shun Juli had personally told her that although there were ferocious beasts in the array, they would not really hurt little Nianma. He was scared but not in danger. But what was going on now? There were wounds on little Nianma's body. There were cuts, lacerations, and even pecks. Some of the wounds even looked very dangerous. If they were a little more to the side, they could have hurt his vital parts. Although Ning Xiuma did not object to her husband's training of their son, when she saw her son injured like this, she was worried. She was about to treat her son. Shun Jili reached out his hand. Little Nianma, who was originally in Ning Xiuma's arms, was dazzled. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in his father's arms. Let me treat him. Shun Jili raised his hand to cast a cleaning spell on his son. Ning Xiuma suddenly rushed over and took her son away. She said coldly, "You don't need to care about him." With his son in his arms, he dashed toward the pharmacy in a flash and disappeared in an instant. Shun Jili, naturally, he followed along. But Ning Xiuma was so fast that she arrived at the pharmacy in the blink of an eye and locked Shun Jili outside the door. The door slammed shut and almost hit Shun Jili's nose. Shun Jili took a step back. Was she angry? This was the first time Ning Xiuma had lost her temper at him since the two of them got married. He raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. A dark look flashed across his eyes. He was a medical expert. With just one look, he knew what kind of danger his son had encountered. He didn't expect that person to be so ruthless as to deal such a heavy blow to a child. No matter what little Nianma used to be, he was now his son and his wife's precious baby. He would not allow anyone to humiliate him. He lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. In the end, he pushed the door open and walked in. In the pharmacy, Ning Xiuma had already treated her son's injuries. Little Nianma's injuries were basically superficial. Because he had been poisoned before, although he had taken the antidote, there was still some residual poison in his body. Therefore, his injuries were a little bruised. Although little Nianma had some medical skills, he was not good at it. Moreover, because he had been running for his life and fighting, the injuries on his body were wrapped up. Chapter 23:51. His body was originally tender and white, which made the wounds on his body even more obvious. There were many wounds on his body, and there were even 2 on his thighs. Ning Xiuma was worried that her son's vital parts would be hurt, so she wanted to take off the cloth to have a look. Unexpectedly, little Nianma blushed and covered the cloth with both of his little hands. "Mother, I am not hurt there." Ning Xiuma was stunned. She looked at her son and had an idea. Was her son shy? Could it be? He was not even a year old. She looked at her son and vaguely felt that there was something different about her son. He seemed to have grown up overnight and was very sensible. "Xiuma, let me do it." Shun Julie was finally able to take over. Ning Xiuma nodded. His father should be fine after checking it. Children did not know the severity of the situation. If there was really an injury, it would be fatal. She took a step back and gave Shun Julie the position. Shun Julie was about to reach out his hand, but little Nianma was still holding the cloth tightly. "I'm really not hurt there. You don't have to check it." Shun Julie paused for a moment and looked into little Nianma's eyes. "Nianma, you are the son of a deity and a devil. You must be responsible. You should not hide your illness for fear of treatment. I only want to hear the truth from you." Little Nianma hurriedly said, "I am telling the truth. I am really not hurt." Shun Julie nodded slightly. "I believe you." Sure enough, he did not check his body. Little Nianma was relieved. To be honest, he did not know that it was embarrassing to be naked. However, ever since the woman said that he was naked, he seemed to have been enlightened. Ning Xiuma looked at her son, whose face was still a little red. She was quite amused. The anger that she felt when she saw her son was injured was greatly reduced. Shun Julie's medicine was naturally the best. With the help of Shun Julie's telekinesis, little Nianma's injuries were healed very quickly. Ning Xiuma chatted with little Nianma as she watched her husband heal her son. Ask him about what it was like to be in the army. Little Nianma initially wanted to complain to his parents, but he suddenly remembered the letter that he saw at the entrance of the array when he was trying to break the array. It was written in a flamboyant style. "Baby, if you leave the array, you can ask your parents to avenge you." Little Nianma was furious. He did not want the woman to look down on him anymore. If she wanted to take revenge, she should rely on her own abilities and not tell her parents. Only those good-for-nothing brats would do that. Now that he heard Ning Xiuma ask about it, he steeled his heart and didn't mention anything about the mysterious man with the ghost face. He used other excuses to gloss over it. Ning Xiuma didn't know the truth. She thought that there was indeed a problem with her husband's array formation. She couldn't help but glare at Shun Julie. Shun Julie didn't say a word. He just looked at his son with a faint smile. There seemed to be a dark light flowing in his eyes. Little Nianma was shocked by his father's gaze. He always had an illusion that his father had seen through him. Therefore, he moved closer to his mother. Ning Xiuma felt guilty for her son. After the wounds on his body were treated, she carried him and left. "My son, sleep with me tonight." This was the benefit that little Nianma had been fighting for many times. Now that he suddenly got it, he was stunned and subconsciously looked at his father. Shun Julie was casually playing with a white jade flute in his hand. He looked at him thoughtfully. Little Nianma felt a chill in his heart. Was his father planning to throw him into some kind of array formation again? Chapter 23:52. Little Nianma felt a chill in his heart. Was his father planning to throw him into some kind of array formation again? No. He had just been trapped in the array for 10 days. He was hungry, sleepy, and tired. He just wanted to find a big bed and have a good night's sleep. He did not want to be tortured again. He opened his mouth and was about to reject, but Shun Julie spoke first. "Well, sleep with us tonight." Ning Xiuma looked at Shun Julie, and Shun Julie said, Nianma has never slept with us before. Shen Nianma's eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded. Ning Shuama was stunned for a moment, but she did not say anything else. Nianma, can you walk on your own? Shen Jili asked his son again. Shen Nianma immediately nodded. Yes, he had no problem walking on his own. How about we hold your hand and walk together? Shen Jili made a new suggestion. Sure. Little Nianma immediately agreed with a joyful tone. Therefore, the family of three held hands and walked back to the bedroom together. Little Nianma was very happy and satisfied. The feeling of walking hand in hand with his family was very good, and he had no other thoughts. Ning Shuama's heart was on her son, so she naturally did not pay attention to other things. As for Shen Jili, his eyes were on the mother and daughter, and he did not look around. Just like that, the family of three walked into the bedroom. No one noticed the heavenly law stone squatting at the door of the bedroom. No one even looked at it. The heavenly law stone was depressed. Although it was in a pile of stones, the pile of stones was green, and only it was white. How distinct! How eye-catching! However, the family of three did not see it. They did not see it. The wind blew, and the falling petals on the top of the heavenly law stone danced in the wind. It was a little sad. The heavenly law stone felt that it needed to soak in water to calm down and think about the next step. It silently flew to the side of the misty lake. Just as it was about to dive in, it suddenly sensed something and looked at a big tree not far away. It was deep into the night, and a dark person was sitting on a dark tree. A black robe, a black mask, and long black hair. Everything was black, as if it wanted to become one with the tree. The man sat there, hugging his knees as he stared at the lake, seemingly lost in thought. The heavenly Tao stone didn't recognize a person based on their appearance, but the soul hidden underneath. Therefore, no matter how skilled a person was in disguise or how skilled they were in disguise, they wouldn't be able to escape the heavenly Tao stone's eyes. Unless that person's kung fu had reached an incredible level, such as Shen Jili, the current Ning Shuama, or the former Luo Jiuchen. There were only a few of them. But now, it actually couldn't see the true appearance of this black-clothed man. It only felt that the other party was hidden in the clouds, and it couldn't even see through the other party's mask. The black-clothed man seemed to have sensed something, and he looked at the heavenly Tao stone. Then his body moved, and he suddenly stood in front of the heavenly Tao stone. The heavenly Tao stone did not move. The black-clothed man's eyes flashed. He reached out a hand to touch the top of the heavenly Tao stone. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and struck down towards the black-clothed masked man. The black-clothed man raised his black sleeves and flicked his fingertips. A pale golden light flew out and collided with the lightning. Cheat! With a soft sound, the lightning disappeared, and the pale golden light also disappeared. The ground returned to normal. Chapter 23:53. The heavenly law stone shook slightly, and the masked man took a step back. The masked man raised his hand and looked at his fingertips. Then he looked at the ordinary-looking stone and smiled. Then he turned around and disappeared. The heavenly law stone was speechless. This person's kung fu was also top-notch. It seemed that he was not much worse than Shen Jili and Ning Shuama. What made the heavenly law stone even more puzzled was that it smelled a very familiar scent from this person. Also, the Fanteon Palace was not a place that could be entered as one wished. However, this person came and went as he pleased. He did not care about the restrictions of the Fanteon Palace at all. Who was this person? While the heavenly law stone was speculating, a person in a white robe landed in front of it with a gentle breeze. Shen Jili. The heavenly law stone froze and did not react for a while. He finally came to look for it. It knew that he would come to look for it. However, it did not expect him to come so suddenly. The heavenly law stone did not know whether it should ignore him or jump into the water proudly. Do you have something to say to me? Shen Jili went straight to the point without beating around the bush. The heavenly law stone was speechless. It proudly typed, I think you should have a problem that you want to ask me. Shen Jili looked at the proud stone and seemed to be surprised. He raised his eyebrows and asked, What problem should I ask you? The heavenly law stone was speechless. Why did it feel that there was something wrong with this conversation? Shouldn't he be the one begging it and then asking it to show him the way? Don't you think it's strange that you suddenly became small? The heavenly law stone felt that it should remind him. Shinjuli looked at it and said casually, "It's not strange. When I was in the Tianxi continent, I became small once every few years." The heavenly law stone typed again. That was the Tianxi continent, not the mythical continent. If you were in the mythical continent, you would be punished by the heavenly law. Shinjuli hugged his arms and said, "What did I do to deserve the punishment of the heavenly Tao?" The stone of heavenly axiom said earnestly, "The heavenly axiom is good at reincarnation." Supreme Divinity must have heard that the mandate of heaven is hard to go against. However, Supreme Divinity has never taken the mandate of heaven seriously. Who knows how many people's fates you have changed? It is only natural that the heavenly axiom will punish you. What's the specific punishment? Shinjuli was still indifferent. The heavenly Tao stone said, "You will return to your youth once every 3 months, and the cycle will be longer each time. For example, if you needed 5 days to recover, you'll need 7 days the next time, and 9 days after that." Shinjuli, if that was the case, then he would be in his child state for a few years. This punishment wasn't just any normal perverted punishment. In this world, there was nothing that Shinjuli was afraid of. Although he was the guardian of the heavenly Tao stone, it was just because he was happy to do it. It did not mean that he had to respect the heavenly Tao. He did things according to his heart and had his own principles. He did not care about anything. Now it seemed that there were some rules that he still had to abide by, because he really could not do anything about the heavenly Tao now. Shinjuli lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he asked, "When was this punishment handed down? Is it really from the heavenly Tao?" The heavenly Tao stone said, "I only receive orders from the heavenly Tao. This punishment is naturally from the heavenly Tao." Shinjuli asked again, "Have you seen the heavenly Tao before?" The heavenly Tao stone. It really had not seen the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao's orders seemed to have been set in advance, and it would automatically receive them at a certain time. Chapter 2354. However, as the heavenly law stone, it would be too embarrassing if it said that it had never seen the heavenly law before. It could not lie to its guardian. So the heavenly law stone only responded with a humph and did not answer the question. Shinjuli looked at it with a smile. If the heavenly law was standing in front of you, would you be able to recognize it? The heavenly law stone was speechless. It should be able to recognize it, right? Besides, the heavenly law was said to have melted into all things in the world and had no substance. How could it be standing in front of it? Shinjuli did not want to dwell on this question. Is there a way to resolve this punishment? How can it be resolved? He finally got to the point. The heavenly law stone immediately perked up. It finally told him the way to resolve the punishment. Shun Yinma suddenly realized that his parents had been spending more time with him. His father no longer threw him into the array every now and then. Instead, he let him stay by his side like a normal child. In 2 months, the family of 3 went out to play 3 times. Each time, it would be more than 10 days. They visited all the famous mountains and rivers in the 6 worlds and got used to the local customs of the 6 worlds. Shinjuli even took them to visit some of his friends. Shinjuli was indifferent, and his friends were all eccentric. There was a chess master, a martial arts fanatic, an array master, and a drunkard. These people lived in seclusion in a wizardry barrier and did not care about the world. Some of them lived in seclusion in the city. Some of them lived in seclusion in a famous mountain and river. They spent every day with the wind and the moon and did not talk to the mortals. Every single one of these people was an outstanding talent in their respective fields. When they cultivated a certain skill to the peak, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness at the top and wanted to find an opponent to defeat. Shinjuli had a wide range of hobbies. He had practiced every skill to the peak. Naturally, he became the target of these people. Therefore, Shinjuli did not hesitate to defeat them. Usually, the result of a fight was that they could not make a deal. They became Shinjuli's friends. Although these people were eccentric and difficult to get along with, They respected Shun Jili very much and valued his children even more. Shun Jili was also strange. Every time they arrived at a place, he would let little Nianma compete with the host so that these people could test little Nianma's ability. Nianma was still young, so his skills were not as good as those of the masters who were already at the peak of their power. However, it was enough to show his extraordinary talent. Everyone was amazed and congratulated the Divine Lord for having a successor. Everyone liked smart geniuses, and little Nianma was so adorable. These people were eager to take him as their apprentice and teach him all the skills they were proud of. However, they also understood that he was the son of the Supreme Divinity and would be personally taught by the Supreme Divinity. No matter how much these people liked him, they could only envy him. Unexpectedly, Shun Jili smiled gracefully when he heard their praise and asked if they were willing to accept a disciple. This was simply a pie that fell from the sky. How could these people not be willing? He immediately nodded. However, Shun Jili also had his own conditions. That was, his son could be the apprentice of any of them. However, it was not limited to only one of them. He could be the apprentice of more than one. This was actually a taboo at that time, because in the philosophy of the people at that time, there could only be one apprentice. Otherwise, it was considered a betrayal of the master, which was despised by the people. Fortunately, Shun Jili's friends did not play by the rules and did not pay much attention to these red tape. Besides, it was also an honor to have the son of the Supreme Divinity as their apprentice. Moreover, little Nianma was such a talented child. Naturally, they agreed. Chapter 23:55. Therefore, after Shun Jili's family of 3 went around, little Nianma had 10 super powerful masters. Little Nianma was at the age where he was eager to learn new things. As a child, it was easy for him to admire the strong. Moreover, the 10 masters were all real talents. Therefore, little Nianma was very happy when he first became a disciple. He had even more fun when he was with his parents. Since he was born, he had been through a lot of difficulties. He either did not have a father or a mother. Finally, both of his parents were alive, but his father trained him hard and often threw him into the array. Now, he finally had the opportunity to travel with his parents. Naturally, he was very happy and excited. As a child, he was very competitive and wanted to surpass his father. Therefore, he also wanted to learn the skills of others. Therefore, he did not hesitate to become a disciple. However, when he became a disciple of the next few masters, he seemed to have noticed something and was a little reluctant. "Father, why do you want me to have so many masters? I think that although some of their skills are very good, they are still not as good as you. I want you and Mother to teach me personally. I don't want so many masters." When it came to the 10th master, little Nianma finally could not help but burst out. "Nianma, if you want to be really strong, you have to learn from others. Also, you have to experience more outside to grow. It is not right to always stay with your parents." Shun Jili educated him. "But 10 masters are too many. If each of them teaches me for a year, I will have to learn for 10 years. These 10 masters have their own strengths and are outstanding in their own way. Nianma, we hope that you can become really strong and not be controlled by anyone or anything." Ning Xiuma hugged her son and comforted him. Even his mother, who had always loved him, said so. Little Nianma knew that it was a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. He looked at Ning Xiuma and asked, "Mother, are you hiding something from me?" He always felt that something was not right with his parents, but after all, he was still young and could not figure out what was wrong. Ning Xiuma was heartbroken. She hugged her son and kissed his forehead. "Nianma, no matter what, we only want you to be well. Don't think too much." Little Nianma was a little greedy for the warmth of his mother's embrace. He was still a little worried, so he snuggled into Ning Xiuma's arms and said, "Mother, don't abandon me again. We have to be together forever. I will be a good boy and listen to you." Ning Xiuma's face turned slightly pale. She felt as if a knife had pierced her heart. She didn't want to be separated from her son, but, therefore, she hugged her son even tighter and smiled. "Silly boy, of course, we will not abandon Nianma. Never." However, Nianma, the child, could not stay with his parents all the time. He had to go to school to study and interact with other children. The masters that your father found for you are not only skilled, but they also have many disciples. If you go, you can have some playmates. Don't you want to play with other children? Little Nianma was a little tempted by Gu Shijio's words. It was true that he rarely played with children of his own age. In fact, he was eager to play with children of his own age. It was a very lively birthday banquet. The first birthday banquet of the son of the Divine Lord and the Great Devil was naturally very grand. All the famous people in the 6 realms were there. Among them were Yi Tianli, who had already become the Celestial Emperor, and the 10 masters of Little Nianma. During the banquet, Shun Juli publicly announced that Little Nianma would be apprenticed to the 10 masters. Chapter 23:56. Although most of these 10 masters were hermits, their bearing was still there. At a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary and not to be trifled with. Normally, it was extremely difficult to acknowledge one of them as a master, and one would even have to overcome all obstacles. Little Nianma, at such a young age, had been apprenticed to 10 of them. It was indeed unprecedented. Naturally, everyone congratulated him. Of course, there were many people who were jealous of him. The hall was full of laughter. While everyone was celebrating, Shun Juli suddenly pointed up. "It is cold and windy on the roof. My friend, you should come down." A white light flashed, and a big hole appeared on the roof. A person in a light green robe floated down. Everyone was surprised. No one expected that there would be someone who dared to eavesdrop in the hall of Fanteon Palace. The person had a ghost mask on his face, and the robe on his body was so loose that no one could tell his gender. His appearance naturally caused a commotion. Ning Shuman narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the person with a smile. "Are you passing by again?" That person was the mysterious ghost mask. She did not panic when she came in. She smiled gently. "No, this time I am here to give your son a birthday gift." She turned her hands, and a small box appeared in her palms. The box was made of agarwood with exquisite carvings. What was more dazzling was that the box was inlaid with the best quality emerald. Just by looking at the box, one could tell that the gift was precious. She took a few steps forward and came to Little Nianma. She handed the box to him. "Here, this is for you. Happy birthday." When Little Nianma saw her, his whole body became nervous. His fingers clenched in his sleeves and looked at her coldly. He wanted to see what new tricks she was playing. Although the box was novel, Little Nianma was not interested. He did not have the slightest intention to take it. "What? You don't dare to take it? Are you afraid that a snake will jump out and bite you?" The mysterious ghost mask seemed to be joking and serious at the same time. Little Shuma looked at her and then looked at the box in her hand. Suddenly, she laughed. "Trying to provoke me? It is useless for you to provoke me. I just don't want your things." The mysterious ghost-faced person's eyes flickered for a moment before she put the box back into her storage space. She smiled and said, "That's good. I didn't really want to give it to you. If you don't want it, it means that you have no fate with it." Shin Nianma was speechless. He didn't expect that this person would back off just like that. He felt like he had stepped on empty air. He was suddenly curious about the contents of the box. What exactly was inside? Thinking about it again, this person couldn't have been exposed by his father, so in order to cover up his identity, he casually took out a treasure and said that it was a gift so that he could get away with it. Right? If he didn't want it, it would be exactly what she wanted. The more Shun Nianma thought about it, the more he felt that he had been tricked by her again. He did not like this person, so naturally, he did not want her to get what she wanted. After pondering for a while, he immediately put on a smile and pulled the person's sleeve. "Auntie, it is not easy for you to come all the way here. Since you are here to give me a birthday present, how can I not give you face? I was just joking just now. How can I not want your present?" Little Nianma's voice was crisp and clear. Everyone in the hall could hear it. Everyone was stunned. Even Ning Xuema stared blankly for a moment. Her gaze swept over the mysterious ghost-faced person. Chapter 23:57. Even Ning Xuema stared blankly for a moment. Her gaze swept over the mysterious person's body. This person was actually a woman. Her eyes were very sharp. Usually, a woman dressed as a man would not be able to hide from her eyes. However, she was wrong this time. She did not realize that the mysterious person who was almost as famous as Shunjuli was actually a woman. Shunjuli's eyes fell on his son. He was deep in thought. The mysterious woman was stunned when little Nianma exposed her identity on the spot. When she saw the little kid pulling her sleeve and calling her Ani, she was a little annoyed. She wanted to shake off the little boy's hand, but little Nianma seemed to have noticed that she was going to do that. He let go of her sleeve and took a step back. His beautiful little face was full of smiles. One of his little hands even reached out as if he was waiting for her to give the gift to him. The mysterious person was speechless. She looked at little Nianma's proud face and suddenly smiled. You have already rejected it, which means that you are not destined to have it. However, since you still want it, fine, I will give you another chance. However, this thing is very proud. Whether it belongs to you or not, it depends on your fate. After she finished speaking, the box appeared in her palm again. It doesn't matter if you want this thing, but you have to open it here. He would open on the spot. Even if a snake came out of it, he would not be afraid. Little Nianma agreed without hesitation. Only then did the mysterious grimace person pass the box to him. Everyone's interest was piqued by her words, and they all widened their eyes as they watched the scene unfold. This person was obviously playing hard to get. Ning Xiuema frowned slightly. She was about to quietly move to her son's side to prevent any accidents. Shunjuli held her wrist and gently shook his head. Although Ning Xiuema did not know the intention of her husband, she knew that he must have his reasons. Therefore, she did not move forward. She only made a spell with her fingers in her sleeve. She would immediately take action if she felt that something was wrong. That box was an extremely intricate mechanical item. It was seamless without any gaps. After Shun Nianma took the box, he touched it here and there. She did not know what he found, but he opened the box with a snap. The mysterious grimace man's fingers suddenly tightened. He actually opened the box. It was really him. The others did not know, so they did not feel strange when little Nianma opened the box. However, she knew very well that this box could only be opened by a specific person. Even if it was her, she couldn't do anything about it. She had wandered around in this world for so many years. She had gone to the ends of the earth and finally found this person. Although this person was very different from what she had imagined, she still found him. She looked at little Nianma with a complicated expression. No one could read her emotions from her eyes. Little Nianma did not know what was going on in the mysterious person's mind. Like most of the people around him, he was attracted by the items in the box. As soon as the box was opened, a golden light shot out. There was a golden snake in the box. The snake was not big. It was only about a foot long. Its scales were as dazzling as gold. Its body was obviously like a snake, but there were two coral-like horns on the top of its head. What was more strange was that the snake seemed to be covered with a layer of faint golden light, which was quite similar to the light of Buddha. Chapter 2358. Furthermore, this snake actually had long eyelashes. Those eyelashes were also light golden color. Because its eyes were closed, those eyelashes gave off an extremely delicate feeling. The moment the box was opened, the snake's eyes that had been closed all this time suddenly opened. Those eyeballs were the color of black jade, and there seemed to be a luster flowing within them. Those who were staring at the box only felt their vision blur, as if their souls were being sucked away, and they felt dizzy. Little Nianma did not feel anything at all. He stared at the golden snake in the box, and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although the eyes of the golden snake were black, the light that it emitted was light golden. The golden light reflected on little Nianma's body as if he was coated with a layer of golden light. What was more strange was that the golden light reflected on the back of little Nianma's head and formed a circle. Ning Xiuema looked at her son and was moved. Little Nianma looked like the Buddha with his own light of Buddha. Of course, it was only a statue of the Buddha. Her little Nianma was extraordinarily handsome and definitely did not look like the Buddha. Moreover, the Buddha's light of Buddha was golden, but at this moment, the light of Buddha on little Nianma's body was light golden with 7 colors. It flowed freely, and people could not take their eyes off it. Little Nianma blinked his eyes, and the golden snake blinked its eyes as well. Suddenly, the golden light flashed, and the snake suddenly wrapped around little Nianma's wrist. Ning Shuima's heart was alarmed. Her hands were about to form a seal. However, Shun Juli held her wrist again. He sent her a directed audio, "Don't move. The hornless dragon will not hurt him." Hornless dragon? The little snake was actually a hornless dragon? However, did the hornless dragon not have horns? She remembered that the hornless dragon was a hornless dragon in the myths and legends that she had read. How could the hornless dragon's head have such beautiful horns? Shinjuli seemed to have guessed her doubts. He continued to explain to her, through telepathy, the hornless dragon king has horns. Also, those myths and legends are just legends. They're based on reality. Ning Xiuma suspected that Shun Juli could read her mind. He seemed to know what she was thinking clearly. However, his explanation was reasonable. After all, myths and legends were just legends. They were often worlds apart from the truth and couldn't be believed. Ning Xiuma looked at the hornless dragon again and truly felt that the hornless dragon was rather good-looking. Little Nianma was a little traumatized by snakes, but he did not feel disgusted by the hornless dragon, which looked like a snake. The scales on the hornless dragon were as clear as jade. It was cool and smooth when it wrapped itself around his wrist, but it was very comfortable. It had not given the creepy feeling of being entangled by a snake. The hornless dragon circled around his wrist 3 times. Suddenly, it flashed and turned into a bracelet with the pattern of a hornless dragon. It was firmly on little Nianma's wrist. Little Nianma frowned slightly. He had an illusion that he was bound by a mission. He raised his hand and wanted to take the bracelet off, but the bracelet seemed to be attached to his wrist and could not be removed. He tried for a long time, but to no avail. Little Nianma was a little annoyed. "Hey, I don't wear a bracelet. Yours truly is not a woman. Take your bracelet back. I don't want it anymore." After a few words, he realized that he could not find his target. The mysterious woman with the ghost face had disappeared. Everyone's attention was focused on the hornless dragon on little Nianma's wrist. No one noticed when the woman left. Ning Xiuma slightly clenched her fingers. The woman disappeared into thin air. She did not turn around and leave. Chapter 23:59. Little Nianma received a lot of gifts for his birthday, but the gift from the lady was the weirdest because he could not take it off. However, the gift had a rather powerful function. Little Nianma's body, which had not developed for a year, finally grew. He used to look like a 3 or 4-year-old, but soon after he put on the bracelet, he grew a lot taller. After the birthday party, he already looked like a 7 or 8-year-old. Fortunately, the size of his clothes could be adjusted according to his height. Otherwise, he would have been naked on the spot. After the birthday party, little Nianma was taken away by a master who was the best at practicing spells. He began his journey of cultivation. This master may not be as good as Shun Juli in other aspects, but he had many disciples in the 6 realms. What made little Nianma even more excited was that this master had just recruited a group of 7 or 8-year-old disciples. There were more than a dozen of them. He finally had a playmate. In order to become Shun Nianma's first master, the master brought 2 disciples with him. One was a boy, and the other was a girl. Both of them were smart and handsome. In less than half a day, the 3 children had already started to play together. Therefore, when little Nianma left with his master, although he was still reluctant to part with his parents, he did not cry so much. She looked at the cloud that carried her son away and gradually disappeared. All the guests had also left, and the Fantion Palace returned to its usual peace. Ning Xiuma stood there and looked at the direction where her son went. She and her son had always been separated more than they were together. This time, she did not know when they would meet again. Shinjuli held her hand and sighed. "Xiuma, I am sorry." Ning Xiuma leaned into his embrace and hugged his waist. She shook her head slightly. "I chose this path myself. You don't need to feel apologetic. What we're doing is letting down our son. He's still so young." He is not young. When he was the Divine Lord's age, he had already established his own clan. The heavenly lost stone next to them began to express its disapproval. Ning Xiuma turned her attention back to the heavenly lost stone. Heavenly Lost Stone, I don't understand. Niema has it in the other world. Why can't he go to the other world? He was born in this world and belongs to this world. Furthermore, he has his own mission. Naturally, he cannot leave. It turned out that in order to break the Heavenly Tao's punishment on Shun Jiuli had to do 3 things and reverse the fates of 3 people. 2 of them were in the Tianxi continent, so he had to return to the Tianxi continent. Everyone knew that the passageways leading to the outside world had all disappeared. If Shun Jiuli wanted to go back, he would have to borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao Stone. On the other hand, the Heavenly Stone would consume more than half of its power to carry the 2 of them through transmigration. It would take 10 years for it to recover. Only after it had recovered would it be possible to send the 2 of them back. However, little Nianma could not go with them. According to the Heavenly Tao Stone, if little Nianma forced himself to go with them, he would lose all his power. When he arrived at the other world, he might even disappear. Therefore, they could not take him with them. Of course, they were worried about leaving little Nianma alone in the Celestial Devil Continent. Therefore, Shun Jiuli found 10 masters for his son. Each of them taught him for a year, so 10 years would pass. Moreover, with these 10 masters looking after the little guy, no one would dare to bully him. Shun Jiuli and his wife could rest assured. Chapter 2360. Shun Jiuli and his wife were the Divine Lord and the Great Devil respectively. Both of them held important positions in the continent. Logically speaking, they should not leave easily. If anyone knew that they were going to be away for 10 years, there would be a lot of twists and turns in the 6 realms. Therefore, even if they were to leave, they had to do it secretly and not tell anyone. After all, little Nianma was still too young to understand many things. If they told him in advance, he would probably cry endlessly and follow them regardless of the consequences. Also, when he was with others, he might leak it in a few words. It would be bad if someone with ulterior motives heard it. Therefore, they could not even tell little Nianma about this trip. However, it was impossible to hide this matter from the child for 10 years. After a year, Shun Nianma would definitely return to the Fantian Palace. Shun Jiuli left a letter for his son in the palace that only he could open to explain the matter. By then, Nianma would have grown up and experienced a lot. He would be able to accept this matter and keep it a secret. In short, the 2 of them were fully prepared for this matter and considered all kinds of situations. They also made arrangements for the 8 mythological beasts. 4 of them would secretly protect Shun Nianma, and the other 4 would stay in the Fantian Palace. The only thing Ning Xuema was worried about was the mysterious person. She always felt that the person seemed to be harboring evil intentions toward her son. Shun Jiuli only rubbed her head. Don't worry, that person will not really harm Nianma. At most, the little guy will suffer a little. If it is really necessary, she will save him. Ning Xuema looked at him and was a little suspicious. Great master, you're good at calculation. Have you calculated something? Shun Jiuli leisurely said, the heavenly secrets should not be revealed. Ning Xuema looked at him with a smile. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Shun Jiuli sighed. Xuema, I was punished this time because I revealed too many heavenly secrets. If I reveal it again, I don't know if the punishment will be worse. But if you really want to know, I don't mind telling you. Don't. Ning Xuema put a finger on his lips to stop him from talking. You don't have to talk to me, as long as that person doesn't really harm my son. The Heavenly Tao Stone was already glowing. All right, it's getting late. You should be on your way. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. For Rong Yu Tianlan, who had lived for an unknown number of years, 100 years was nothing at all. However, he felt that the past few decades had been somewhat torturous because his friend, the ancestor of Buddha Lotus Mountain, had not appeared even once. Originally, this venerable sovereign would harass him once a year, ask him to play chess, pick his fruits, and even occasionally exchange a few moves with him. At that time, he felt that he was at a disadvantage. A dignified deity lived like a follower of the venerable sovereign. However, after not seeing him for 100 years, he felt that life was as lonely as snow. Life was not so fun. On this day, he was picking a kind of blue fruit in the courtyard. This kind of fruit was the best for brewing wine. The wine it brewed was mellow and sweet, and the alcohol content was not small. This kind of fruit could only be brewed once a year. In the past, the venerable sovereign would drink it when he came here. Every time, Rong Yu Tianlan would feel extremely pained. Now, Rong Yu Tianlan's wine cellar had accumulated 100 jars, but the person who often came to drink wine was still nowhere to be seen. Venerable sovereign, will you never come back? Rong Yu Tianlan sighed while holding a bunch of fruits. Buzz. Whoosh. A strange sound suddenly came from the sky. Chapter 2361. Rong Yu Ishinlin raised his head, and his expression changed. A ball of snow-white light was rushing towards him at lightning speed. What was that? Rong Yu Ishinlin raised his hand, and a blue light blasted towards the white light. Just as the blue light was about to hit the white light, which was like a small sun, suddenly moved 10 feet in the air. Then, with a flash, a bolt of lightning struck towards Rong Yu Ishinlin. The speed of the lightning was unbelievably fast. Rong Yu Ishinlin hurriedly retreated to the side, and the lightning struck the soles of his feet. With a loud bang, Rong Yu Ishinlin's ears almost went deaf. It also directly smashed the blue stone into pieces. With this loud bang, the white light also landed on the ground, and then a pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Rong Yu Ishinlin watched as his precious tree was directly smashed into the ground. When all the dust settled, Rong Yu Ishinlin took a closer look, and the blue veins on his forehead jumped. There was a huge pit in the originally flat ground. At the bottom of the pit, there was a fruit tree with half of the blue fruits. The branches and leaves were scattered, and the trunk was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Not a single fruit could be seen on it. Other than that, there was nothing in the big pit. Rong Yu Ishinlin almost couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly saw that the white light was faintly wrapped around a big snow-white stone, and then it smashed into the pit. How could there be no shadow? It couldn't have been burned away like a meteorite. He clearly saw a huge piece. Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli had been holding hands and staying in the heavenly stone. The heavenly stone was spinning at high speed when it was transmigrated. If their kung fu hadn't reached such an abnormal level, even their internal organs would have been flung out. Just as they were feeling dizzy, the stone finally stopped. After that, Ning Xiuma was dumbstruck as she saw a pile of sparkling blue fruits fall from above her head, almost hitting her feet. I didn't expect this backward continent to have such a master. I almost fell into his trap. The crystal column in the heavenly stone began to flash. Fortunately, I was able to drill into the ground in time to avoid a disaster. But I have exhausted my energy at this moment, and I can't move to another place. You too, use these fruits to restore your strength. Although I haven't seen these fruits before, I feel that they are rich in spiritual energy. They will be helpful to your cultivation. Ning Xiuma, Shun Jili picked up a fruit and looked at it. He spat out 3 words, Carefree Island. Ning Xiuma suddenly realized Rong Yu Ishinlin's territory. Shun Jili looked at the fruits on the ground. There were over 100 fruits, and although they were different sizes for better or worse, they were all ripened. He lifted his sleeve and placed the fruits into his storage space. Then, he took out 2 of the largest and brightest fruits and washed them with clean water before handing them to Ning Xiuma. These are blue crystal fruits. They are delicious and full of spiritual energy. In the Tianxi continent, only Carefree Island has one of these. Rong Yu Tianlan regards them as more important than his own life. Normally, he only uses these fruits to make wine. Every time they ripen, he would give me 2 as a show of respect. Every time I pick one more, he would feel incomparably pained. Ning Xiuma took them and tasted them. The taste was indeed unprecedentedly sweet and delicious, and she felt refreshed as soon as she took a bite. The heavenly stone weakly sent out a line of words. There is only one. Yes, there is only one. Rong Yu Ishinlin spent a great deal of effort to cultivate it. Shenjuli knew the inside story. The heavenly stone sent out another line of words, but this time it was even weaker, but that one has already been smashed into 7 or 8 pieces. Chapter 2362. Shun Julie. He seemed to see Rong Yu Ishinlin's burning eyes. He patted the stone wall sympathetically. Then you have to hide well. Don't let him find you. Heavenly Lost Stone. He pulled Ning Xiuma's hand again. Let's go out. Nothing. Nothing. Rong Yu Ishinlin had used the Earth Escape technique to search the ground within a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 feet, but he still couldn't find the shadow of the strange stone. Strange? How could it not be here? Even if the stone drilled into the ground, it would leave a hole, but other than the big hole, he couldn't find any other hole. Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? That wasn't a white stone? Instead, it was a ball of lightning? Rong Yu Ishinlin was puzzled, but he really couldn't find it, so he had to come out of the ground again. As soon as he came out, he was stunned and stared at a place. Dizun, Miss Ning. Shun Julie sat leisurely in the small pavilion, as if he had never disappeared in the past 100 years. He tapped the table with his fingers and looked at Rong Yu Ishinlin, who had just come out like a groundhog. Rong Yu Ishinlin, what are you looking for? Ning Xiuma sat beside Shun Julie and looked at Rong Yu Ishinlin with sympathy. Island Master Rong Yue looks a little embarrassed. Rong Yu Ishinlin, who had always been free and easy and valued his image more than his life, looked as if he'd been struck by lightning at this moment. After a while, he found his voice. Dizun, the stone, the white light, just now, was yours? Shun Julie raised his eyebrows. Do I look like a stone to you? Rong Yu Ishinlin. He also felt that his question was a little messy. Although the Dizun liked to wear white, his image was still worlds apart from that of stone. His gaze turned to Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma was wearing a red dress, and her smile was as bright as fire. Island Master Rong Yue doesn't think that I look like a stone, right? Of course not. Thus, no one brought up the topic of the stone again. Rong Yu Ishinlin was still very happy to see the Dizun and Ning Xiuma. He threw aside the pain of having his precious tree smashed to the side. He flicked the dirt off his body, tidied his clothes, and opened his folding fan with a swoosh. With a suave and elegant smile, he said, Dizun, Miss Ning's presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Let's have a toast. The wine was naturally the wine brewed from the blue crystal fruit. Just as Shun Julie had said, it was the best wine. It made people want to drink a second mouthful. Naturally, the dishes were also well prepared. It was extraordinarily sumptuous. The chef that Rong Yu raised on Tianlan Island was said to be the imperial chef of the imperial palace in the human world. The food that he made was extremely exquisite. Ancestor, Miss Ning, where have you been for the past 100 years? It took me a long time to find it. Rong Yu Ishinlin was puzzled to death. In the past 100 years, he had searched high and low for them, but he couldn't find any trace of them. Now, these two people seemed to have popped out from the ground. Rong Yu Ishinlin, she's my wife now. Shun Julie took a sip of wine and then threw out a bomb. The wine cup in Rong Yu Ishinlin's hand shook and some wine spilled out. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma, and he blurted out, You're already married? Then, why haven't I seen the heavenly thunder of the God Empress? Shun Julie sighed slightly. It's a long story. He and Rong Yu Ishinlin were friends who had gone through life and death together. Naturally, he didn't want to hide anything from him, so he briefly told him about his trip to the God-Demon continent. Chapter 2363. He only said that Ning Xiuma was reborn in the Divine Demon continent, and he finally found her there. After going through some hardships, they finally resolved the knot in their hearts and became husband and wife. Rong Yu Etanlan knew that the ancestor always spoke concisely. Although this extremely brief experience was downplayed by him, there must have been countless bloody storms in it. It might even be more exciting than the storybooks he read. Fortunately, although these two went through hardships, they were still together. They were so loving, so everything was enough. Looking at their current level of affection, even a standard eligible bachelor like him could not help but feel envious. Shun Julie and Rong Yu Tianlan had not seen each other for 100 years. When old friends met, they naturally had a lot to talk about. 1,000 cups were not enough to drink with a bosom friend, let alone a friend who had been separated for 100 years. According to Rong Yu Tianlan, they must drink to their heart's content and not return until they were drunk. The banquet between the three of them was naturally a joyous one. During this banquet, Ning Xuema also learned from Rongyue Tianlan about the changes in the Tianxi continent in the past 100 years. For example, Chongkong country had a new monarch. Ji Yunhao had passed away and his son had succeeded the throne. For example, the former crown prince, Shi Ju, was now the famous Wisdom King. He was the kind of person who could make the earth tremble with a stomp of his feet. Princess Mingwan, who used to be in power in the Wisdom King manner, left home after her brother took over the throne. Some people said that she had already cultivated to become a deity, while others said that she lived in seclusion. Anyway, no one had ever seen her again. And the one that Rongyue Tianlan enjoyed talking about the most was the former crown prince of Chongkong country, Ji Yinhuang. It was said that this martial arts genius had been crazily looking for the whereabouts of a woman in the Six Realms. His whereabouts were uncertain. Back then, Ji Yunhao was always afraid that this brother would suddenly wake up and come to fight with him for the throne, so he sent many assassins to assassinate him, but they were all killed by him. Because he was always a little crazy, everyone thought that this genius was crippled. Who would have thought that after being crazy for more than 10 years, he would suddenly wake up and return to Buddha Lotus Mountain to cultivate? In a short 30 years, he actually broke through to the heaven realm and became an immortal. He became the guardian elder of Buddha Lotus Mountain, and his status was second only to Yelu Jing'an. In the entire Tianxi continent, he was a well-known figure. However, after he succeeded in his cultivation, he didn't stay at Buddha Lotus Mountain often. Every year, he would spend most of his time traveling outside. Ning Xuema and Shun Juli looked at each other. According to the heavenly Tao stone, the first pair they had to help was the marriage of immortal Ji. Ning Xuema was wondering who this immortal Ji was. She didn't expect to hear this news from Rongyue Tianlan. Looks like this immortal Ji was referring to Ji Yinhuang. However, Tian Xueqing was already dead, and Ji Yinhuang had been crazy for her for more than 10 years. Who could his marriage be now? Thinking about Ji Yinhuang, who had helped her before, Ning Xuema's heart darkened. She secretly decided to help him this time and help him find his true love. Is Ji Yinhuang in Buddha Lotus Mountain now? Rongyue Tianlan shook her head slightly. Probably not. Usually, he would be wandering around the Six Realms during this season. Wandering around the Six Realms? That's a really wide range. Ning Xuema looked at Shun Juli. Great God, can you guess where Ji Yinhuang is now? Shun Juli raised his hand and poured a cup of tea for her. He said firmly, there's no need to guess. Let's go back to Buddha Lotus Mountain. He will definitely come to find us. Chapter 2364. Xueqing is already dead. A new person can be appointed. Be happy for 100 years and have many children and grandchildren. That green robe was like a flower in the dark, blooming and withering in an instant. Xueqing. Ji Yinhuang cried out in pain, but he could only watch as she fell and was swallowed by the darkness, never to be seen again. His heart tightened, and every breath he took was filled with immense pain. Where is she? Where is she? He stood in the huge pit. His hands were covered with wounds, and blood flowed all over the ground, but he did not feel anything. He only stared blankly at the bottom of the pit. His expression was like that of a lost child. Despair, complete and utter despair. He did not know how long he had been standing there, but he did not use any protective barrier. He was exposed to the violent wind and snow, receiving the slashes of the wind and snow, as if he was trying to atone for his sins. It was as if as long as he stood there for a while, she would forgive him and appear. Xueqing. He shouted and opened his eyes. The night was silent, and he did not sleep for a long night. He knew that he was dreaming again. He dreamed of the moment when Xueqing died. He dreamed of the scene that caused him to feel pain in his bones. Over and over again, he had already dreamed of this scene countless times. Every time, it was this kind of bone-piercing pain. It was said that the 18th layer of the underworld was where the most heinous criminals were locked up. However, the underworld only applied one type of punishment to these people. They were made to experience the most painful period of their lives every day. Day after day, year after year, The pain was like an endless circle. There was no beginning, no end. There was only a lost soul, and they were tortured by the memories of being dismembered over and over again. Was he now imprisoned in the 18th layer of hell? This was good too, at least. He could see her once every day, no matter how much pain that scene made him go crazy. He was willing to endure it. At least he could see her. Compared to not being able to find her in the real world, he would rather live in hell. His entire body was cold, and his heart was numb from the pain. He did not know when, but the wind had weakened by a lot. A few snowflakes blew in front of him, but Jian Huang was mesmerized by these snowflakes. When he opened his eyes again, his heart began to beat wildly. This was a scene that he had never encountered in his countless dreams. The wind and snow had stopped, and that person was wearing a sky-blue robe. She stood there quietly, looking at him without any sadness or joy. Xueqing, he wanted to pounce on her and hug her, but his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. After waiting for so long, hundreds of years flashed by him, leaving only that beautiful face deeply imprinted in his mind. Just like the person in front of him, he strenuously took a step forward as his hoarse voice sounded like a dried-up stream. Xueqing, so you're not dead. That's great. You're not dead. His body trembled violently, as if he could not withstand the huge emotional fluctuations. It was as if he would kneel on the ground in the next second. Tian Xueqing smiled at him. You're wrong. I'm already dead. The one standing in front of you is already a dead man. She tilted her head slightly, looking innocent and seductive. Are you afraid? Jian Huang stopped in his tracks and closed his eyes. He walked in front of her and hugged her tightly. His arms tightened as he said in a low voice, I was afraid. I was so afraid that you would never come back. Xueqing, don't leave me again. All right. His embrace was like an iron hoop that encircled her tightly. Chapter 2365. His embrace was like an iron hoop tightly encircling her, but Tian Xueqing did not seem to feel any pain as she continued to speak. Yin Huang, I'm already dead. If you want me to come back to life, you have to use your life in exchange. Are you willing? Her voice was still light, but there was a trace of evil in it. Her embrace was too real, too warm. Her cold fragrance lingered around him like a gentle hand, soothing all the uneasiness in his heart. Hugging her, it was as if he was hugging his entire world. The empty hole in his heart was finally blocked, and he felt extremely warm. Even if he knew that she was his inner demon, he could not bear to push her away. Jian Huang closed his eyes, still hugging her tightly, not willing to let go. His voice had a trace of relief. You gave me an illusion, and I'm very happy. My life, if you want it, you can take it. Tian Xueqing smiled faintly, and in that instant, her appearance suddenly changed. An ice blade condensed in her hand, and she ruthlessly stabbed it towards Jian Huang. Her voice was still as gentle as before, full of affection. Then, I'll take it away. He felt a pain between his eyebrows, as if he was being pricked by a needle. At the same time, a cool female voice rang out, like a gurgling spring water flowing beside his ear. Quickly wake up. Hey, quickly wake up. The scene in front of him scattered like shooting stars, returning to darkness. All of a sudden, he felt a small hand reaching for his pulse. Suddenly startled, he opened his eyes and saw a 12 to 13-year-old girl squatting beside him. Seeing that he had woken up, she let out a long sigh of relief. You're finally awake. I can even pull you back from chi deviation. My medical skills must have improved again. She seemed to be smiling happily, but Jian Huang could not smile at all. There seemed to be a problem with his eyesight. He could only vaguely see that the girl was wearing a green dress, and her hair was simply draped behind her back. He could not see her face clearly, as if there was a thin layer of fog separating them. But based on his intuition, this was a delicate and beautiful girl. The girl waved her hand in front of his face. What's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable? Jian Huang frowned and said indifferently, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future. The young girl tilted her head, but did not stop him. She watched as he stood up and slowly walked forward. With a flick of her hand, a silver needle pierced towards Ji Yunhuang. Ji Yunhuang was caught off guard and actually fell in her trap. His legs went numb, and he could no longer walk. He softly fell to the ground. At the same time, his entire body stiffened and he was unable to move. Ji Yunhuang's voice was cold as he asked, "Miss, do you have any other advice?" The young girl ran in front of him and carefully examined his injuries. She then looked at his eyelids and calmly said, "Your chi went into a fork and collided with your eyes. Your eyes need to be treated, otherwise they will be crippled. I only hastily bandaged the penetrating wound on your abdomen. If you go out like this, you won't live for more than 3 days. All right, I'm done. Are you sure you want to leave now?" Ji Yunhuang was silent for a moment before he finally said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mississippi." What he wanted to do was not in a hurry. For the past 100 years, he had been searching for Tian Xueqing. He did not know if she was still alive, but he had to be alive. He did not want to be reincarnated again and forget about her. So after searching for more than 10 years without any results, he suddenly realized that there were specks of white in his black hair. For a moment, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He still had not found her, so how could he grow old? Chapter 2366. Thus, he returned to Buddha Lotus Mountain and began to cultivate like a madman. His aptitude was originally very high, and when he cultivated without any distractions, he actually broke through several levels and entered the first level of the heaven realm in 20 years. According to the current saying, he had become an immortal and attained the Tao. The vicissitudes of life did not change his appearance, but changed his state of mind. He was more open to everything in this world. Imperial power and fame were like dung to him, but he could not let go of the obsession in his heart. He did not believe that Tian Xueqing's soul had really dissipated, so he mainly cultivated the soul summoning technique. However, even though he had cultivated this technique to the peak, he still could not summon even half of her soul. It was said that a soul that died unjustly would not be reincarnated. Tian Xueqing must have died unwillingly, and she must have hated him. Her soul should be floating in this world, but he did not know why he could not summon her. Unknowingly, this obsession had become his inner demon, entangling him every day. The news of the ancestors' return was like a spring breeze blowing across the entire Tianci continent, and everyone in the world was excited. Ever since the disappearance of the ancestor, the Tianci continent was somewhat chaotic. Without his iron fist to keep the balance, several countries had gone to war. Although it was not to the extent of causing a world war, it was indeed difficult for the people to make a living these years. When the ancestor returned, Chong Kong country and Feishing country were at loggerheads, and war was on the verge of breaking out. When the ancestor returned, he did not even make an official appearance. He only asked Yalu Jing and to pass a message to the monarchs of the two countries, and the war was put to an end. The ancestor was like a savior in the Tianci continent, and his return made many people's blood boil. The monarchs of various countries, sect leaders, and families all rushed to Buddha Lotus Mountain to pay their respects to the ancestor. Many people who were not qualified to enter the mountain also wandered around Buddha Lotus Mountain after hearing the news of the ancestor's return. They kowtowed to Buddha Lotus Mountain sincerely and cried tears of joy. The people of various countries were celebrating, and it was even more lively than the New Year, especially when they heard that the ancestor had gotten married and that the empress was the former trash Ning Xiuma. It was even more lively. Even the monarchs of various countries issued a decree at the same time. When the venerable sovereign returned, the whole country celebrated and pardoned the world. This kind of jubilation naturally alarmed Ji Yunhuang, who was wandering somewhere. He hurriedly rushed back to Buddha Lotus Mountain to pay his respects to his grandmaster and saw Ning Xiuma and the ancestor who he had not seen for a long time. Ji Yunhuang was, after all, the second in command of the Buddha Lotus Mountain. Naturally, he knew about Ning Xiuma's case. He also knew that her soul had been scattered during the lightning tribulation. He didn't expect that not only would she be able to come back unscathed, her cultivation level had already surpassed the heaven realm. He didn't need to fight with her to know that her current cultivation level was unfathomable. While he was happy for her, he also felt a renewed sense of hope. Ning Xiumal was able to return even after her soul was scattered. Would Tian Xueqing be able to return as well? Would he be able to see her again? He immediately knelt down and begged the ancestor to show him the right path. The ancestor looked at him for a long time and calculated for a moment. Then he told him that the inner core of the cloud-swallowing beast in the northern underworld mist sea and the ghost grass could be used to make the soul-luring incense. The soul-luring incense's ability to attract souls was very strong, and it might be able to bring about a miracle for him. Ji Huang felt as if he had found a treasure. He had already found the ghost grass and was only missing the inner core of the cloud-swallowing beast. Originally, he was 90% sure that he would be able to obtain the inner core of the cloud-swallowing beast, but he never expected that he would suffer from chi deviation at that time and almost get swallowed by the cloud-swallowing beast. Fortunately, he was saved by the girl in front of him. Chapter 2367. He was thinking about the cloud-swallowing beast's inner core and did not want to stay here any longer. After he woke up, he wanted to leave. The young girl waved her hand. "Since I saved you, I will definitely save you thoroughly." Master said, "If you want to save someone, you should save them all the way." Therefore, even if he had rejected her, she would have forced him to stay and only let him go when he recovered. Ji Huang looked at the young girl in front of him and was momentarily absent-minded. Although he could not see clearly, he could see that the young girl was wearing a green gown. Looking at her, he seemed to see the figure that he yearned for day and night. He was willing to pay any price in exchange for her return, but why? Why hasn't she returned? He had already given up everything. So why hasn't she returned? Xueqing, Ji Huang's eyes seemed to be filled with a myriad of changes. Although he still had that carefree look on his face, the intense emotions in his eyes were like a raging inferno under a layer of ice, burning fiercely. The young girl raised her eyebrows and her voice was somewhat unhappy. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Ji Huang regained his senses, and his emotions gradually calmed down. There were many young girls in green gowns in this world, but there was only one Tian Xueqing. He should not have stared at a 13 or 14-year-old girl to search for her shadow. He casually changed the topic. "You like green?" The young girl nodded and removed the silver needles that were sealing his acupuncture points. She faintly said, "It's all right." Ji Huang suddenly had the intention to ask why. Usually, he was not willing to talk nonsense with others, but for some reason, he started to talk more today. The young girl pulled him up and casually replied, "There's no why. If you like it, you like it." Ji Huang choked and did not say anything else. The young girl led Ji Huang forward. Along the way, they passed through flowers and willows, bypassing fake mountains and flowing rivers. Along the way, there were people who constantly greeted the young girl. The young girl stopped and nodded her head in acknowledgement until a handsome young man casually waved a fan and walked in front of the young girl. "Ching Ching, you brought back another injured person." The young girl stopped and sized up the person. Then, she faintly smiled and said, Yun, I see that you have recovered well. You can go down a mountain now." Yin Shitzi sighed when he heard what was said. He looked as if he was about to cry. After not seeing each other for so many days, the first thing Ching Ching said was to chase me away. "I'm so sad." Ching Ching couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand and said, "Don't mess around. I don't have time to deal with you right now." Yin Shitzi glanced at her resentfully. Ching Ching has a new patient and no longer pays attention to the old patient. "Sai, forget it. Then this Shitzi will go down the mountain. Don't worry, after a few days, this Shitzi will definitely return." Ever since Ching Ching had saved him once a year ago, he had fallen in love with Ching Ching at first sight. He ran up Chingji Mountain time and time again, but if it wasn't for a headache or heartache, it was all minor ailments. It wasn't until half a year ago, when he was almost assassinated and had a hole in his stomach, that he came in lying down. As soon as he saw Ching Ching's face, he showed her the hole in his stomach, as if he was presenting a treasure, proving that he was really injured this time. Ching Ching used 3 months to heal him, but he kept saying that it would take 100 days to heal his bones and tendons. Moreover, not only did he have his bones and tendons injured, His stomach was also pierced by a sword. No matter what, he would need at least 200 days to heal. He refused to leave no matter what, and Ching Ching couldn't do anything about it. Ching Ching's master was even more benevolent and had no reason to chase him away. Chapter 2368. Thus, Yin Shitzi had stayed there until now and had to leave today because of his family's misfortune. Yin Shitzi waved his fan as he left. His annoying words could be heard in the wind. Ching Ching, wait for me to come back. Don't be too gentle to the new patient, just torture him to death. You only need to be gentle to me. His figure suddenly staggered and sat on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He looked around but could only see Ching Ching and Ji Yunhuang's figures in the distance. He rubbed his legs and scolded. Who is it? Who dares to plot against this young master? How did you protect this young master? A sentence faintly floated from the tree. Master, there was a rock under your feet. This subordinate was about to remind you, but Yin Shitzi stood up and angrily kicked the rock away, limping away. Qing walked in front, so she did not notice Ji Yunhuang's slightly raised lips. Usually, Ji Yunhuang did not have a mind to care about these people, but today he felt that Yin Shitzi was especially repulsive, so he took action to teach him a lesson. His mental power was profound, so Yin Shitzi and that shadow guard naturally could not tell that he was the one who did it. Ji Yunhuang stared at the slender figure in front of him, his mind still reverberating with Yin Shitzi's words Ching Ching. In this world, there were many girls with the word Ching in their names. Ji Yunhuang had walked the Tianci continent for many years and had heard countless of Ching S and Chings. But no matter how many times he had heard it, when he heard this taboo word again, his heart would fiercely tighten. Could it be? Could it be her? Every time, he would subconsciously chase after her with this glimmer of hope, but without exception, he would fail. Ji Yunhuang pretended to ask casually, May I ask for Mrs. Name? Ching Ching's footsteps paused for a moment before she continued walking forward. We met by chance. If you don't ask me, I won't ask you. You can just call me Miss Ching. Ji Yunhuang did not have to ask for her name, so after hearing this, he did not say anything else. It was just that her name had the word Ching in it. She was not her. Ching led him through a magnificent corridor and arrived at a room. Although Ji Yunhuang couldn't see clearly, he felt that this was a very elegant and simple room. There was a bouquet of unknown flowers in the vase, emitting a faint fragrance. The young girl turned around to face Ji Yunhuang and said, This is the meditation garden. From now on, you will recuperate here. She briefly introduced the surrounding environment, then led him to the bedside and lightly said, Take off your shirt. Ji Yunhuang stared blankly for a moment and sat there without moving. The young girl raised her eyebrows impatiently and said in a cool voice, What? You're a man. Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? That's right. Let me say this first. I'm just treating your injuries. Don't say anything about me taking responsibility for you. All right, take off your clothes. Do you want me to take them off for you, or do you want to take them off yourself? One had to say that although Qing was cold, she was really strong and narcissistic. This couldn't be blamed on her. She was beautiful and had good medical skills. She was famous, and all the famous young masters liked her. Because Qing had treated their illnesses, there were many people who wanted her to take responsibility for them. There were also many people who said that when Qing grew up, they would marry her. All of these made Qing extremely annoyed, so every time she treated a patient, she would say these things as a routine. Chapter 2369. Ji Yunhuang did not know what to think for a moment. He slowly took off his shirt, revealing his jade-white chest. On his abdomen, there was a gauze that Qing had hastily wrapped around his abdomen. Blood was faintly seeping out from the gauze. The red blood contrasted against his jade-like skin. Amidst his healthy body, there was a cruel and enchanting aura. Qing looked at his smooth upper body. Her eyes were somewhat uneasy as she averted her gaze. She did not expect that the patient she had casually picked up would have such a good figure. It made her, who had seen countless naked bodies because of her medical practice, unable to take her eyes off him. Ji Yunhuang could not see Qing's expression clearly. He only saw her standing beside the bed without saying anything. He faintly frowned. He was born handsome. These years, there were many women who stared at him, more than the stars in the sky. Although he usually did not show it, he was somewhat annoyed. He thought that this girl was special, but he did not expect. His voice was slightly cold. "Miss Ah Ching, is there something wrong?" Ah Ching glanced at him. Her voice was indifferent and cold. "Your figure is very good." Ji and Huang was speechless. He never thought that she would say such words in front of him. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Ah Ching's voice sounded like she was praising a work of art. "The texture of your skin is distinct. You are thin but not bony. Your proportions are balanced, and there is not a trace of excess fat. If you did not suffer such a serious injury, your skin color would be more moist." Ji and Huang was speechless. He seriously suspected that she was looking at him as if she was looking at a human specimen. It made him have an impulse to immediately cover his clothes. "Lie down." Ah Ching threw out the two words again. These two words made it difficult for people not to misunderstand. Ji and Huang was on guard. "What are you doing?" "I'm a doctor. What can I do?" Ah Ching was somewhat impatient. She twirled a silver needle in her hand. "Don't you want to treat your injuries?" "All right." It was him who misunderstood. Ji and Huang did not know what expression to make. The injury on his body was indeed serious. Just a slight movement caused him to break out in cold sweat. He slowly lay down. "Thank you for your trouble." Ah Ching did not comment. She raised her hand and untied the gauze. Her actions could not be considered gentle. She did not know why, but when she saw his face, she felt an inexplicable anger rising in her heart. As soon as the bandage was removed, blood flowed out, making the wound even more hideous. The cloud-swallowing beast did not have any other advantages, but the wounds it created were not easy to heal. When he was injured, he had treated it himself, and Ah Ching had also helped him treat it once. Unexpectedly, the wound still did not heal. Seeing the blood flowing out once again, Ji and Huang frowned slightly. His gaze once again turned to Ah Ching. "Miss Ah Ching, do you know any suturing techniques?" Ah Ching raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "What's suturing technique?" Originally, there was no suture technique in this era. No matter how serious the injury was, it was wrapped in gauze. After Ning Xuema came, this suture technique was passed down in Buddha Lotus Mountain. Ji and Huang was one of them. Everything he saw was a blur, so he naturally could not suture it himself. He could only explain the main points of suturing. Ah Ching was very smart. She was very persistent in anything related to medicine and listened very seriously. After listening to Ji and Huang's explanation, she glanced at Ji and Huang. "I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good." Ji and Huang slightly lowered his eyes and did not reply. That year, Tian Xueqing was seriously injured and was dragged underground by the monster. That scene became his eternal nightmare. Tian Xueqing's blood-covered appearance flashed in front of his eyes from time to time. Chapter 2370. The image of Tian Xueqing covered in blood flashed in front of his eyes from time to time. He thought that if he could save her, the first thing he would do was to treat her injuries with his own hands. Therefore, he put in a lot of hard work and learned medical skills. His ability to deal with external injuries was superb. Unfortunately, he only had medical skills, but he did not have the person he wanted to treat. His heart was touched, and the familiar, suffocating pain came. He closed his eyes slightly. "Xueqing, even if I have to risk my life, I will find a way to bring you back." He still wanted to challenge the cloud-swallowing beast. Ah Ching naturally did not know that his heart was filled with so many emotions. She was studying the special silver needle and fish caca thread that Ji and Huang took out. After studying for a while, she tested it on a piece of cowhide nearby. After confirming that the technique was correct, she walked in front of Ji and Huang. Just as she was about to insert the needle, she suddenly stopped and looked at Ji and Huang with a smile. "Are you afraid of pain?" Ji and Huang shook his head slightly. "I'm not afraid." "Miss, please feel free to do it." He had experienced the most painful injuries before, so why would he care about the pain of suturing? Ah Ching looked at him for a moment and pursed her lips. "Then I'll start now. Bear with it." She lowered her head and stitched him up. Such a forceful suturing was naturally very painful, but Ji Yanhuang's face was still as calm as before. He did not even frown. Qing looked at him and was somewhat impressed. She could not tell that such a gentle and refined person was actually a tough guy. She glanced at his forehead and saw faint cold sweat. Obviously, no matter how tough his personality was, he still had a sense of pain. Stay here and don't move. Wait for me. Qing seemed to have finally made up her mind. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Ji Yanhuang. The fragrance lingered in the air. Ji Yanhuang's wound was originally very painful, but after inhaling the fragrance, he gradually could not feel the pain. Even his 5 senses were slowly weakening. He was shocked and subconsciously held his breath. As a superior, he was born with a noble status, but he also had a strong sense of vigilance that matched it. Qing looked at him and pursed her lips. Are you afraid that I will poison you? If I want to kill you, 1 needle is enough, or I can just leave you alone. This little girl's mouth was really poisonous. However, what she said was the truth. Ji Yanhuang relaxed and asked, What is this fragrance? Qing glanced at him. This is the fragrance of flowers. It can reduce the pain of wounds and weaken the 5 senses for a short period of time. My master left this to me. There's only half a bottle in total. Since you taught me the art of suturing, I'm giving it to you. Don't waste it. I'm going to operate on you now. You can't move an inch. Can you do it? Although she was young, she had a strong aura. Ji Yanhuang glanced at her, then closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. However, his heart was not as calm as his appearance. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a warm spring afternoon with a gentle breeze. When he was seriously injured and lying in bed, Tian Xueqing was treating his wounds while explaining to him the various kinds of ointments. Occasionally, her jet-black hair would fall on his chest. The wind would caress her hair, bringing about a slight itch. That itch went all the way to the bottom of his heart. It was like a little claw, gently scratching his heart. Perhaps he had already been tempted at that time. But at that time, he refused to listen to his heart and subconsciously avoided this feeling. Chapter 2371. But at that time, he refused to listen to his heart and subconsciously avoided this feeling. The words he said were as cold as ice. You spent so much effort to save me. Are you afraid that if I die, you won't be able to be the crown princess? At that time, he could clearly feel Tian Xueqing's body trembling. There was pain, sorrow, and disbelief in her eyes. In the end, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes were cold and calm. She smiled faintly. Her voice was calm, but still trembled slightly. That's right. If you die, how can I be the crown princess? So, Your Highness, please let it go. Xueqing will do her best to heal you, even if it's for the position of crown princess. Memories were like knives that cut into his heart. Qing felt that she was usually cold enough, but she did not expect that the patient she randomly picked up was even colder than her. Ji Yanhuang lay there motionlessly while Qing swiftly and gracefully treated his wounds. The two of them cooperated very well. After 2 hours, Qing finished treating his wound. Then, she hurriedly put away the small porcelain bottle and carefully closed the lid with a pained expression. His 5 senses slowly returned to Ji Yanhuang's body. At the same time, his abdomen felt numb and itchy, as if countless ants were biting his wound. He closed his eyes and didn't say a word, enduring it out of habit. Qing looked at him again and said, Rest well today. Don't get out of bed and don't eat. After telling him a lot of things, she finally said, You're applying EE ointment on your abdomen. You'll feel numb and itchy. Although the process is a bit painful, it's the fastest way to recover. But if you can't take it anymore, you can ring the bell beside the bed, and I'll change the medicine for you. It's fine, there's no need to change. Ji Yanhuang replied with a few words. He only wanted to get better quickly so that he could obtain the cloud-swallowing beast's inner core as soon as possible. He did not care about anything else. Qing nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She quickly packed up the equipment. Although she had a cold and domineering personality, she was surprisingly attentive and patient. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a famous genius doctor. Ji Yin Huang opened his eyes, but all he could see was a blurry silhouette. He said in a low voice, "Many thanks. If Miss needs anything in the future, this Yin will definitely do his best to help." Although he didn't have any feelings for this girl, but if she was in trouble in the future, he would help her no matter what. There was no other reason than to repay her for saving his life. Qing glanced at him again. "You're welcome. I'm here to collect medical fees." In other words, they were each taking what they needed. Ji Yin Huang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, he was most afraid of owing someone a favor. If he could repay it with money, that would be the best. He didn't ask how much the consultation fee was. With his current strength, no matter how much money it was, he could afford it. However, this girl had a straightforward and bright personality, which was different from other girls. So he smiled and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you for your timely help. If it wasn't for her, he might have been eaten by the wild beasts." Qing nodded slightly. She seemed to feel that her attitude was a little cold, so she added, "I'll treat your eyes with acupuncture tomorrow." Then she turned and left. Ji Yin Huang closed his eyes as he thought to himself, "This lady has excellent medical skills." Tian Xueqing's figure flashed in his mind. Tian Xueqing used to be a medicine man, and her medical skills were also quite good. Chapter 2372. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Ji Yin Huang's eyesight improved day by day. Spirals of green smoke rose from the incense burner, bringing with it a cool fragrance that filled the entire room. Qing sat by the bed and watched as the incense burned shorter and shorter until it finally turned into ashes. She stretched out her hand and slowly pulled out the silver needles from Ji Yin Huang's acupuncture points. Then, she let out a long breath and lifted her hand to remove the cloth covering his eyes. "All right, you can open your eyes and see if there is any discomfort." Although her voice was light, it carried a trace of pride. Although she was only 14 years old, as long as she acted, there was no injury that she could not treat. Ji Yin Huang heard her and slowly opened his eyes. At first, his vision was a little hazy, as if there was a layer of fog, but it gradually became clearer and clearer. He finally saw the girl in front of him clearly. She looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. There was still some baby fat on her face, making her look delicate and cute. Her green dress was like the misty rain in Jiangnan. It was light and had an indescribable charm. Her ink-black hair was like a waterfall that cascaded down her back. Her skin was tender and white, as if it could be broken by the wind. The most wonderful thing about her was her pair of bright eyes. It was as if there was a river of stars hidden within them. Her temperament was cold, but there was a trace of purity in her bones. Ji Yin Huang's face instantly turned white. His hands could not help but tremble as he stared at the girl in front of him. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had suddenly fallen from the sky. All the blood in his body flowed backwards. His usually calm and rational mind was now blank. There was only one thought in his mind. Was it her? Was it her? Was it her? Qing's appearance was simply a miniature version of Tian Xueqing. Even her temperament was almost the same. Qing looked at his stunned expression and thought that he had not recovered yet. She slightly frowned and waved her small white hand in front of his face. "What happened to you? Are you still unable to see clearly?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was suddenly pulled. She was caught off guard and fell onto Ji Yin Huang's body. She was brought into a cold and delicate embrace. Qing was instantly stunned. She had never been in such close contact with anyone before. None of the patients before her had dared to be so disrespectful to her. The man's cold breath mixed with the fragrance of medicine assaulted her face, almost drowning her in an instant. Ji Yin Huang tightened his embrace and felt the familiar scent in his embrace. He was so excited that his heart almost jumped out his chest. They were too alike. Their auras were too similar. Why didn't he feel it before? Qing was most likely Tian Xueqing. If he wanted to be sure, he would have to check Qing's soul. Probing the soul required intimate contact with the person being probed. So Ji Yin Huang subconsciously pulled her into his embrace. Only when she was in his embrace did he realize an important problem. His psychokinesis had only recovered 30 to 40%, so he couldn't detect her soul at all. Ji and Huang hugged the person in his arms, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ah Ching finally realized that she was being molested. Her face instantly flushed red with anger. She fiercely struggled out of Ji Yunhuang's embrace and kicked him off the bed. Ji Yunhuang had never thought that he would be kicked off the bed. He could not help but stare blankly for a moment. Once again, his wound was agitated. He let out a light groan, and his face turned even paler. Ah Ching's eyes were as cold as the stars. At this moment, her eyes were burning with rage. I was kind enough to save you, but you actually dared to molest me. Do you believe that I can easily cripple you? Chapter 2373. Ah Ching took out a silver needle from nowhere. That silver needle was simple and did not have any decorations. Under the light, it shone with a cold luster, but the tip of the needle had a dense emerald green color. With one look, one could tell that it was poisoned. She looked at Ji Huang, who was kicked off the bed by her with caution. If he dared to take advantage of her again, she would poison him to death. Ji Huang slowly sat up from the ground. This movement made him feel that his wound had split open again and fresh blood was seeping out. Borrowing this pain, he slowly regained his rationality. She was still so young. If she was really Tian Xueqing, then she was also her reincarnation. He was indeed too excited. Even if the current Ah Ching was really Tian Xueqing, they should take things one step at a time. He was so rash that he was afraid that he would scare her. It would not be good to leave the impression of a lecher on the first time they met. His eyes were deep, like a deep pool that was tightly locked onto her. There seemed to be countless emotions rolling in his eyes, causing Ah Ching to have the illusion that she was about to be pulled into a deep pool and drowned. Her heart skipped a beat, and she retreated 2 steps with caution. This person's gaze was too oppressive. It made her have the urge to turn around and run away. However, this was her territory, so why should she run away? If he dared to take advantage of her again, she would directly cripple him. Ah Ching's eyes flashed with killing intent as she held the silver needle even tighter. Ji Huang finally calmed down and quickly sorted out his complicated thoughts. He raised his eyes and looked at Ah Ching. Naturally, he saw that she was filled with hostility and alertness. His heart was stifled as he took a light breath. I'm sorry, Miss Ah Ching. The moment I saw you, I thought that I saw my long-awaited wife. You are very similar to her. It's as if you were carved out from the same mold. Speaking until here, his heart ached, and he closed his eyes slightly. The person he once loved was his wife, but now they had become strangers. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and his whole body seemed to be filled with grief. However, he was an extremely handsome man. At this moment, he was simply sitting there, but it was as if he was a desolate ink painting, causing people's hearts to be filled with sorrow. Ah Ching was full of anger, but she couldn't vent it when she saw him like this. She was still young after all, and it wasn't easy for her to deal with this kind of situation. She paused for a moment before saying with a straight face, I'm very sorry that your wife is no longer around, but no matter how much I look like her, I'm not her. If the next time, she waved the poison needle in her hand. Ji Huang looked at her with a sincere gaze. This time it's my fault. I've offended Mississippi. I'll accept punishment. His voice paused for a moment before he suddenly changed the topic. My wife is still alive, but before Ah Ching could figure out how to punish him, she was intrigued by his hesitant words. But what? She had been waiting for him to continue, but all she saw was Ji Huang sitting there with his eyes slightly closed, not saying a word. Ji Huang closed his eyes, and images kept appearing in front of his eyes. When he finally pulled himself out of his memories, he slowly opened his eyes. The sorrow in his black eyes hadn't completely faded away, and it turned into a little surprise. He had been a daze for so long, but Ah Ching was still standing there. Her clear eyes were filled with doubt. Seeing that he finally returned to his senses, she asked, But what? Why did this person only say half of what he wanted to say, stuttering? Ji Huang looked at her curious expression and felt that it was a little funny. Chapter 2374. Ji Huang looked at her curious expression and felt slightly amused. After all, she was still a child. Ji and Huang did not let her wait for too long. He looked at the scenery outside the window and slowly said, "It's just that she went missing. Maybe she doesn't remember me anymore." His tone was very light, but Ah Ching could hear the loneliness behind his indifference. Ah Ching simply found a chair and sat down. She looked at him curiously and asked, "Missing? How did she go missing?" Ji and Huang looked at her and did not speak for a long time. Just when Ah Ching thought that she would not get an answer, Ji and Huang's slightly hoarse voice sounded. "I'll let her down." Ah Ching waited for a long time and only heard these few words. She did not know what to say. Although this man looked young, she could tell that he was sad. Since it was a sad matter, she did not want to ask any more. She made a sound and did not ask any more questions. She turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Ji and Huang looked at Ah Ching's departing figure, and his mind was in a mess. For the past 100 years, his mood had been as calm and hopeless as stagnant water. Today, when he saw Ah Ching, huge waves surged up, and he could not calm down for a long time. Ah Ching, is she really Tian Xueqing? From their appearance to their temperament, it was as if they were carved from the same mold. They were too alike. They were too alike. It was impossible that they were not the same person. But what if they just happened to look alike, but their souls were not the same? Could it be that this encounter was just a joke played by the heavens? For a time, all kinds of emotions came one after another. This doubt was like a windmill that spun in his heart nonstop. In the end, he sighed and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and meditated. Whether Ah Ching was Xueqing or not, he had to check her soul to confirm. The most important thing now was to restore his psychokinesis. After Ah Ching left Jingxinyuan, her mood was slightly strange. To be precise, when she saw the unconscious patient in front of her, she felt a slight pain in her heart. It was as if something was about to surge up from the bottom of her heart. Her heart was always as calm as still water, and she did not care about living. But after meeting him, her heart would ripple from time to time. Moreover, she always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. It was a very strange feeling. Ah Ching was sure that she had never seen him before. She didn't even know his name until now. She only knew that his surname was Yun when he woke up. Then where did this inexplicable sense of familiarity come from? Ah Ching thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason, so she decided not to think about it anymore. She slowly returned to her room, picked up the secret book left behind by her master, and began to concentrate on studying medicine. Ah Ching had a very good memory. She had a photographic memory. No matter how difficult and obscure a medical skill was, she could remember it in her mind after reading it once. She could easily understand the profound meaning of it, as if she had learned it before. She was different from other children from a young age. Other children might only be able to remember things after they were 7 or 8 years old, but she could remember things from the moment she was born. She clearly remembered that she had climbed out of a hole. She was able to communicate well with the small animals around her. Although she was a baby, she knew how to feed herself. Moreover, she had raised herself to be white and plump. She had always thought that the animals around her were her own kind. This idea only changed after her master brought her back. Chapter 2375. Her master was the first human she had ever met. It was a winter day when GMO accidentally passed by a forest. Suddenly, he saw a large stone in the middle of the snow-white forest. On top of a jade stone sat a small child who looked like it was carved from jade. The child was swinging its small white feet while tilting its head and looking at GMO with its big clear eyes. It was as if it was looking at a rare thing. Then GMO took her back and took her as his disciple. "How about I name you Ji Xueqing?" A gentle voice sounded. She replied in a childish voice, "Master, your disciple's name is Tian Xueqing." GMO laughed. "All right, then you'll be called Tian Xueqing." GMO taught Tian Xueqing with great care and trained her into a famous genius doctor. He gave Tian Xueqing a few books that he had painstakingly worked on for many years. Then he went to travel the world and only came back once every 1 or 2 years. Counting the days, her master should be coming back soon, right? Tian Xueqing put down the book and looked out the window. When she thought about her master coming back, her eyes were filled with joy, and she threw away all her unhappiness. In the sky, above the clouds, Ning Xuema looked down at the valley below and sighed. I didn't expect Tian Xueqing to have reincarnated. Great God, you ordered Ji and Huang to come here to give them a chance to meet, right? Shen Juli also glanced at the valley. She didn't reincarnate. She was reborn. So she's still Tian Xueqing? Great God, I remember that you calculated that she and Ji and Huang were not fated to die. Now that you've put them together, isn't that going against the heavens? Ning Xuema was a little worried. Shen Juli put an arm on her shoulder and said lazily, originally, they were not fated to be together. However, Tian Xueqing had already died once. Ji and Huang was too obsessed with her, so he managed to fight for a trace of fate. Now, let's see if they can grasp this bit of fate. Ning Xuema looked at him. A trace? Shen Juli twirled the jade flute in his hand and used his other hand to pull up a strand of her black hair. Then he used his fingertips to pick up another strand. In a trace. Ning Xuema naturally hoped that Ji and Huang and Tian Xueqing would be able to hold hands again, but she looked at Shen Juli and asked, Guru, what will happen if the matchmaking fails? Shen Juli tapped his palm with the jade flute and muttered to himself, it will probably take me a little longer to return to my youth. Ning Xuema thought for a moment and interlocked her fingers with his. She said seriously, Almighty, actually, I think that you're quite cute when you're a kid. I really like you. Don't worry. No matter what you become, I won't abandon you. Shen Juli, did this girl want to raise him as little Nianma? Jiqian Huang had always been a light sleeper, so when there was movement at the door, he had already woken up. A soft tapping sound came from inside the house, as if something was walking on the floor with its claws. No matter what, that was definitely not a sound that a human could make. What was that? Ji and Huang opened his eyes and looked at the door. It was a pink little pig. It was an extremely adorable little pig. The little pig's body was light pink, and its body was round. It had round little hooves, round black eyes, a chubby little nose, and a little tail with a question mark. It was wearing a sky blue doo-doo with a big word embroidered on it with golden red thread. Chapter 2376. The little pig suddenly jumped up and pointed its front hooves at Ji and Huang. A thick purple light flew towards him. Seeing the purple light flying towards him, Ji and Huang frowned and dodged to the side. However, a large vase behind him was struck by the purple light and exploded into pieces with a bang. It actually dared to break into his house and cause trouble? Ji and Huang raised his eyebrows and raised his hand slightly. The little pig's body involuntarily floated in the air. Ji and Huang looked at the angry little pig in the air and said coldly, Explain. What was its purpose for breaking into his room so many times? The little pig's four hooves kicked wildly, and it was unable to escape from Ji and Huang's barrier. It finally realized that the person in front of it was much stronger than it was. However, it still refused to admit defeat and raised its head. Its black eyes were burning with anger. What explanation? Why didn't you give this divine beast an explanation when you sneak attacked me? Sneak attack? It was obviously self-defense. Anyone who saw an uninvited guest shouting at them would immediately kick them out. Ji and Huang looked at it indifferently and was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. He went straight to the point and said, Who sent you here? What is your purpose? The little pig stared at him. This is this divine beast's territory. This divine beast naturally can come and go as I please. What about it? Ji and Huang felt that it was a little funny. Your territory? When the little pig heard this, it raised its head even higher. It had an imposing manner, as if it had crossed the Yalu River. Yes, the entire Qingji mountain belongs to Master. What belongs to Master is naturally mine. Therefore, this place is naturally my territory. What belongs to Master is mine. What kind of strange theory is this? However, Ji and Huang had no intention of disciplining other people's pets. Therefore, he only caught what he was interested in. Oh, then who is your master? The little pig was even more proud. My master is a famous divine doctor. Not only is she as beautiful as a goddess, but her medical and poison skills are also top-notch. Many people have come here just to see her. Ji and Huang frowned. This pig did not catch the main point. Shouldn't it introduce its master first? The little pig could praise its master for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. It used all kinds of beautiful words to describe its master. All right, she was the one who cured you. You ungrateful ingrate. My master had just cured you, and now you're sneakily attacking her little darling. Little pig had an accusing expression on his face, as if Ji and Huang had done something extremely wrong to him. Little sweetheart, what a narcissistic pig. Ji and Huang's heart trembled slightly as he casually replied, "Oh, what's your master's name? I don't remember." Piglet widened his eyes in disbelief. "Don't tell me you've lost your memory. My master saved you, and you actually forgot her name?" Ji and Huang only looked at it indifferently without saying a word. Piglet shook his head in disappointment. "My master is—" Little pig paused mid-sentence. He rolled his eyes as if he had understood something. He said angrily, "Umph. Cunning humans. You actually want to trick me. Master definitely didn't tell you his name, right? You want to get Master's name for me, so you can go and ask for her hand in marriage, right?" Umph. It turned out that this pig was not stupid. Ji and Huang looked at it expressionlessly. Piglet struggled in the barrier for a long time, but was unable to get out. Its body became more and more angry. Chapter 2377. Ji and Huang moved his finger slightly, and the barrier in the air slowly descended. He placed the little pig on the ground, but it was still trapped in the barrier. "What did your master send you here for?" The little pig wagged its tail and said angrily, "To watch over you and let you recuperate in your room. Also, to change your medicine." No wonder he saw a pig the moment he opened his eyes. He raised his eyebrows. "You change my medicine? Where is Lady Ah-Ching?" The little pig's tail immediately stood up. "Are you questioning this divine beast's ability? This divine beast is the famous Wentian, the #1 medicinal divine beast. Master is busy and has no time to care about you. Ah-Ching was probably frightened by the hug 2 days ago, right? So she sent her pet to watch over him." Ji and Huang's heart moved, but he did not say anything. He carefully looked at the little pig and found that no matter how he looked at it, it was still a pig with a strange color. Ji and Huang looked at it with suspicion. "You are Wentian?" Although it was a question, he believed most of its words. After all, Ah-Ching's pet should not be a simple pig. Wentian was the legendary divine beast of medicine in the Tianxi continent. It was proficient in medicinal knowledge and was naturally sensitive to rare herbs. It was easy to find herbs with Wentian. According to legends, when it was angry, it could summon lightning. However, no one had seen the real Wentian, and the ancient books did not describe the appearance of this divine beast. Thus, the identity of this divine beast was a mystery. It turned out that Wentian's appearance was a pink little pig. Ji and Huang felt that he was not fully awake yet. The little pig wagged its tail proudly. "It is the real deal." It raised its hoof and kicked the barrier. "Quickly put me down. Otherwise, when I change my medicine, I will electrocute you to death." Was it threatening him? Ji and Huang glanced at it and raised his hand. A barrier suddenly rose into the air, causing the little pig to lose its balance and fall flat on its back inside the barrier. Ji and Huang said coldly, "You should stay here." He turned around and left. The little pig was so angry that it stomped its feet. Suddenly, it realized that Ji and Huang was walking towards the door. It anxiously shouted, "Come back. Master said that you can't go out now." It was not that weak. Ji and Huang said indifferently, "I am just taking a walk." He stepped out of the door. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Tian Xueqing had not appeared even once. Instead, it was the pig that she had sent that stayed with Ji and Huang every day. They were inseparable. Ji and Huang rubbed the space between his eyebrows as he looked at the piglet under the tree. He had a slight headache. It was just a month of appreciation, and this little pig also came to join in the fun. For the past few days, he had been trying to get rid of the pig, but he didn't expect the pig's nose to be more sensitive than a dog's. It could always find him. Piglet was panting and had a headache. Its master asked it to look after this patient, but it didn't expect this patient to be so restless. He ran around every day, causing it to use all kinds of martial arts to find him. It even lost weight. When was its master going to let it go back? It really didn't want to do this chore anymore. Ji and Huang faintly said, "Wang Kai, you go back to your room first. I'll be back in a bit." Wang Kai Piglet rolled its eyes at him and immediately sat down under the tree, using its actions to show its determination to follow Ji and Huang. Ji and Huang ignored it and sat down on the tree branch. Out of nowhere, he took out a wine gourd and drank wine while facing the bright moon. This wine was not an ordinary wine. It was spiritual wine. It was filled with spiritual energy and was extremely helpful for the recovery of his psychokinesis. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and the silver moonlight flowed on his body. Chapter 2378. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and the silver moonlight flowed on his body. The wine gourd in his hand made him look even more unruly. Under the moonlight, he was as handsome as a god. Wang Kai looked at the person on the tree and felt a little envious. "It seems like you have recovered quite well." A clear and cold voice flowed into Ji Yunhuang's heart along with the moonlight. His heart moved, and he looked down at the tree. Tian Xueqing was still wearing her green robes. Her green muslin skirt fluttered in the wind, and her clear eyes rippled with the moonlight. At this moment, Tian Xueqing was quietly looking at him with a hint of disapproval in her eyes. Wang Kai Piglet leaned against its master and felt a lot more confident. It added fuel to the fire and said, "That's right, master. He hasn't been recuperating these past few days and has been running all over the place, causing Wang Kai to follow him." The piglet rambled on for a long time. However, Ji and Wang's attention was completely focused on Tian Xueqing. He resisted the urge to go down and hug her and said, "The moonlight is just right. Miss Ah Ching, do you want to come up and admire the moon together?" Before Tian Xueqing could say anything, Wang Kai Piglet was the first to object. It hugged Tian Xueqing's calf with its front hooves and said earnestly, "Master, you must not go up. This is definitely his scheme. A few days ago, he was still trying to get your name out." Ji and Huang wanted to kick this light bulb pig away, but he couldn't do that. Thus, he went with the flow and said, "I did ask for Miss Ah Ching's name, but it was only to know the name of my benefactor and remember it in my heart. Other than that, I don't have any other intentions." Actually, it was just a name. It didn't matter if she told him, but she still didn't know his name. Instead, he asked for her name first, which made her a little unhappy. Tian Xueqing tilted her head and looked at him. "Before asking for my name, shouldn't I tell you my name first?" Ji and Huang flew down. His figure was light and graceful. He cupped his hands towards Tian Xueqing. "Vast Sky Empire, Ji and Huang." Tian Xueqing's eyes darkened. She clearly remembered that when they first met, he called himself Yin. She said indifferently, "Qing, nice to meet you." Ji and Huang was slightly stunned. She still wasn't willing to tell him her full name. "May I ask what Miss Ah Ching's full name is?" He was unyielding. The corners of Tian Xueqing's lips curled up slightly, as if she was smiling yet not smiling. "A name is just a code name. Why must you get to the bottom of it? I'll call you Young Master Yin, and you can just call me Ah Ching." When Ji and Huang heard her words, he realized where the problem was. "Ah Ching, my previous name," Tian Xueqing interrupted him and said in a calm voice, "It's human nature." "Young Master Ji, you don't have to explain." This was indeed human nature. One must always be on guard against others. When Ji and Huang was saved by Ah Ching, he couldn't even see Ah Ching's face clearly. At that time, how could he tell her his real name? Ah Ching also knew nothing about this patient, so she only told him Ah Ching. Ji and Huang paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not say anything. He didn't regret telling Ah Ching that he had lied to her, because he wanted to get along with her properly without any reservations. Although he hadn't checked her soul root, his sixth sense told him that she was Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing sized up Ji and Huang and finally revealed a smile on her face. "I see that young Master Ji has completely recovered. You can leave the mountain tomorrow." However, Chapter 2379. She took out a long receipt from her clothes, and her smile deepened. "This is the list of the medicinal herbs that I have used for you these past few days. Before young Master Ji goes down the mountain, you must first settle the bill. Ji and Huang took the receipt and glanced at the numbers on the receipt. He felt that it was slightly funny. The prices of the medicinal herbs on the receipt were twice as expensive as usual. Was this her revenge for him, taking advantage of her? He did not expect her to be a little money grubber. No wonder she gave her pet the name Wang Kai. Ji and Huang looked at Ah Ching with a smile that was not a smile. His gaze was filled with deep meaning. His voice carried a hint of laziness and devilishness as he said, "This bill, I will return it to you with interest." This sentence had a double meaning, especially the smile on his face. It made Tian Xueqing's heart feel even more alarmed. He was teasing her again. This person looked cold and noble on the outside, but she did not expect him to be so two-faced on the inside. Tian Xueqing was so angry that her face turned slightly red, but it was not very obvious in the dark. She coughed lightly as if she did not hear anything. She said in a business-like tone, "Then you can return it to me tomorrow before you go down the mountain." Ji Yunhuang's eyesight was astonishing, so he naturally saw her slightly red face. His heart suddenly had a mischievous thought. He deliberately sighed and helplessly said, "But I don't have any money on me." Tian Xueqing could not help but widen her eyes. Her voice was somewhat angry. "What? You want to renege on your debt?" When she said that she wanted the consultation fee, this person did not seem to care at all. She thought that he was a fat sheep, but she did not expect him to be someone who wanted to eat and dash. Wang Kai also jumped up and shouted, "How can you not have any money? Look at the clothes you are wearing. They are not ordinary goods. If you dare to renege on your debt, see if I don't electrocute you to death." Ji and Huang looked at Tian Xueqing's angry little face and was slightly stunned. In his previous life, he had never seen such a rich expression on Tian Xueqing's face. She always had an indifferent expression, as if she did not care about anything. In this life, he was very happy that she finally had more of a human's aura. Ji and Huang looked at Ah Ching, his brain working at high speed. He sighed and said faintly, "I made a mistake and escaped from my family. My family has already removed my name, so I can only rely on myself. A few days ago, someone wanted the skin of a cloud-swallowing beast. After I accepted the mission, I went to look for the cloud-swallowing beast, but I didn't expect to suffer from chi deviation and almost lose my life. Luckily, Miss Ah Ching saved me in time." So he had no money? Wang Kai felt a little dizzy, and Tian Xueqing was also a little dazed. Her medicinal herbs were all very rare and expensive. Now, she was going to lose everything. Wang Kai was so angry that it turned pink. It glared at Ji Yunhuang without saying a word. Ji Yunhuang's attention had always been on Tian Xueqing, so he naturally did not miss the heartache and unwillingness that flashed across her face. He found it funny and stared at Tian Xueqing for a while. He liked to see her so lively and full of emotions. In the past, when she had just started following him, she also had all kinds of emotions. When she was wronged, she would cry. When she was happy, she would laugh. Her entire heart was filled with him, but he ignored it at that time. The cold treatment he gave her made her become more and more indifferent, colder and colder. The two of them treated each other like ice, until the moment when they could no longer return. After she disappeared, he had thought countless times about how he would treat her if he could start over again. Now that he finally had the chance to start over again, he must grab hold of this opportunity. Chapter 2380. Tian Xueqing did not know what was going on in his heart. She only cared about what she cared about. She glared at him and said, "So you don't intend to pay me back?" It was about time. Ji and Huang's lips curled up slightly before he said with a serious expression, "Miss Ah Ching has saved my life. How could I let you down? Naturally, I can't go back on my words, but I really don't have a single cent. How about this? How about we change the way we repay the debt?" Change the way? Tian Xueqing's eyes were filled with doubt. She subconsciously asked, "Change the way? How?" Ji and Huang smiled faintly. "I am quite knowledgeable. How about I help Miss Ah Ching to repay the debt? There are so many patients here. I'm afraid Miss Ah Ching won't be able to handle them alone. Furthermore, some of the symptoms. Miss Ah Ching won't be able to help you, right?" At this point, Ji Yunhuang finally revealed his purpose. From the moment he started to suspect that she was Tian Xueqing's reincarnation, he did not plan to leave. Even if he wanted to go back on his words, he wanted to stay here. He was already 99% sure that Qing was Tian Xueqing. Now, he was just one step away from confirming her soul. However, he didn't plan to test her soul right away. That would scare her and be detrimental to the development of their relationship in the future. He might as well stay here and spend every day with her to cultivate their relationship. When the time was right, he would hug her. Moreover, Qing had a lot of peach blossoms. He wanted to stay on this mountain and break them one by one. Ji Yunhuang's little abacus crackled in his heart. However, he still had a sincere expression on his face, as if he was thinking for Qing's sake. Keep him as her assistant? Tian Xueqing frowned. She remembered the scene when he hugged her tightly that day. Alarm bells rang in her heart. Just as she was about to refuse, Ji Yunhuang spoke first. His eyes were filled with sincerity and guilt. That day, I let Miss Qing down. I hope Miss Qing can forgive me. I swear that I will never mistake Miss Qing for anyone else. Towards Miss Qing, I will scrupulously abide by my duty and etiquette. Ji Yunhuang solemnly swore as he silently added more words to his words. Ji Yunhuang spoke with such sincerity and sincerity. He even apologized and swore an oath. Tian Xueqing was moved. She couldn't possibly let her money go to waste, right? She paused for a moment before saying, "All right then, you can stay. You owe me a total of 1,000 taels of silver. Normally, when you hire a doctor, you'll need 2 taels of silver per month." After Tian Xueqing said this, she calculated in her heart. Ji Yunhuang would have to stay here for 500 months before he could repay the debt. That's more than 40 years. She clenched her small fists, her small face flushed red with anger. No, it's a loss. What a loss. Even if he sold him as a slave, it wouldn't be enough. Back then, she had thought that this person was definitely very rich when she saw his noble aura. Therefore, she had used the best medicine, the most expensive one. It was the most effective. Who would have thought that this person was a candle head with a silver spear? He was actually penniless. She had simply lost everything she had invested. She was afraid that she would lose half of the little treasury that she had painstakingly saved up. Prodigal. The more Tian Xueqing thought about it, the more she felt that she was at a loss. Her heart became more and more vexed. She looked at Ji Yunhuang's robe with hope. "Don't you have any other valuable things on you? I can help you pawn them off." His robe looked very valuable. Then he must have other valuable things on him, right?